If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description.
Chapter 116, Future Plans. The delegation chamber aboard Sweet Liberty maintained its cathedral-like grandeur even as it became an execution ground. The Neo-Atlan representatives, proud even in defeat, stood tall before the three Primarches. Their silver-skinned forms, usually imposing at 7 feet, seemed diminutive before the transhuman sons of the Emperor. "You understand your position?" Guilliman began diplomatically. "Your empire has been reduced to a single solar system. Your fleets are decimated. Your options are limited." The lead delegate, a towering figure even by their species standards, stepped forward. "We understand all too well, Lord Guilliman. Which is why we propose terms for our surrender." "Proceed," Dorn stated flatly. "We offer our surrender," the lead delegate announced, his voice carrying that distinctive Neo-Atlan resonance. "But we require autonomy within the imperial framework. Our people will not bow to human rule." "That is impossible," Dorn stated flatly, his expression unchanged. "Compliance is non-negotiable. We cannot abandon our sovereignty." The delegate's voice rose. "Our people are proud warriors, stronger than any baseline human. We will not bow to. It seems they cannot mansplain, manipulate, or manhandle their way out of this one," Dorn observed with characteristic bluntness. Franklin's grin widened as he raised last word. "Manslaughter it is then," Franklin replied cheerfully, drawing the last word in one fluid motion. The delegates didn't even have time to register surprise before the master-crafted weapon barked once, twice, 3 times. As the bodies hit the floor, Franklin was already at the command throne, keying in targeting coordinates. "Sweet Liberty, initiate planetary cleansing protocol. All 7 remaining worlds." "Franklin," Robert spoke up, watching his brother work. "What happened to diplomacy?" Franklin holstered last word with a theatrical spin. "Oh Bobby, diplomacy is for compliant Xenos. These guys? They made their choice. Better to start with a clean slate than try to clean up a mess later. It's like remodeling a house, sometimes it's easier to demolish and rebuild than try to fix what's broken." Through the chamber's viewing ports, lances of light began striking the Neo-Atlan worlds. Continents cracked, atmospheres burned away, oceans boiled. The extinction of a species, conducted with mechanical precision. "Your metaphor about house remodeling is incorrect," Dorn commented, watching the destruction. "This is more akin to removing dangerous vermin. It is necessary and efficient." "See?" Franklin gestured at Dorn. "He gets it. Though I think my metaphor was perfectly fine, thank you very much." Guilliman observed the systematic destruction with calculated detachment. The resources required to maintain oversight of a potentially rebellious Xenos empire would be substantial. "This is more efficient. That's my Bobby, always thinking about the logistics," Franklin grinned. "But yes, exactly. Why waste time and resources trying to keep them in line when we can just..." He gestured to another world breaking apart under Sweet Liberty's guns. "Start fresh." "Your tendency toward permanent solutions is noted," Dorn stated. "It is effective." Was that approval? From Rogel Dorn? "I need to record this moment." It was a statement of fact. The last Neo-Atlan world was beginning to crack apart when Franklin turned to his brothers. "So, who's up for dinner?" "I'm thinking we try this new recipe my chef came up with. He calls it Victory Roast, get it? Because we just won? Also Liberton vintage anyone?" "Alcohol does not affect our metabolism," Dorn stated. "That's quitter talk. I've got some special stuff that'll put hair on your chest." "Well, more hair." "Well, any hair, in your case, Rogel." Guilliman watched his brother's interaction with carefully hidden amusement. Franklin's irreverence somehow balanced perfectly with Dorn's stoicism, while his own analytical nature served as a bridge between them. Together, they had just ended a potentially significant threat to the Imperium's expansion, and here they were, discussing drinks. "The extinction of a species should perhaps command more gravity," Guilliman observed. Franklin shrugged. "They chose extinction when they chose defiance. Besides, Bobby, if we got solemn every time we had to delete some Xenos, we'd never have any fun." "Right, Rogel. Fun is irrelevant to our duty. See? Rogel gets it. He just gets it in the most Rogel way possible." As the last Neo-Atlan world cracked under Sweet Liberty's barrage, Franklin raised an imaginary glass. "To efficiency." Speaking of which, this means I win our bet, Bobby. Told you I could wrap this up in under a month. I made no such bet, Guillemon replied. Really? Hey. Want to make it retroactive? No. Your face is no. That makes no sense, brother. Your face makes no sense. Dorn looked between them. Both of your faces make biological sense. Franklin threw his hands up in delight. And there it is. The perfect Rogel response. This is why I love working with you guys. Come on, let's get those drinks. We can call it a tactical victory celebration if it makes you feel better, Bobby. As they left the chamber, the last light of the Neo-Atlan Empire faded behind them. Another threat to humanity's dominion had been ended, sealed with the last word and written in the language of extinction. Just another day's work for 3 sons of the Emperor, each carrying out their father's will in their own distinctive way. Brother, Dorn spoke as they walked, why do you call him Bobby? Franklin chuckled, his ever-present smirk growing wider. Oh, Rogel, it's simple. You see, our dear brother's full name is Robert Guillemon. So first, you take the RO and the but, shorten it to Bobby. Then you add the G for Guillemon. Voila! Bobby G. Guillemon, walking just ahead, let out an exasperated sigh. Franklin, must you? Dorn interrupted, his face utterly deadpan. I see. By this logic, I should henceforth be known as Rodu. Truly, this is the height of nomenclatural efficiency. I must inform the Emperor at once. Franklin burst into laughter while Guillemon pinched the bridge of his nose, muttering, it's going to be a long celebration. Within the depths of the Imperial Palace, the Master of Mankind sat upon a crystalline throne of the reality engine, his attention divided between the swirling calculations of the Webway project displayed on countless holographic screens and his son's report. Franklin Valorian stood at ease, his massive frame making even the spacious chamber feel somewhat cramped. The golden light of ancient archaeotech illuminators cast their discussion in warm hues. Approximately 400 Orc empires have been eliminated, Father, Franklin reported, his voice carrying the practiced tone of military briefings. Their territories have been secured, and he paused as the Emperor's penetrating gaze fixed upon him, accompanied by a reproachful psychic gesture that manifested as a light thwack to the back of his head. Ow, Franklin muttered, more from principle than pain. Right. About that one Primarch I may have, accidentally, let slip away. He cleared his throat, adjusting his collar. Which is precisely why I've been so thorough in crushing every emerging Orc empire. Can't have another great Wadaic situation, can we? He offered a winning smile that did nothing to diminish his father's stern look. Moving swiftly on, Franklin's expression brightened. The Primaris program is proceeding exceptionally well. The Luna Wolves have been particularly enthusiastic. Horus has already had his first company and trusted captains undergo the transformation. Other legions are following suit, sending their veterans and chosen officers back to Terra for the procedure. The Emperor nodded, his fingers dancing over holographic controls as he made minute adjustments to complex calculations. Franklin recognized it as his way of multitasking, keeping the Webway project progressing while still engaging in their conversation. Now, about the galaxy at large, Franklin continued, his tone becoming more animated. The Emperor's hands stilled. The galaxy? He asked, one eyebrow raising slightly. Yes, Father. The galaxy. Franklin's eyes lit up with enthusiasm. I've been analyzing the historical data. The Federation of Mankind once held approximately 3 million worlds before the Age of Strife, and the Men of Iron Rebellion scattered everything to the void. But that's just the beginning. He began pacing, gesturing expansively. The galaxy is ancient, and humanity has barely scratched its surface. We're not even occupying 1% of it. Future projections suggest the Imperium could claim up to 1 million worlds, but consider this, we're looking at somewhere between 100 to 400 billion stars, 20 to 120 billion systems, and 5 to 80 billion potentially life-sustaining planets. The Emperor watched his son's enthusiasm with a mixture of amusement and patience. Franklin continued, his voice rising with excitement, unfortunately, many of these worlds likely harbor Xenos empires now. Even after the Great Crusade, Father, we'll have so much work ahead to truly grip the galaxy in mankind's hands. And after that? His eyes sparkled. After that, we aim for the universe itself. Focus on the present task, the Emperor interjected gently. The future will arrive in its own time. Franklin nodded, though his excitement didn't fully diminish. Of course, father. Though it's a shame we couldn't reach peak humanity in the original timeline. We would have if... He paused, choosing his words carefully. If Horus hadn't gone and... He made air quotes with his fingers, heresy at all over the Imperium. The Emperor's psychic presence flickered with both amusement and concern at Franklin's peculiar phrasing. Though technically, Franklin continued, warming to his subject, we shouldn't even call it the Horus heresy. Heresy implies religious conviction, which makes it more of a Horus apostasy. Speaking of which, he gestured emphatically, I totally understand why you banned religion, Pops. It really does make everyone go cuckoo in the noggin. The Emperor's expression remained neutral, but a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth betrayed his amusement at his son's colorful commentary. Focus on the present, Franklin. Your primary task remains helping me guide your brothers away from potential corruption. Yes, father, Franklin replied, though he couldn't resist adding under his breath, but you have to admit, heresying all over the Imperium has a certain ring to it. Much better than Horus throws galaxy-spanning temper tantrum because Dad won't tell him about his secret webway project. The Emperor stared at his son for a long moment, his expression a perfect mask of paternal suffering. Finally, he spoke, his voice carrying the weight of millennia, Franklin. Yes, father. Get out. But I haven't finished my report on. Out. Franklin grinned, bowed with exaggerated formality, and backed toward the door. As you command, my most magnificent and patient progenitor. Though I must say, your reaction to my perfectly crafted pun seems rather heretical. The psychic flick that followed him out the door was considerably less gentle than the first one. See ya, kitten. As the doors closed behind him, Franklin could have sworn he heard a muffled chuckle from within the chamber. The custodians standing guard maintained their stoic expressions, though one of them seemed to be trying very hard not to smile. In the following days, several custodians reported hearing the Emperor muttering something about should have left that one in his pod while working on the webway project. The training cage hummed with residual energy as Franklin Valorian picked himself up from his 10th simulated death of the day. The ghostly form of Eldinesh flickered and dissipated, leaving the Primarch alone in the chamber, well, physically alone. 30 minutes this time, Franklin mused, rolling his shoulder. I'm getting better at this without the buffs and power-ups. You are. Cain's voice resonated in his mind, carrying an unusual note of excitement. And speaking of improvement, I have news, my largest shard has awakened. Franklin paused in the middle of retrieving a towel. Witchcraft world? A divine chuckle echoed through his consciousness. Not a craft world this time. It's in a crone world specifically, the tomb of Eldinesh. Your manifestation caused this? Franklin asked, settling onto a bench. Indeed. Like two magnets sensing each other across great distances, Anaris and the Warshard called to one another. My consciousness within your blade stirred its mightiest fragment from slumber. Franklin raised an eyebrow. What's the difference between you and your Warshard? Power-wise, I mean. Ah, Cain's presence took on an amused tone. Think of it as the difference between a custodian and a Primarch. The regular avatar shards? They're formidable, certainly like a well-equipped custodian or perhaps a company of space marines. Or, here his voice took on a distinctly playful tone, a named character. What now? Oh, you know, Cain's voice carried the divine equivalent of a smirk. Those special individuals who seem to have destiny's favor. The ones who get their names written down in history books. Characters, if you will, in the great narrative of existence. Franklin snorted. Are you suggesting the universe runs on narrative causality? I'm a god, Franklin. I've seen heroes survive impossible odds simply because they had a name worth remembering. Why do you think your brothers all have such dramatic titles? The Wolf King, the Phoenician, the Gorgon, he seems to have a good head on his shoulders. Cain's presence radiated amusement. The universe loves a good story. So what you're saying is, I should be worried about anyone with a sufficiently dramatic name. Let's just say I've seen enough last stands and heroic sacrifices to know better than to underestimate anyone with a proper name and a flair for the dramatic. Franklin shook his head, grinning. You're absolutely trolling me right now, am I talking to Seguruk? Am I though? Tell me, how many nameless auxilia have successfully stopped a named hero? Point taken. Now, about this Warshard, where did you say it was again? Ah yes, Cain's tone sobered slightly. It's in the Eye of Terror. All the crone worlds are. You should expect the four to manifest their armies. Franklin's grin widened. So what you're saying is, field trip. You know, Cain mused, for someone about to venture into literal hell to fight four chaos gods for my most powerful fragment, you seem remarkably cheerful. Hey, I've got the universe's narrative causality on my side, remember? Franklin Valorian, the Liberator, Primarch of Liberty, wielder of Anaris, on a quest to retrieve the war's heart of Cain? That's way too many dramatic titles for me to fail. I'm beginning to regret explaining the name thing. Too late now. Should I add the namesake to my list of titles? The divine groan that followed echoed through both the material and immaterial planes, causing several nearby automata to malfunction and a junior tech priest to question his life choices. Just go get the war's heart, Cain muttered. And try not to narrate your own heroic journey along the way. No promises. Franklin called out cheerfully as he strode from the training cage. This sounds like the perfect opportunity for some dramatic monologuing. The god of war's exasperated sigh was felt by every Eldar psychic in a 50 light-year radius. Chapter 117, Into the Breach. 838.30 m. The relativistic flash of Battlefleet Liberty's arrival cast prismatic patterns across the void. The massive fleet materialized with surgical precision, their inertialess drives bringing them to a perfect stop near the Kadayan Gate. Necron tech reverse engineering improved by the Independence sector, made the traditional navigator-guided warp travel look positively primitive in comparison. Franklin Valorian stood at the grand viewport of the Sweet Liberty, his imposing figure silhouetted against the backdrop of stars. Before him lay Cadia, a world whose defenses would make most fortress worlds look like poorly defended outposts. Batteries of defense platforms orbited in precise formations, while flotillas of warships patrolled predetermined vectors with mechanical precision. The entire sector was without a doubt fortified beyond recognition. You know, Franklin mused, his reflection grinning in the crystalline viewport, naming this planet Cadia, bit on the nose, wouldn't it? He chuckled, running a hand through his hair. Talk about historical foreshadowing. Behind him, his Primi-born captains stood in a loose semicircle, each one a legend in their own right. The absence of Samuel L. Jackson was notable. The CIA director was elsewhere, hunting the shadowy cabal with his characteristic intensity. Speaking of historical, Franklin continued, pulling out the data slate from the future, can you believe that in another timeline, Abaddon yes, Horus's first captain becomes some sort of war master of chaos? He scoffed, shaking his head. If that clown tried anything like that now, Russ would be so far up his ass he'd be coughing up wolf fur for millennia. Second Captain Armstrong, his massive frame nearly filling his portion of the viewport, snorted derisively. A mere Astartes? Causing that much trouble? With all due respect to the 16 Legion, that's some grade A bullshit right there. Language, Stephen, Vladimir scolded, his voice deep and gravelly. But, I must agree. The idea that Imperium would fall so low, troubled by one Astartes no matter how strong is insult to our intellect, Though I do wonder. He turned to face his captains fully. How did this future Abaddon manage to evade both Sanguinius and Robot? The data indicates Sanguinius becomes regent, and while I haven't had the pleasure of meeting our angelic brother yet, everything suggests he's not one for subtle approaches. More the divine intervention from above type, if you catch my meaning. And we all know Robot, Denzel added with a knowing smile. Man probably had 17 contingency plans just for breakfast. Henry Cavill, the third captain who had witnessed this dark future firsthand, cleared his throat. If I may, Father? The answer lies in what you earlier termed the Horus apostasy. In that timeline, whenever Abaddon appeared, he was never alone. The traitor Primarches would invariably manifest to occupy both Sanguinius and Robot, preventing them from delivering the killing blow. Franklin stroked his chin thoughtfully. That, actually makes perfect sense. Classic divide and conquer strategy. Keep the biggest threats occupied while you work toward your objectives. He shook his head. Still, the very idea that the High Lords would prove so incompetent. With respect, my lord, Vladimir cut in, this is exactly why we stand here now. To ensure such future never comes to pass, Speaking of which, Denzel interjected, Director Jackson's latest report indicates the Cabal is getting nervous. They're starting to realize their carefully laid plans are falling apart. Good, Franklin grinned. Let them squirm. While they're chasing their own tails trying to figure out how their prophecies went sideways, we'll be busy ensuring humanity's survival doesn't come at the cost of its soul. Armstrong cracked his knuckles. And if they try anything funny, then they'll learn why the Independence Sector's motto is "fuck around and find out," Franklin replied cheerfully. But first things first, we've got a date with Destiny in the Eye of Terror, and I've got a feeling the four are going to be very interested in what we're after. Vladimir's psychic hood sparked. The warp is unusually agitated. They know we're coming. Of course they do, Franklin's grin widened. We're about to steal Cain's biggest shard right from under their noses. I'd be disappointed if they didn't make a big deal out of it. He turned to his captains. Gentlemen, I hope you're ready for what might be the most ambitious heist in human history. A heist? Denzel raised an eyebrow. Well, we're breaking into hell to steal a god's weapon while 4 other gods try to stop us, Franklin shrugged. What would you call it? Tuesday? Armstrong suggested. The command deck filled with laughter, the kind of laughter that comes easily to those who know they're about to do something either incredibly brave or incredibly stupid, and have made peace with either outcome. As the laughter died down, Franklin's expression became more focused. Henry, given your unique perspective, any specific advice for what we're about to face? The time-traveled captain considered for a moment. Just one thing, Father, whatever you do, don't let Nurgle offer you any drinks. Trust me on this one. Noted, Franklin nodded solemnly. All right, let's get this show on the road. Vladimir, start the briefing. I want everyone to know exactly what we're walking into. As his captains gathered around the tactical display, Franklin cast one last look at Cadia below. Somewhere out there, beyond the gate that bore this world's name, lay a fragment of a god of war, waiting to be claimed. And between them and it stood the 4 greatest powers of chaos. Franklin smiled. He liked those odds. The void above the Crone world shimmered with otherworldly energies as Battlefleet Liberty maintained its position. Behind them, the activated Cadian pylons projected a stabilizing influence, their ancient technology pushing back against the Eye of Terror's madness. The coordinates of Eldinesh's tomb pulsed on tactical displays, the target in the realm of chaos. Standard deployment procedure, ladies and gentlemen, Franklin announced from the command deck, his voice carrying through the Vox network. Though I see we have some uninvited guests at our primary landing zone. The tactical hololiths showed a scene of impossible warfare. The war's heart of Cain, a towering avatar of divine fury, stood amid swirling legions of demons. Blood letters clashed against its burning form, while Lord of Change hurled sorcerous bolts from above. Plagued monstrosities shambled forward as Slaaneshi fiends danced through the carnage. Well, Armstrong cracked his neck, at least they're keeping each other busy. Franklin nodded, his eyes scanning the battlefield. Adjust landing zones. Move us 3 miles south of that mess. Let's not crash their party just yet. He turned to the assembled command staff. Begin Liberty Spire deployment. The Sweet Liberty's launch bays opened like mechanical flowers. Dozens of massive cylinders, each a Liberty Spire, dropped through the atmosphere. Their impact was spectacular, each landing sending shockwaves across the corrupted landscape. As they activated, reality seemed to crystallize around them, the very air becoming more substantial as their psychic dampening field took hold. Geller fields at maximum output, Denzel reported, monitoring the fleet's status. No signs of warp incursion on any vessel. Within minutes, the first wave of dropships descended. Transporters escorted the specially modified landing craft carrying the technoseers. Vladimir stood at their head, his psychic hood crackling with protective energies. Beginning firewall ritual deployment, Vladimir's voice came through the Vox. Anchoring points, established. We begin synchronized casting now. Hundreds of technoseers moved with machine precision, staff striking Earth like clockwork. The air hummed as their combined psychic might summoned a shimmering dome of protection over the landing zone. Combat drones buzzed, circling like hungry vultures while Liberty Guards, rifles ready, held their positions. Firewall solid, Vladimir's voice cracked through the comms. Monolith, ready for deployment, comrades. Franklin grinned, watching as the massive monolith's mobile fortresses of the Liberty Eagles began their descent. Gentlemen, he broadcast across all channels, welcome back to hell. I believe this isn't our first rodeo. Armstrong's laughter boomed through the Vox. Hell? This is practically a vacation spot compared to that space hulk we cleared last month. Let's maintain focus, Denzel interjected, though there was a smile in his voice. The war's heart isn't going to extract itself. Henry Cavill monitored his tactical display, his expression thoughtful. The Daemon armies are fully committed to attacking the wars hard. We might be able to use their distraction to our advantage. Agreed, Franklin nodded. Vladimir, how's our firewall holding? Rock solid, my lord. The Liberty Spires are amplifying our psychic defenses beyond expected parameters. We could probably withstand a direct assault from a greater daemon. Let's try not to test that theory, Franklin replied. He stepped onto a teleporter pad, Anaris humming at his side. Denzel, Armstrong, you're with me. Henry, coordinate with Vladimir and maintain our extraction corridor. If we lose our way back, I don't fancy spending a few millennia as this place's latest tourist attraction. As the Primarch and his captains prepared to teleport to the surface, Franklin took one last look at the tactical display. The battle between the Warshard and the Daemon legions had intensified, reality itself buckling under their conflict. You know, he mused, most people would call this suicide. Most people, Denzel replied, checking his twin blades, aren't Liberty Eagles. Most people, Armstrong added, power fists crackling, don't have the luxury of punching demons in the face. Franklin laughed. Fair points. Well then, shall we go say hello to our new neighbors? They stepped through the Eternity Gate, and in a flash of golden light, they vanished from the Sweet Liberty's deck. Their war was about to begin, and somewhere in the distance, a fragment of a god of war awaited its liberation. In the command throne, Henry Cavill watched them materialize on the surface through multiple VID feeds. Just another day at the office, he muttered, before turning his attention to coordinating their escape route. After all, getting in was only half the battle, getting out would be the real challenge. The volcanic entity of the Warshard loomed before them, its form a grotesque fusion of molten flesh and iron. Franklin studied it intently, noting how the creature's face remained forever locked in an expression of unbridled rage, its fiery eyes burning with an intensity that spoke of eons of hatred. Shadowy horns crowned its brow like a perverse diadem, framing the ancient rune of the bloody-handed god wreathed in noxious smoke. Its armor, fashioned from polished bone, bore countless runes etched into its surface, the 1,000 names of hate, each one a testament to violence incarnate. In its gore-soaked fist, it clutched Eldenesh's still-beating heart, while its other hand gripped Anaris, the Widowmaker. The sword's blood-stained edge seemed to whisper promises of doom, embodying the darkest aspects of Cain's fury. Franklin noticed an exact replica of Anaris gleaming in the Warshard's grip. So, Franklin called out, his voice carrying an almost casual tone that made several of his sons suppress grins, quick question for you, oh bloody-handed one, which Anaris is the real deal here? Because I've got to say, the whole two legendary swords thing is giving me some identity crisis vibes. The response came not in words but in a sensation, a burning amusement that flickered through Franklin's consciousness like a flame catching paper. Consider which bearer stands as a conscious deity, Cain's thoughts resonated with dry humor, and which rages as nothing more than a mindless fragment of what was. The answer seems rather obvious, wouldn't you say? A laugh escaped Franklin's lips, echoing incongruously in the oppressive atmosphere. Fair point. Hard to argue with that logic. Once I reclaim that portion of myself, Cain's presence stirred with anticipation, our power to grant true death will be absolute. Your strength will grow beyond measure. Well then, Franklin rolled his shoulders, a familiar grin spreading across his face, let's not keep ourselves waiting. He turned to his gathered captains, each nod exchanged carrying the weight of countless battles fought together. No words were needed, they understood their roles perfectly. As Franklin's form shifted, reality seemed to bend around him. Gone was the Primarch of the Liberty Eagles, replaced by an entity of burning divine power, steel wings spreading wide enough to cast shadows over his warriors. Without another word, he launched himself toward the Warshard, leaving his sons to secure his back. Captain Armstrong whistled low, the sound carrying even through his helm's vox. Now that's something you don't see every day. The old man turning into some kind of flaming, bloody-handed god. Vladimir Mendeleev, the chief librarian, stood beside him, psychic energy crackling around his augur staff. More precisely, a warp entity, a living weapon, he corrected, his accent thick with emphasis. As Primarch says, gods are weapons, day. Still, Armstrong continued, watching as their gene father soared toward the Warshard, got to admit it's impressive. Like something out of those ancient Terran myths. The comparison is apt, Vladimir nodded, his augmented visor tracking the intense energy readings. But remember, Captain myths often end in tragedy. We must ensure this one ends in victory. Their philosophical discussion was cut short by Henry Cavill's warning, his voice carrying the weight of future knowledge. Incoming Daemon hordes. Multiple vectors. The Legion's response was immediate and coordinated. Armstrong's Second Company, clad in their distinctive close combat exo-armor, moved to intercept the key ornate demons. These bloodthirsty freaks think they're tough against ranged fire? Well, let's show them how we crump up close. Vladimir's technosers took position, their augur staffs humming with power as they prepared to counter Tsianch's sorceress legions. John's Secret Service agents deployed in perfect formation, their weapons ready to decimate Nurgle's pestilent hordes. Denzel Washington led his veteran First Company against the approaching Slaaneshi forces, his twin Dark Age blades gleaming with deadly promise. Above them all, Franklin crashed into the Warshard like a meteor of divine wrath. His voice boomed across the battlefield, carrying both command and inspiration. Remember, my sons. Freedom is our birthright. Let none deny it. The response was immediate and thunderous. Across the battlefield, millions of throats roared in unison, liberty or death. The war cry mingled with an equally passionate freedom or nothing. As the Liberty Eagles took up their positions, the world shifted like ink bleeding through parchment. Denzel Washington, first captain of the Liberty Eagles, found himself standing on polished wooden boards, the familiar weight of his power armor replaced by the elegant simplicity of samurai regalia. Cherry blossoms drifted through the air, their pale pink petals dancing against a sky that seemed both eternal and impossible. Wrong. This is wrong. His warrior's instincts screamed, yet everything felt real: the weight of the katana at his hip, the whisper of silk, the spring breeze carrying the sweet scent of flowers. Warriors lined the courtyard in perfect formation, their armor bearing crests he almost recognized but couldn't quite place. His gaze swept the scene methodically, years of training cutting through the supernatural splendor. To his front, a warrior stood waiting, armor adorned with symbols that made Denzel's eyes hurt if he looked too long. Behind this opponent sat a figure obscured by guards and ceremonial screens, radiating in presence that felt like a wound in reality. But it was what lay behind him that truly caught his attention. There, elevated on a wooden platform, sat a familiar figure that both was and wasn't his Primarch. Franklin Valorian, reduced to human size yet somehow no less magnificent, wore the ornate armor of a shogun. Their eyes met briefly, and Denzel saw recognition there. This was no mere illusion of his gene father. An honor duel, Denzel realized, his hand instinctively finding the hilt of his blade. But for whose honor? The cherry blossoms fell more heavily now, and in their descent, Denzel saw patterns: campaigns fought, victories won, brothers lost. Each petal carried a memory, and he understood with growing certainty that this was more than mere illusion. This was a trial. His opponent moved with liquid grace, drawing their blade in a motion that left after images in the air. The sword sang a note that Denzel felt in his bones, a sound that spoke of endings and beginnings. As he drew his own weapon in response, the world seemed to hold its breath. Chapter 118, Primeborn. Cherry blossoms danced endlessly through an impossible sky, each petal catching ethereal light in ways that defied material physics. Denzel Washington, first captain of the Liberty Eagles, stood unmoved in his ceremonial samurai armor, twin swords Kusanagi and Totsuka held in a relaxed but ready stance. The surreal battlefield stretched infinitely before him, a dreamscape where time held no meaning and reality bent to will rather than reason. To his right sat Franklin Valorian, manifested as a noble shogun, his presence radiating an aura of absolute authority tempered by benevolent wisdom. The Primarch sat in perfect Caesar position, his expression serene as he watched the trial unfold. To the left, writhing in barely contained malice, lounged Slaanesha's avatar, a being of such terrible beauty that reality itself seemed to recoil from its presence. Between them stood the fallen samurai, a keeper of secrets whose form mocked everything Denzel held sacred. Its armor, while perfectly crafted, was an abomination of excess, each plate etched with scenes of sublime depravity, each joint articulated with unnecessary complexity. It moved with uncanny fluidity that somehow seemed wrong, as if the very concept of martial discipline had been twisted into a perverse dance. Denzel Washington, the daemon's voice was silk over steel, each word perfectly formed yet hollow. Why do you persist in this charade of duty? Your skill rivals the greatest swordsman of any age. Why chain yourself to concepts like liberty when you could experience perfect freedom in abandon? Denzel's response came without hesitation, his voice steady and clear as a temple bell. My duty is not a chain, it is a choice renewed with every breath. True freedom lies not in abandon, but in the power to choose one's path and hold to it. The daemon's blade whistled through the air, a weapon that hummed with forbidden harmonics. Denzel met it with Kusanagi, the clash sending ripples through the storm of cherry blossoms. Each exchange was perfect, a demonstration of skill that transcended mere combat. Your Primarch sends you to die for his ideals, the keeper pressed, its movements becoming more fluid, more seductive. How many battles? How many sacrifices? And for what? A concept as ephemeral as these petals. Denzel's counterstrike with Totsuka forced the daemon back, the blade's edge gleaming with righteous purpose. Every battle was my choice. Every sacrifice strengthened my resolve. You speak of freedom but understand only slavery to desire. The duel intensified, reality warping around them as their philosophical debate manifested in violence. The Keeper of Secrets launched a series of perfect strikes, each one designed not just to kill but to overwhelm the senses with their beauty. I offer you perfection, it whispered, its voice bypassing Denzel's ears to speak directly to his soul. Eternal glory. Power beyond measure. No more doubt, no more pain, no more compromise. Denzel moved like water, his defense absolute yet effortless. You offer a cage gilded with lies. True perfection lies in the struggle, in the daily choice to rise above our base nature. In liberty, we find purpose. In purpose, we find strength. The daemon's attacks grew more desperate, more raw. It showed him visions of possible futures, worlds where he ruled as an immortal warlord, realities where his every desire was fulfilled instantly. Each was perfect, and each was utterly hollow. Even your Primarch knows the truth, it hissed, its perfect form beginning to crack under Denzel's unwavering resolve. All beings serve something. Chaos, order, duty, desire, all are chains. Why not choose the sweetest bondage? A slight smile crossed Denzel's face, the first expression he had shown since the trial began. You speak of service as if it negates freedom. My loyalty to Franklin Valorian isn't blind devotion, it's a conscious choice renewed each day. He leads because we choose to follow. He commands because we trust his vision. That is the essence of liberty. The Keeper of Secrets screamed in frustration, its carefully maintained form starting to dissolve around the edges. Its attacks became wild, sacrificing precision for raw power. But Denzel remained unmoved, his defense absolute. You cannot break me, Denzel stated simply, advancing with measured steps. Your promises are dust. Your perfection is stagnation. Liberty demands vigilance, sacrifice, and the courage to choose the harder path. These are not burdens, they are the proof of our freedom. In a final, desperate assault, the daemon unleashed everything it had. Reality buckled as it showed Denzel visions of his own death, of the Legion's fall, of Franklin's failure. But where it expected to find doubt, it found only steel. Denzel's counterattack was sublime in its simplicity. Kusanagi and Totsuka moved in perfect harmony, guided by unwavering conviction. The Keeper of Secrets' defenses, built on the shifting sands of desire and excess, crumbled before the solid rock of principle. Liberty, Denzel spoke as his blades found their mark, is not the freedom to do as you please. It is the freedom to do what is right. The Keeper of Secrets dissolved into motes of light, its form breaking apart like cherry blossoms in a storm. As reality reasserted itself, Denzel found himself back on the battlefield, his armor bearing fresh scars but his spirit unshaken. A Slaaneshi daemon lunged at him, its claws seeking his throat. Without pause, without doubt, Denzel bisected it with a single clean stroke. The motion was efficient, purposeful, devoid of flourish, everything the Keeper of Secrets had not been. His vox crackled to life. First Captain, Henry Cavill's voice carried a note of concern, you disappeared suddenly, like the other Prim-Eborn. Are you well? I am well, brother, Denzel replied, his voice carrying the same steady confidence it always had. The enemy sought to test our resolve. They found it unbreakable. In the distance, Franklin Valorian's battle with the Warshard lit up the sky like a second sun. Denzel allowed himself a moment of pride, not in his victory, but in the privilege of serving a cause worthy of such dedication. The transition was instant. One moment Armstrong stood amid the carnage of the Crone world, the next he found himself hurled into the realm of endless slaughter. Above him stretched a sky of boiling crimson, weeping droplets of scalding blood that hissed against his armor. The ground beneath his feet was a mosaic of crushed skulls and cracked earth, each step releasing whispers of ancient deaths. Brass gates towered before him, their surface edged with countless battles, each panel depicting greater acts of violence than the last. The air itself felt thick with rage, every breath carrying the metallic taste of spilled blood and the acrid stench of war eternal. At 11 feet tall, the Primi-born captain towered over most space marines, though here he felt almost small beneath the Titan-scale architecture of the Blood God's realm. Brass gates large enough to admit Imperator Titans stood before him, their surfaces carved with skulls that wept real blood. The very ground beneath his feet was a mosaic of shattered bones and ancient weapons, all submerged in a shallow lake of eternally fresh blood. Kern's challenge echoed not through the air, but through the marrow of Armstrong's enhanced bones: prove your strength, mortal. Or die and become nothing. A lesser warrior might have felt fear. Armstrong felt only irritation. The gates swung open with a screech of tortured metal, and hell itself poured forth. They came first in a wave of red flesh and burning steel blood letters by the hundreds of thousands, their hell blades leaving trails of fire through the air. Armstrong met them with the fury of the Liberty Eagles, his power fists crackling with energy as nanomachines reinforced every strike. The first daemon to reach him simply ceased to exist, its form collapsing into particles as Armstrong's fist passed through where its chest had been. The second lost its head to a backhand that would have shattered a tank. The third, fourth, and fifth died in a single sweeping blow that sent their essence screaming back to the void. But they kept coming. Blood for the Blood God. The cry echoed from countless throats. Armstrong's laughter cut through their chanting. Sorry, boys, this blood's spoken for. His armor, already reinforcing itself, grew denser with each impact. Nanomachines swarmed across its surface like liquid metal, sealing breaches before they could form, strengthening weak points before they could be exploited. The bloodlust was insidious. With each daemon he destroyed, Armstrong felt it creeping at the edges of his consciousness, the urge to lose himself in the slaughter, to become nothing more than an engine of destruction. But he was his father's son, forged in the fires of liberty, and no god's puppet. I am the Liberator's executioner, he growled, slamming two blood letters' heads together with enough force to shatter reality. And I don't break. The flesh hounds came next, their brass collars gleaming with unholy light. They moved like liquid death, too fast for mortal eyes to track. But Armstrong was far beyond mortal. The first hound's teeth shattered against his reinforced gauntlet. He used its momentum to swing it like a flail, crushing three of its pack mates before throwing the broken corpse aside. Down, boy. Bad dog. His armor took hits that would have torn through Terminator plate like paper. But the nanomachines adapted, learning from each impact, becoming stronger. Patches of his exo-armor were torn away, revealing the miracle of technology beneath a constantly shifting lattice of microscopic machines that refused to yield. Blood flowed from a dozen wounds, but Armstrong's Primi-born physiology clotted them almost instantly. He was his father's son in more than spirit. His body was a masterwork of transhuman engineering, capable of surviving injuries that would kill even a custodian. The ground trembled with the approach of the juggernauts, brass-clad behemoths that served as living battering rams for Kern's armies. Their charge would have broken bunker walls, but Armstrong stood his ground. As the first beast reached him, he ducked under its horns and seized its legs, muscles straining against demonic might. The impact when they met shook the very foundations of Kern's realm. Armstrong's power fists, now practically solid masses of hyper-compressed nanomachines, struck with force enough to shatter tanks. Brass armor crumpled, daemon flesh split, and inhuman screams echoed across the battlefield. But they extracted their toll. A juggernaut's horn pierced his left pauldron, tearing through multiple layers of armor before Armstrong could twist away. Another's charge caught him full in the chest, sending him skidding across the blood-soaked ground. Blood, his own this time, began to flow. Sorry, he grunted, lifting the massive creature, but I learned from the best. With a roar that matched any daemon's, he hurled the juggernaut into its companions, sending them tumbling in a cascade of brass and blood. Armstrong crushed their riders underfoot as he pulverized the heads of the juggernauts using his power fists. His exo-armor bore the scars of continuous combat, great rents and tears that slowly knit themselves back together, the microscopic machines working tirelessly to maintain their host's fighting capability. His breaths came harder, each movement requiring more conscious effort. Yet he persevered, his gene father's unbending will manifesting in every defiant gesture. He tore through Kernite demons and their cursed hounds. He has lost count on how many he had felled, for in this realm of war and blood there was no end to them. Hours passed. Or perhaps days, time held no meaning in this realm of eternal warfare. The air split with a thunderous crack as the bloodthirster descended, its wings blotting out the burning sky. The greater daemon towered over Armstrong, its axe alone larger than a dreadnought. Yet the captain stood his ground, blood dripping from his gauntlets as the nanomachines continued their endless work of repair and reinforcement. You will fall, mortal. Your skull Furkern. Armstrong's response was to slam his power fists together, sending a shockwave of force across the blood-strewn ground. Blood for the Emperor, he snarled, his voice carrying the weight of absolute conviction. Skulls for the Golden Throne. The battle that followed would have been immortalized in epic verse, had any Imperial iterator witnessed it. The Bloodthirster's axe met Armstrong's fists in explosions of force that cracked reality itself. Its whip carved furrows in his armor that the nanomachines struggled to seal, each lash carrying enough force to shatter mountains. Where the Bloodthirster's strikes should have ended him, he endured. Where its defenses should have been impenetrable, he found openings. The problem with you demons, Armstrong panted, ducking under a swing that would have decapitated him, is that you rely too much on fear. His fist connected with the daemon's knee, shattering its brass armor. And I stopped being afraid a long time ago. The final exchange lasted seconds but contained enough violence to fill 1,000 normal battles. Armstrong, his reserves of nanomachines nearly depleted, his armor more concept than reality, launched himself straight at the Bloodthirster's chest. The daemon's axe came down in a killing arc, its whip lashed out to intercept, and Armstrong went through both. His power fist, now a solid mass of hyperdense nanomachines, punched clean through the greater daemon's chest. The creature's death scream echoed across dimensions, its essence unraveling back into the warp. Reality snapped back like an overstretched rubber band. Armstrong found himself once more on the battlefield of the Crone world, surrounded by lesser demons that suddenly seemed far less threatening. Captain Armstrong, Cavill's voice crackled through his partially functioning vox. Welcome back. I trust your interdimensional excursion was productive. I took care of the command with you in the other's absence. Armstrong looked down at his armor, more holes than plate, nanomachines still frantically trying to rebuild what was lost. His wounds, grievous enough to have killed any other space marine several times over, were already beginning to heal thanks to his prime-born physiology. Armstrong crushed a bloodletter skull with a casual backhand, watching the nanomachines repair another section of his armor. Yet, he grunted, throwing another daemon into its fellows. Seems the ruinous powers wanted to test us. They failed. Liberty, he roared, lifting a daemon overhead, or nothing. The creature's spine shattered as he brought it down across his knee, its death scream lost in the cacophony of battle. The war wasn't over, but Armstrong had proven something eternal, that the strength of tyranny, no matter how ancient or powerful, would always break against the will of those who fought for freedom. The warp twisted around Vladimir like a serpent made of impossible geometries and broken mathematics. One moment he had been directing his technoseers against the daemon hordes, the next he found himself hurled through reality's cracks into Tsianch's labyrinth. Multicolored flames licked at the edges of his consciousness as whispers of forbidden knowledge tried to worm their way into his mind. Ah, Vladimir muttered, reaching into his armor's compartment to retrieve a flask of Libertin vodka. One of those days, day. He took a long pull from the flask, the burn of the alcohol providing a familiar anchor against the unreality surrounding him. Koche, Vladimir sub-vocalized to his AI companion, status report. Location, classified/error/undefined. Reality coefficient, unstable. Threat level, Omega. Initiating enhanced defense protocols. Ah, perfect, he muttered in a thick accent, lips curling in a wry smile. Another glorious day in this paradise, day? Just like home, cold, unforgiving, and filled with fools. The space before him twisted, reality folding like origami until it formed a towering figure of iridescent feathers and watching eyes. The Lord of Change materialized fully, its massive tome of writhing shadows and rainbow flame held aloft in claws that could shred reality itself. Vladimir Mendeleev, the daemon's voice echoed with countless whispers. First among the technoseers, master of machine spirits, and son of the liberator. Its beak curved in what might have been a smile. How small your understanding is, how limited your vision. Vladimir raised an eyebrow, his voice dripping with dry sarcasm. And you are very tall. What next? Sky is blue? Water is wet? Perhaps we skip obvious and talk about why you waste my time. The daemon unfurled its wings, each feather containing a universe of knowledge. Behold, the Codex of Infinite Truth. Within these pages lie the answers to questions you dare not ask. The Emperor's true origin, the forbidden science of Primarch creation, spells capable of unmaking reality itself. It leaned forward. All this knowledge could be yours. Think of what you could become greater than your gene father, then the Primarch, then even the false emperor himself. Ah, Bachimoy, Vladimir exclaimed, his thick Russian accent laced with a sardonic tone as he wiped a tear from his eye. This is best Psyonch can do? Is like bad propaganda poster from ancient Terra. The Lord of Change's feathers bristled with offended pride. You dare mock the gifts of the Changer of Ways? I dare, Vladimir retorted, adjusting his visor with an exaggerated shrug. Secrets of Emperor? Why bother when Comrade Franklin tells me over kvass? He speaks to Kain, actual ancient god, not oversized chicken with ego problem. And spells to unmake galaxies? Bah! Have you seen our flagship, Sweet Liberty? It could do same thing, only without madness, mutations, or questionable taste in decor. He waved a hand at the chaotic surroundings, smirking. Honestly, who designed this place? Drunk artist with no sense of balance? Even Snowstorm in Neo-Siberia has more order than this. Detecting spike in hostile warp energies. Recommendation, perhaps antagonizing Greater Daemon not optimal strategy. Noted, Koschei, Vladimir muttered. But sometimes, most logical response to madness is to point out how silly it is. Vladimir looked at the Lord of Change. I see obvious waste of processing power. Basic cost-benefit analysis. Your offers require soul, sanity, humanity. And in return? Knowledge that might be lies, power that mutates body, and title in hierarchy that is pointless. He waved dismissively. Even village idiot with abacus would know bad deal. The realm cracked under his words, logic unraveling Psyonch's illusions. The Lord of Change flickered, grandeur diminished beneath cold practicality. Also, Vladimir added, smirking, if Psyonch were all-knowing, it would predict this failure. So, you are not all-knowing, eh? Which means your book is incomplete, perhaps fake. Obvious, no. The daemon's form began to shift, its carefully crafted appearance of majesty melting away to reveal its true horror, a twisted mass of eyes, wings, and burning warp stuff that defied sanity. You dare reject my gifts? Then witness true power. Vladimir activated his neural link. Koschei, Battle Protocols. And cue up Gene Father Franklin's special playlist. Affirmative, the AI responded. Warning, several of these spells violate multiple theoretical Wizard Geneva conventions. Reality buckled as the Lord of Change unleashed its first attack, a wave of pure mutation that would have transformed any normal being into a gibbering spawn. Instead, it met a precisely calculated counterspell, dispersing harmlessly. My turn, Vladimir grinned, raising his augur staff. Let's start with something classic. Eldritch Blast. The energy spiraled toward the daemon, who swatted it away with disdain. Vladimir shrugged, already weaving his next spell. How about Mirror Dimension? Reality shattered like glass, reflecting the battlefield in infinite fragments. The daemon laughed, its voice booming. You dare to play with illusions in my domain? Vladimir's grin turned wolfish. Illusions? Nyet, just distraction. Now, let us see if you handle. Tungsten ball sack. With a resounding clang, a massive iron sphere materialized into the daemon's lower regions. Its many eyes widened in disbelief. What? What is this nonsense? Your spells make no sense. That is point, Vladimir grinned, taking another swig. You want to play game of madness with son of Franklin Valorian? Man who turned bureaucracy into special forces? This is Tuesday training for us. His neural link visor was throwing up warning signs about psychic strain, and Koschei was working overtime to optimize his energy output. But wait, there's more. Power word, explosive diarrhea. The resulting chaos was, thankfully, mostly hidden by the warp energies swirling around them. The Lord of Change howled in a mixture of rage and indignity, its attacks becoming increasingly erratic. Vladimir blocked and countered, but each spell was taking its toll. Sweat poured down his face, and his hands shook as he gripped his staff. Warning, psychic reserves at 40% and dropping. These reality-bending spells are highly inefficient against a being of pure warp energy. Tell me something I don't know, Vladimir gasped, dodging a bolt of pure change that turned a section of the library into singing fish. But they're really annoying it, which is the point. Calculate weakness in its defense pattern. The battle continued, reality warping and twisting around them. Vladimir emptied his flask, using the burn of the vodka to focus his mind. Each spell he cast was another strain on his already overtaxed powers, but he could see the daemon's frustration growing. Its attacks, while still devastatingly powerful, were becoming less coordinated. Pattern detected, Koschei announced. Recommend targeting the crystalline matrix of its left wing joint in 3, 2, 1. Lobotomize enemy. Vladimir roared, channeling everything he had left into one final assault. The spell, combined with Koschei's precise targeting, struck true. The Lord of Change screamed as its form began to unravel, its carefully maintained reality collapsing around it. Reality snapped back into place. Vladimir found himself in the battlefield as he smited a pink horror who tried to blast him with a spell with firebolt. Someone, please tell Comrade Primarch his common sense works even in hell. Also, we're going to need more vodka. Chapter 119, Partial Awakening. Reality twisted like a knife in flesh. One moment, John Ezra stood on the crystalline surface of the Crone world, the next, he found himself thrust into Nurgle's domain. The transition was seamless, professional, much like John himself. He didn't waste time wondering how or why. In his line of work, adaptation meant survival. The realm of decay spread before him like a diseased canvas. The ground pulsed beneath his feet, a living carpet of rot and regeneration. The air itself felt thick with spores and pestilence, though his mechsuit's filtration systems worked efficiently, protecting him from the worst of it. Bloated beasts shambled through the putrescent fog, their laughter a cacophony of gurgling mirth that echoed across the diseased landscape. John's response was immediate and methodical. The Phosphex incinerator cannon hummed to life, its targeting systems painting the approaching horde in sharp relief. Green fire erupted from the weapon's maw, painting lines of eternal flame across the battlefield. Where it touched, it stayed, burning with an intensity that even Nurgle's endless cycle of decay and rebirth struggled to overcome. Predictable patterns. Manageable threats, John muttered to himself, his voice as level as if he were filing a routine report. His smart missile launchers acquired multiple targets, they launched in precise arcs, breaking up the larger concentrations of enemies. The demon's laughter turned to shrieks as the missiles found their marks, but John knew better than to celebrate early. In this realm, death was merely an inconvenience. His HUD flashed warning signals as something massive approached, a presence that made the very reality around him shudder with corrupt anticipation. A booming, gurgling laugh echoed across the battlefield. The sound seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, resonating with the corrupt ground itself. Through the curtain of burning phosphex emerged a mountainous form, a greater daemon of Nurgle, its massive body a cathedral of decay. Rolls of necrotic flesh hung from its frame, each fold housing countless diseases. Its single eye, surprisingly clear and intelligent, fixed upon John with grandfatherly amusement. John, it spoke, its voice a wet, affectionate wheeze. Such dedication! Such persistence! Grandfather Nurgle has watched you with great interest. The daemon's massive form shifted, releasing clouds of spores that died against John's shields. Your service never ends, does it? Your duty weighs heavily, a chain that binds you to endless toil. John's response was another burst of phosphex fire, which the daemon barely noticed itself on fire. It continued speaking, its tone almost gentle. Accept my gifts, little one. I offer you freedom from death itself. Your warriors would serve you with undying loyalty, literally. It chuckled at its own joke, the sound like bubbling pus. No more fear of failure, no more worry about losing those under your command. In my garden, everything grows back. No. John's reply was flat, absolute. He maintained his firing pattern while analyzing the daemon's movement patterns. The smart missile launchers continued their work, keeping the lesser demons at bay. Think carefully, the daemon persisted. Your burden is too heavy for any mortal. Let me take it from you. In my realm, there is only acceptance, only peace. Peace through slavery isn't peace. John's mechsuit's systems warned of increasing contamination levels. The environment itself was turning against him, pustules erupting from the ground in expanding circles. Liberty doesn't bargain with slavery. The daemon's affable demeanor cracked slightly. Then die, little one. Die and feed my garden with your corpse. The battle intensified. John's phosphex created a maze of eternal fire, but the greater daemon pushed through it, its regenerative powers matching the weapon's destructive potential. The smart missile launchers found their marks but seemed to cause only superficial damage to the massive entity. Slowly but surely, John found himself being cornered, the tactical space around him shrinking with each passing moment. Lesser demons pressed in from all sides, their diseased forms blocking every avenue of escape. The greater daemon loomed above him, triumphant. Your defiance ends here, little one. Accept grandfather's embrace. The daemon's grandfather-like demeanor cracked, revealing the ancient malevolence beneath. It lurched forward with surprising speed, its bulk sending waves through the corrupted ground. Plagues poured from its maw, and the very air became a weapon, thick with diseases that could rot a man's soul. John's mech suit systems began flashing warnings. The environment was becoming too toxic even for its advanced filtration. He found himself being forced back, step by step, his weapons seemingly useless against the daemon's advance. The surrounding forces of Nurgle pressed in, their laughter now triumphant as they sensed victory approaching. Cornered against a wall of pulsing flesh, John reached for his final option. The tachyon arrow powered up on his gauntlet, its compact form concealed its immense power, crackling with untapped energy, primed to unleash devastation at nearly the speed of light. With deliberate calm, John reached for his gauntlet's hidden compartment. The tachyon arrow system powered up with a high-pitched whine, its targeting systems interfacing with his neural links. There's a saying Father always used to say, John stated, his voice carrying no hint of fear or doubt. Delete that way. The tachyon arrow launched with a crack of displaced air, the projectile accelerating to light speed in microseconds. It struck the greater daemon dead center, the kinetic energy transferring through its corrupt form like a thunderbolt of judgment. For a moment, reality seemed to bend around the impact point. Then the daemon exploded, its physical form unable to contain the devastating energy. The explosion rippled outward, taking its lesser servants with it in a chain reaction of banishment. The pocket dimension, anchored to its master's presence, began to collapse. John found himself back on the Crone world, standing exactly where he had been before the transition. The only evidence of his ordeal was the lingering smell of ozone from the tachyon arrow's discharge and the slight scoring on his armor from acidic demon blood. He checked his weapon system's phosphex reserves at 64%, missile ammunition at 58%, all systems nominal. Without a word, he moved to rejoin his brothers in battle. There would be time for reports later. Right now, there was work to be done, and freedom to defend. In the distance, the sounds of battle continued, punctuated by the war cries of the Liberty Eagles. Liberty or death! They shouted, and John Ezra, man of few words, silently agreed. The clash between Franklin and the Warshard transformed the battlefield into an infernal forge. Each strike of their weapons released waves of heat that melted the ancient ground beneath them, turning millennium-old stone into bubbling slag. The air itself seemed to burn, creating a dome of shimmering heat that distorted the very fabric of reality around their combat. Franklin moved with calculated precision, his divine form a blur of burning metal and righteous fury. His wing blades sang through the air as he pressed his advantage, forcing the Warshard to give ground. In a movement too fast for mortal eyes to follow, he feinted left before executing a devastating slash that nearly separated the Warshard's head from its shoulders. Excellent form. Cain's voice rang with genuine approval in Franklin's mind. Though I must say, watching oneself nearly get decapitated is a peculiar experience. Just trying to give you a closer look at yourself, Franklin quipped back, transforming one of his wing blades into a shield to deflect the Warshard's counterattack. The impact sent tremors through the air, creating sonic booms that shattered what remained of the nearby ruins. The Warshard, showing why it had earned its reputation, used the momentum of its deflected strike to spin into a savage thrust. Franklin caught the blade with his metallic wings, the screech of God-forged metal against metal echoing across the battlefield. In a fluid motion, he transformed an arrow from sword to spear, attempting to impale his opponent through its core. The Warshard's dodge was perfect, leaning just enough to avoid the killing blow while maintaining its defensive posture. You see what I mean? Cain commented, a note of pride evident in his psychic voice. That level of skill? That's all me. Well, a fragment of me, but still impressive, wouldn't you say? Franklin rolled his burning eyes as he redirected the spear into a sweeping strike. Are you actually bragging about how hard you're making this for me? That's peak god behavior right there. Of course I am. Cain's laughter resonated through Franklin's consciousness. I'm the god of war and murder. False modesty would be an insult to us both. Besides, look at how well you're handling it. Most beings would have been reduced to atoms by now. Their banter paused as Franklin executed a complex series of strikes, forcing the Warshard onto the defensive. The air around them had become so hot that it was turning to plasma, creating a corona of destruction that would have instantly vaporized any mortal who dared approach. The Warshard fought with the pure, unrestrained violence of its nature, while Franklin combined his transhuman abilities with Cain's divine power, creating a fighting style unlike anything seen since the War in Heaven. During a brief moment of respite as both combatants reset their positions, Cain's attention shifted to the broader battlefield. Their battle carried them higher into the air, twin forms of divine power leaving contrails of fire across the sky. Below, the battle raged on, and Cain's attention shifted to the Primarch's sons. "Watch your Primeborn, young one," Cain commented as John Ezra, last of the enhanced captains to face his trial, finally broke through his opponent's defense. They prove themselves worth their lineage with each passing moment. To best greater demons in single combat, do you know how rare such skill is? Perhaps 1 in a million warriors across all of history could claim such a feat. Franklin executed a complex series of strikes, forcing the Warshard back several steps. "They've earned every bit of power they've gained," he replied proudly, though his attention never wavered from his opponent. "True enough," Cain agreed, then added with knowing amusement, "though I'd bet my remaining shards that if any of them showed even a moment's weakness, you'd break off this fight in an instant to save them. Probably throw whatever daemon was threatening them right at my Warshard too." Franklin's laughter rang out across the battlefield as he parried another earth-shattering blow. "What can I say?" he responded, transitioning smoothly into a counterattack. "That's fatherhood for you, oh bloody-handed one. We tend to be a bit protective." The casual nature of their exchange suddenly struck Cain, causing a moment of profound realization. When had he, the god of war and murder, become so comfortable with casual banter? The deity who had once demanded blood sacrifice and absolute reverence now found himself trading jokes with a transhuman demigod in the midst of combat. How peculiar, Cain mused, his presence in Franklin's mind taking on a thoughtful quality even as they continued their lethal combat with the Warshard. When did this begin, I wonder? This familiarity? Having an existential crisis mid-battle? Franklin teased, spinning Anaris in a complex pattern that sent cascading waves of force radiating outward. "That's not very god of war-like of you," says the transhuman demigod currently wielding my power while making quips, Cain retorted, but there was warmth in his mental voice. Perhaps this change isn't entirely unwelcome." The battle raged on, god and demigod working in perfect synchronization against the mindless fury of the Warshard. Yet something had shifted, some fundamental understanding between them deepening. The god of war and murder had indeed changed, transformed not by violence or sacrifice, but by something as simple as friendship. Below them, the Liberty Eagles continued their own battles, their war cries of freedom or nothing echoing across the battlefield. The Primeborn captains led their forces with precision and power, living up to their father's example. And above it all, Franklin and Cain, both the one in his mind and the shard he fought, danced their dance of destruction, each strike bringing them closer to their goal of reunification. The ground continued to melt, the air continued to burn, and two aspects of war itself continued their deadly ballet. But now there was something more than just violence in their exchange. There was understanding, respect, and perhaps most surprisingly of all, genuine camaraderie. "Ready to become whole again?" Franklin asked both Cain and the Warshard, his wings spreading wide in preparation for his next assault. "Indeed," Cain responded, his presence burning with anticipation. "Though I must admit, this conversation has been enlightening." "We can psychoanalyze your personal growth later," Franklin said, readying Anaris for what he hoped would be a decisive strike. "Right now, let's focus on the family reunion." In that singular moment, reality bent beneath the weight of divine convergence. Franklin's form, wreathed in burning divinity, struck with the precision of an eagle taking its prey. The Warshard's attempt at interception came too late, its blade carving empty air as Franklin banked left with impossible grace. Anaris, responding to its wielder's will, transformed from sword to glaive, its edge singing with the accumulated violence of ages. Steel met steel in a cascade of sparks that illuminated the battlefield like a newborn star. Yet it was not the clash of weapons that would decide this battle, but the power of a word spoken with divine authority. Power word, stun. The command tore through reality itself, freezing the Warshard in place for the briefest moment, a mere half-second in mortal time, an eternity in the dance of gods. It was enough. Anaris, guided by Franklin's unwavering hand, found its mark in the Warshard's heart. The implosion began slowly, a gathering of forces beyond mortal comprehension. Then, in a flash that seared itself into the memory of all who witnessed it, Cain manifested. His voice, the sound of armies clashing and cities falling, erupted across dimensions. "Alive! Franklin watched with hidden amusement as his divine friend reveled in his partial restoration, as he felt Cain's blessing gave him stronger buffs. For a being of Cain's stature, even reclaiming a fragment of himself was a moment of sacred significance. The power radiating from the god of war and murder sent ripples through both materium and immaterium, touching all who bore his mark across the galaxy. On Craftworld Ulthwi, Eldrad Ulthran's meditation was shattered by a vision of such intensity that it cracked the wraithbone walls around him. The Farser's eyes snapped open, blazing with psychic fire as the message burned itself into his consciousness. Cain was growing stronger. "The hand moves," Eldrad whispered, his voice carrying both awe and trepidation. "The Monday Key Prince proves himself worthy yet again." The runes scattered before him arranged themselves into patterns unseen for millennia, speaking of possibilities that even his ancient mind struggled to comprehend. In the swirling futures that danced before his inner eye, he saw the shadow of avian wings stretching across stars, and beneath them, the bloody hand of Cain reaching toward completion. In the shrine of dire avengers, the Phoenix Lord Azurman stood motionless as the wave of power washed over him. The first of his kind, he who had walked the path of the warrior before any other, felt Cain's growing strength like a physical force. So, he spoke to the empty shrine, his voice carrying the weight of ages. "The cycle turns again. The god grows stronger, and with a fellow brother, our hope." Across the galaxy, in hidden places and ancient temples, the Phoenix Lords felt the surge of divine power. Morgan Ra's grip tightened on the Mogatar as he felt his patron's strength grow. Jane Zar's blade danced faster as new energy flowed through her form. Baharatha's wings caught fire with renewed purpose. Each of them, in their own way, acknowledged the significance of the moment. The hand of Cain had found another shard, and not just any shard, one of immense power. The balance of divine power was shifting, and with it, the fate of galaxies. In the warp, reality rippled with the aftermath. The demons that had poured through reality's tears in the Crani world found themselves facing true death, not the mere banishment they had known before, but complete annihilation. Their screams of terror caught the attention of their dark masters, and for the first time in millennia, the ruinous powers knew fear. Kern's brass throne shook with barely contained rage as he felt his lesser demons being erased from existence. Xiancha's countless plans shifted and writhed, trying to account for this new variable. Nurgle's garden withered slightly at the edges, decay itself recoiling from Cain's restored might. And in her palace of excess, Slaanesh felt something she had not known since her birth: uncertainty. The four great powers of chaos did what they had not done since the birth of Slaanesh: they retreated. Portals slammed shut across the battlefield, cutting off their demonic legions. Better to sacrifice these pawns than risk true death touching their greater servants. The calculus was simple: even fragments of their power were too precious to waste against a resurgent god of war. As the battlefield cleared of warp entities, Cain turned to Franklin, his form simultaneously more solid and more terrible than before. The god of war and murder had changed, yes, but in this moment his aspect was purely martial, a being of blade and blood and terrible purpose. "My champion," he spoke, his voice carrying both affection and ancient power, "we draw closer to completion. The ruinous powers flee before us, and my strength grows. Yet this is but a step on our path." Time coiled around Franklin like an ancient serpent, freezing the battlefield in a tableau of embered stasis. The lingering presence of Cain's wrath dissipated into embers, but something similar seeped into the space, carrying the gravity of eons. The warrior's instinct gripped Franklin as he turned, sensing the shift in reality. Franklin turned, his post-battle satisfaction giving way to warrior's instinct. There, standing amid the frozen tableau of victory, was his father, yet not quite the father he knew. The Emperor's presence was both diminished and magnified, like a star in its dying moments, burning all the brighter for its approaching end. Lines of care and exhaustion marked a face that should have been eternally young, and his eyes carried the weight of futures that should never have been. "Well, Dad," Franklin quipped, masking unease with bravado. "What's this? A bad titsnitch knockoff? Or is the aged sage look trending in the warp?" Yet even as he spoke, Franklin knew this was no illusion. The power emanating from the Emperor was not just immense, it was different. This was not the father who wore invincibility like armor, but a being shaped by unimaginable loss. His smile, faint and bittersweet, told stories too vast for words. "It's good to see you again, my son." The words carried epics of meaning, each syllable weighted with unspoken loss. "Though I suppose for you, we have never been parted." A/N, next time on Primarch of Liberty, Franklin faces the Emperor's plan. Can the Primarch withstand the crushing weight of destiny? Or will chaos break him before the truth is revealed? Find out, next time. Chapter 120, 20D Chess. Franklin's tactical mind raced through possibilities. The Emperor, his Emperor, was a perpetual, unique even among that immortal breed. Age was something that happened to others, not to the master of mankind. Yet here stood his father, bearing time's marks like battle honors. You're wondering about the wrinkles, the Emperor said, his voice carrying a hint of amusement that felt alien yet somehow right. We don't have much time. Your victory here, wielding Cain's power, it created a beacon across realities. I had to find you before they noticed. How do I know you're not one of their tricks? Franklin challenged, warrior's instinct warring with filial recognition. The four aren't exactly known for their subtle approach, but... The psychic blast caught him mid-sentence, sending him crashing to the frozen ground with enough force to crack the reality-paused surface. Power, undeniably his father's but somehow both familiar and strange, coursed through him like liquid lightning. Any more stupid questions, my son? The Emperor's voice carried that same strange mix of authority and newfound humor. Franklin pushed himself up, wings flexing as he reassessed his father's form. So apparently in your old age, not old, archaic age, he drawled, conducting a head-to-toe analysis of the temporal anomaly before him, you developed a unique sense of humor. Should I be concerned about other personality improvements? Started collecting hobbies? Taking up knitting perhaps? Knitting? If only the warp could be unraveled so easily. The Emperor's faint smile vanished, leaving a grim shadow in its place. Time changes all things, the Emperor replied, and for a moment the humor fell away, revealing depths of experience that made Franklin's twin hearts skip a beat. Even things that should be immutable. That's why I'm here, why I had to find this particular moment, this particular you. The Emperor began by stating that he came from the same future as Captain Henry Cavill, Franklin's time-traveling son. Wait, so I'm talking to the God Emperor of mankind? The Holy Daddy? Franklin quipped, only to be blasted by a psychic wave from the Emperor. I am not a god, the Emperor's voice carried the weight of 10,000 years of frustration. Your father, yes, but also the culmination of 10,000 years of war, faith, and sacrifice, things I never wanted to embody but became anyway. I never was, never will be, and never desired to be one. That lie, that deification, was one of humanity's greatest mistakes, Lorgar's mistake that I failed to correct, but I digress. Could have fooled me with that light show, Franklin muttered, rubbing his chest where the psychic energy had struck. The Emperor ignored the jab. Do you remember when Henry came back in time? I nudged events to have him go back in time, that was part of the many that will come. Franklin's casual demeanor vanished. Then why are you here now? Why not leave this timeline to play out? Because your death, Franklin, the death of the Franklin in the timeline I come from, set everything in motion. You were more than a Primarch, you were an idea. Liberty and freedom personified. When the people of the independence sector thought of liberty, they thought of you, Quintillions viewed you as the symbol. And when you died? The Emperor paused, his voice uncharacteristically heavy. That belief, that collective willpower, created a mark in the warp unlike anything before. It was as though the concept of liberty itself was shattered. Franklin absorbed this, his mind racing. A psychic tsunami, he muttered. Yes, the Emperor's gaze bore into him. That shockwave destabilized the warp and created a moment of leverage, a window for me to act. Using the Akashic Reader, I projected my power backward in time and merged it into the ritual of my own creation. The shamans who birthed me? Amongst them there was one made from my pure psychic might. I used your sacrifice to create a stronger emperor in this timeline, a stronger and powerful me. Franklin whistled low. So that's how you knocked out the Tyranid hive mind a few years ago. You're saying I already died for this timeline to exist, do I have to die again? No, the Emperor said firmly. That timeline's Franklin has already paid the price. His death laid the foundation for this chance. You exist now because of his sacrifice. But your role is not over. The golden timeline, the Emperor intoned, his voice carrying the weight of millennia of careful manipulation and patient planning. Franklin couldn't help himself. Even in the face of cosmic revelations, humor remained his shield and sword. Is everything always gold with you, father? Golden armor, golden banana boys, as my eagles call your custodians, golden swords. He gestured broadly at their surroundings. Hell, even the imperial palace is just one giant golden monument to architectural excess. The psychic blast that followed sent Franklin skidding across the crystalline floor, though he noted it held less force than the previous one. Either the future emperor was developing a sense of humor, or he was running out of patience. Perhaps both. Your irreverence, even in the face of existence-defining moments, remains both your greatest strength and most irritating quality, the emperor stated, his voice carrying the weight of millennia. But the golden timeline is not named for its aesthetic appeal. It is named for its singular, precious nature. Franklin straightened, brushing off his armor once more. All right, I'm listening. What makes this particular strand of fate so special? The emperor's presence seemed to expand, filling the frozen moment with an awareness of infinite possibilities. Imagine reality as a tapestry of infinite threads, each one a different path, a different outcome. I have spent 10,000 years searching these threads, whilst I was entombed onto the golden throne, following each to its conclusion. His eyes grew distant, seeing beyond the physical realm. One timeline above all others, a golden one, offered us salvation. I've spent millennia guiding reality toward this fragile hope. How fragile? Franklin asked, his usual levity fading as he recognized the weight in his father's words. Very, the emperor admitted, his admission carrying the burden of countless failed futures. The golden timeline requires chaos to overreach to reveal their hand in a gambit they've only attempted once before. Sadly, that universe failed. It is called the end times. The emperor's form seemed to shimmer with contained power as he continued. It is a double-edged blade. To initiate it, the chaos gods must project their full power into reality, warping it utterly. Their armies become nigh unstoppable, and their chosen champion, a vessel for their combined might, emerges as the apocalypse made flesh. But there's a catch, Franklin guessed, his tactical mind already piecing together the implications. There is. The emperor's gaze pierced through layers of reality itself. When they anchor themselves to reality, they expose the strings that connect them to the warp. These strings are normally imperceptible, interwoven with existence itself. But during the end times, they become visible and vulnerable. The emperor straightened, his presence filling the frozen moment with terrible purpose. By forcing the chaos gods to initiate the end times, we create our opportunity. When they deem a timeline beyond their control, they send their champions and armies in a final gambit to reset it or destroy it. This is the war of the Endronadhandra for the Eldar. But instead of resetting the timeline, we will sever their grasp on reality. The War in Heaven 2.0, Franklin mused, our war in heaven. He stood silently for a moment, absorbing the weight of his father's words. If we succeed, he said finally, what happens to the warp? To chaos. The emperor's eyes blazed with purpose, golden light suffusing his form. If we succeed, chaos will be severed from this universe forever. The warp will become a blank canvas, a tool, not a tyrant. And humanity will step into the golden age I envisioned 10,000 years ago, and humanity will ascend into a psychic species just like the Eldar. But then the emperor's brilliance dimmed slightly, his form becoming less substantial. But first, you must deliver these memories to my current iteration. The webway is just the first step, and I cannot do it myself. I am simply a shred of consciousness now, all of my power transferred to the current me. Why couldn't you transfer the memories with the power? Franklin asked, though he suspected he knew the answer. My younger self was naive. His mastery over his powers was rudimentary compared to what it would become. Including these memories with the power transfer would have risked detection. He would have questioned them, probed them, perhaps even rejected them. Thus it must happen after he is wise enough, the memories must come from you, someone he trusts, someone who allows him to probe the mind. One last question, Franklin called out as reality began to reassert itself. The golden timeline, are we in it now? Or are we still trying to reach it? The emperor's final words echoed through the dissolving moment, that, my son, depends entirely on what you do next. The strings of fate are visible now, we must decide which ones to cut, and which ones to weave into humanity's salvation. Franklin's eyes lit up with sudden interest. Speaking of memories, he ventured, a familiar mischievous glint returning to his eyes, since you're sharing, don't suppose you've got the footage of how I faced off against juiced-up Horus? You know, for tactical analysis purposes only. Purely professional interest. The emperor's expression softened, an emotion almost like fondness crossing his weathered features. As a matter of fact, he replied, I managed to preserve the memories of you before you fell. Would you like to see how you died, my son? Absolutely. Franklin's enthusiasm was genuine. I mean, how many people get to study their own heroic last stand? Though I'm still planning to improve on that particular performance this time around. The Emperor's form began to fade, the last of his power nearly spent. Then let me show you, Franklin, how a Primarch of Liberty faced the end of all things. Perhaps. His voice grew distant, perhaps in seeing how you fell, you'll find a way to stand. In the depths of the inner palace, where golden light struggled against encroaching shadows, two demigods stood alone in a chamber that had witnessed the birth of humanity's greatest dreams and darkest prophecies. The air itself seemed to hold its breath, weighted with the destiny that hung between them. Franklin Valorian, the Liberator, stood before his angelic brother. His trademark smirk remained, a defiant flame against the darkness that had claimed so much already. But Sanguinius, with his enhanced perception, could see the weight of loss etched in every line of his brother's face. The Liberty Eagles, once proud and numerous, had been reduced to a mere handful at the Dropsite massacre. Their mighty flagship, the Sweet Liberty, no longer sailed the void. Yet the Independence sector still held, a bastion of resistance where millions of traitor corpses piled against its gates, a testament to the indomitable spirit of its Primarch. Sanguinius, the Angel of Baal, radiated an otherworldly luminescence that seemed to push back the gathering darkness. His wings, pure white against the aureate walls, cast feathered shadows that danced like portents across the chamber's ancient stones. The weight of foresight hung heavy upon his noble features, the curse of knowing tomorrow's sorrows etched in the tightness around his eyes. Stay, Franklin's voice carried none of its usual mirth. Brother, I need you to look forward. Tell me what you see. The chamber fell silent save for the distant thunder of siege engines and the low hum of power fields. Sanguinius closed his eyes, his psychic might reaching out through the tangled skein of possibility. Golden light played across his features as visions danced behind his eyelids. I see. The angel's voice carried the weight of prophecy. An Imperium stable, guided by my hand as regent. The realm of mankind secure against the darkness. His eyes opened, meeting Franklin's gaze. And I see your death, brother. Upon the vengeful spirit, your light extinguished. Franklin's smirk widened, though it never reached his eyes. Those hazel orbs, windows to a soul that had witnessed the annihilation of nearly everything he held dear, held an ancient sorrow. The Dropsite massacre had claimed all but a handful of his Liberty Eagles, his mighty legion reduced to a fragment of its former glory. His captains, his sons, lay cold in the rust-red soil of Istvan V. Yet still he stood, still he fought, still he smiled in the face of oblivion. The Imperium would thrive with you living on. Franklin's question cut through the heavy air. Yes, Sanguinius answered without hesitation. Then that is all I need to know. Franklin's smile softened, becoming genuine for a moment. Besides, Horus has yet to face the strongest Primarch. A brief laugh escaped the angel's lips, a sound like crystal bells in the darkness. Lemon might object to that claim. He has never won a single duel, Franklin chuckled, the sound echoing off the chamber's ancient walls. For a moment, they were brothers again, sharing a jest as they had in brighter days. Sanguinius's expression suddenly shifted, his eyes growing distant once more as the futures realigned themselves before him. The skein of fate twisted, showing new possibilities, new paths branching out into the infinite. He saw Franklin ascending the vengeful spirit, saw the clash of titans that would follow, saw. You would lose, but you would still go. The angel whispered, wonder and confusion warring in his voice. The future could change you, our powerful brother. His eyes refocused on his brother's face, searching. Franklin's response was immediate, delivered with that insufferable confidence that had carried him through countless impossible victories. I'd win. He reached out, placing a gauntlet hand on his brother's shoulder. I will use Horus's corpse to mourn my children. Sanguinius stepped forward, embracing his brother. For a moment, they were not demigods or generals, but simply brothers saying goodbye. Your sacrifice will not be forgotten, the angel promised. Oh, I know it won't, Franklin grinned, already turning toward the chamber's exit. I expect statues. Big ones. And make sure they get my good side. As the Eagle of Liberty strode from the chamber, his shoulders straight and his head high, Sanguinius watched him go with eyes that saw both the present and the future that would now never be. In all his visions of tomorrow, he had never foreseen this, a brother's willing sacrifice changing the course of destiny itself. The last thing he saw was Franklin's casual salute as the doors closed behind him, that eternal smirk still playing on his lips as he walked toward his date with destiny aboard the vengeful spirit. In that moment, Sanguinius understood that sometimes the greatest acts of heroism were not the ones written in prophecy, but the quiet choices made in golden chambers, where brothers traded tomorrows for the hope of a better future. The vengeful spirit screamed. Not with voices, though 10,000 damned souls howled within its corrupted corridors. Not with metal, though its twisted bulkheads groaned under the assault of an approaching inferno. The flagship of the War Master screamed with reality itself as something ancient and terrible carved its way through its impossible geometries, leaving molten ruin in its wake. Horus Lupercal, War Master of Chaos, stood in his sanctum. The chamber, once a testament to martial glory, now writhed with shadows that bore too many eyes, its walls weeping with substances that had no name in any human tongue. The Chaos Gods had blessed him with power beyond measure, had elevated him above his former station into something that could challenge even the master of mankind. But they had also warned him of another threat. The warnings echoed in his mind as another wall of his sanctuary simply ceased to exist, transformed into liquid metal and screaming plasma by a force that cared nothing for the laws of physics or the protections of the warp. Through the molten breach stepped a figure that blazed with such fury that reality itself recoiled from its presence. Franklin Valorian, the Liberator, the Eagle of Liberty, had come for his brother. Franklin, Horus spoke, his voice carrying harmonics that could drive mortals mad. Have you come too? The words died in his throat as he beheld his brother's transformation. The familiar smirk was gone, replaced by something ancient and terrible. Franklin's form shifted, reality bending around him as divine fury took physical shape. Wings of living metal erupted from his back, each feather a blade that could cleave through tank armor, each movement leaving contrails of molten air. His head became an avian skull wreathed in flames that burned with colors that had no business existing in material space. The temperature in Lupercal's court, a chamber designed to contain the powers of the warp itself, began to rise. Not gradually, but with the sudden violence of a fusion reaction. The intricate metalwork of the floor, crafted from materials salvaged from dead civilizations, began to bubble and run like mercury. Daemon-forged columns, their surfaces carved with screaming faces, started to lose cohesion. Horus felt something he had not experienced since his elevation: uncertainty. The power radiating from Franklin was different from the psychic might of the Emperor or the raw warp energy of the gods. This was something older, something that predated even the birth of Slaanesh. The Death Sword, the fifth crone sword containing the largest shard of Cain, pulsed at Franklin's side with a hunger that made even the Chaos Gods take notice. No words, brother. Franklin's voice emerged from the burning skull, each syllable carrying the weight of exploding stars. No grand speeches about the weakness of our father? No offers of power or brotherhood restored. Horus raised World Breaker, his mighty maul humming with dark energy. The Chaos Gods had prepared him for this, had shown him the paths to victory. Yet as he looked upon his brother, he saw not the Franklin he remembered, not the perpetually amused warrior who had stood with them during the Great Crusade. Here was something that walked the line between material and divine, a being of such focused wrath that it made Kern's berserkers seem hesitant in comparison. The air between them ignited spontaneously, forming a curtain of flame that sorted itself into impossible patterns. Symbols of liberty and defiance, eagles and broken chains, manifested in the fire before dissolving into pure energy. The deck beneath Franklin's feet had long since turned to slag, yet he stood upon it as if it were solid ground, each step leaving footprints of crystallized metal that glowed white-hot. You took them from me, Franklin continued, advancing with the inexorable patience of a solar flare. My sons. My brothers. You orchestrated their deaths at Istvan V, watched as your pawns gunned them down. Did you think I would forget? That I would forgive? Horus felt his enhanced senses struggling to process what stood before him. The Chaos Gods had granted him vision beyond vision, the ability to see the true nature of reality itself. Yet looking upon Franklin was like staring into a fusion reactor with eyes of flesh. The power radiating from his brother didn't simply interact with the warp, it rejected it, burned it away like fog before a blowtorch. The War Master had prepared for the Emperor's arrival. Had laid traps within traps, had scattered his opponents across his vessel like pieces on a regicide board. But Franklin had carved a straight line through it all, had burned through every obstacle with the single-minded determination of an extinction-level event. As Franklin took another step forward, his transformed state became even more pronounced. The steel wings spread wider, scraping against the walls of the chamber and leaving molten furrows in their wake. The flames surrounding his avian skull burned brighter, and in their light, Horus saw echoes of ancient wars fought before humanity had mastered fire. He saw the war in heaven, saw the birth of gods and their deaths, saw the moment when Cain himself had shattered. The warning of the Chaos Gods suddenly made terrible sense. They had feared this, had seen this possibility. Not just Franklin's physical might or his technological supremacy, but this moment of transcendence when grief and rage and determination fused into something that could challenge gods themselves. Lupercal's court, the sanctum of the War Master of Chaos, began to melt in earnest now. The carefully laid wards, the protections bought with the souls of planets, simply evaporated in the face of heat that could rival the core of suns. The demons that had haunted the chamber's shadows fled screaming, their forms unable to maintain coherence in the presence of such focused destruction. Then come, brother, Horus finally spoke, gathering his God-given power around him like armor. Show me the strength that makes the ruinous powers tremble. Franklin's response was not in words. The death sword cleared its scabbard with a sound like dying stars, its edge glowing with the ancient fury of a murdered god. The war that was about to begin would not be merely physical, nor would it be purely spiritual. This was to be a clash between different forms of divinity, the borrowed might of the Chaos Gods against something older, something forged in the crucible of loss and tempered by unshakable determination. The strongest of the Emperor's sons had come to face the War Master. The Death Sword met World Breaker in a clash that sent ripples through reality itself. Metal screamed against metal, God-touched weapons testing their might against one another. But it was not the weapons that decided the next moment, it was the wings. Living steel, molten and merciless, swept through the space where Horus had been a heartbeat before. The War Master's enhanced reflexes, gifts of the dark gods themselves, barely saved him from bisection. Yet even as he moved, secondary edges caught him, carved furrows through his power armor plate as if it were parchment. Blood, black with corruption, hissed into vapor where it met the superheated metal. Clutch your borrowed power, Horus, Franklin's words cut deeper than any blade, resonating with a truth that made the Chaos Gods' gifts seem hollow. You will need it. The War Master's armor, forged in the depths of the warp and blessed by entities that predated humanity, began to run like wax where the wings had struck. Pain, a sensation he had thought himself beyond, bloomed across his enhanced form. He attempted to counter, calling upon the might that had laid waste to entire systems, but Franklin was already moving. The sequence that followed defied mortal comprehension. The Liberator's assault carried the precision of a master swordsman multiplied by transhuman speed, amplified further by divine fury. Each strike flowed into the next with liquid grace, yet hit with the force of colliding planets. Horus found himself giving ground, his responses becoming increasingly desperate as his brother's offense proved impossible to fully counter. A horizontal slash nearly took his head, only a desperate backward lunge saved him, and even then, he felt the heat of the blade sear his face. The gifts of chaos knitted the wound instantly, but the burning persisted, like a brand of shame upon his flesh. Horus reached into the well of power gifted to him by the ruinous powers, sought to bend reality to his will. Space twisted, corridors folding in on themselves, gravity reversing, the laws of physics becoming suggestions rather than absolutes. Yet Franklin simply burned through these alterations as if they were cobwebs, his transformed state ignoring the very concept of impossible geometry. The heat. By all the dark gods, the heat. Fighting Franklin was like trying to wrestle a sun, each moment of proximity threatening to reduce armor to slag, flesh to ash. The blessings of chaos kept Horus whole, regenerating damage that would have annihilated lesser beings. But even these gifts seemed to struggle against whatever his brother had become. Desperate, Horus unleashed powers that could shatter worlds. Reality cracked around them, warp energy flooding the chamber like a tsunami of madness. But the blessing of Cain that surrounded Franklin simply burned through it all, the ancient Ildari war god's power proving sovereign even here, in the heart of chaos-touched territory. Horus had faced the greatest warriors of the galaxy. Had bested Primarches in single combat. Had elevated himself to stand as an equal to gods. But this was different. He wasn't fighting a warrior or even a demigod, he was fighting a star that learned to hate. And he was the recipient of this hatred. Realization struck him with the force of a titan's fist, he had not been built for this. As another combination of strikes forced him further back, the War Master felt his confidence crumbling like ash. The temperature in the chamber had risen beyond what even his enhanced physiology could easily endure. His armor's system screamed warnings in his mind, their machine spirits gibbering in terror at the presence of something that defied their calculations. Yet even as despair threatened to overwhelm him, Horus felt his patrons surge within him, refusing to let their champion fall. Power flooded his form anew, and with it came another presence. Another warrior, moving to strike at Franklin's exposed flank. The attack was perfect, timed to exploit a gap in even Franklin's burning defense. But his brother's parry was equally perfect, the death sword moving with liquid grace to deflect the blow. Then came the laugh, a sound that made even Horace's enhanced blood run cold. It was not the laugh of a warrior enjoying combat. Not the laugh of a brother amused by treachery. This was the laugh of something that had stared into the abyss of betrayal and found it wanting. A sound that carried the weight of every brother lost at Istvan V, every son gunned down by those they had trusted. It was a laugh that said, clearer than any words, "Is this truly all you have? A/N, this is the Franklin from the future, not the uber-powered one in the present, powerful yet not the strongest form of him. This Franklin is still in possession of the Crone sword, not an heiress, and has yet to retrieve the war's heart of Cain, the one that will die in order for the strongest iteration to be created." Chapter 121, Death of Liberty. As if summoned by Horace's desperation, reality split 4 times. First came Angrath, the bloodthirster of Kern, materializing in a storm of brass and blood. Then Scabiathrax emerged from a miasma of plague and rot, followed by Shalaxi Hellbane stepping through a portal of impossible pleasure and pain. Finally, Kairos Fate Weaver manifested in a shower of changing lights and fractured futures. Franklin's response was not fear. It was not concern. It was laughter, deep, mocking, terrible laughter that echoed with the heat of dying stars. Well, Franklin's burning skull face somehow managed to convey his signature smirk. If it isn't the loser squad. Did you all coordinate your outfits for this reunion? Angrath roared, your skull for? My what? Franklin interrupted, casually twirling the death sword. Sorry, having trouble hearing you over the memory of your head rolling across Altansar. Remember that? Good times. The bloodthirster's roar faltered slightly. The other demons shifted uncomfortably. Franklin turned to the sneak attacker, Shalaxi, still sore about the Crone world? I mean, you had one job. 1. Keep the shard away from me. How'd that work out for you? The Keeper of Secrets hissed but said nothing. The memory of that defeat still burned. And Scabiathrax? My moldy old friend. Franklin continued, his mockery cutting deeper than any blade. Still bitter about Osteria Extremis? I hear they're still cleaning up what was left of you. Well, the parts that didn't evaporate. This time will be different, the great unclean one gurgled, but there was uncertainty in its legion of voices. Oh, honey, Franklin's tone dripped with condescension. That's what you said last time. And the time before that. Definition of insanity and all that. And if it isn't my favorite indecisive bird brain. Franklin addressed Kairos. Both heads still telling different lies? Or did you finally sync up your story about how you meant to get banished? The threads of fate both heads began simultaneously. Show that you're still a 2-time loser, Franklin finished for them. But hey, at least you're consistent. Then Franklin turned to Horace, his contempt reaching new heights. And you, brother. Look at you now. Not content with betraying family, you need to hide behind other people's bodyguards? Borrowed power, borrowed courage, borrowed everything. Did they not tell you about how many times their champions failed? Or did you just not listen? The chamber's temperature spiked impossibly higher as Franklin really got going. What's the matter, Horace? Did dear old dad not love you enough? Not give you enough attention? Boo-hoo. Dad didn't tell me about his secret project, so I'll just piss all over our life's work. Boo-hoo, look at me, I'm Horace. I got bald and decided to heresy all over the Imperium. I took perfectly good space marines and gave them spiky bits because I'm extra dramatic. I turned against everything we fought for because Daddy didn't tell me about his secrets. Each word landed like a physical blow, and not just because of the psychic weight behind them. These were the taunts of a brother who had watched everything they'd built together burn, who had seen his sons massacred, and who now faced the architect of that betrayal with the full measure of his scorn. You understand nothing. Horace snarled, but his voice lacked conviction. Oh, I understand plenty, Franklin shot back. I understand you're so desperate for validation that you took the first offer of power that came along. Real picky about your friends, aren't you? Quality selection process there. Yes, these obviously evil entities that feed on suffering seem trustworthy. You're not a clown, Horace, you're the entire circus. The greater demons bristled at the insults, each trying to defend their dignity. It was all according to plan, Kairos insisted with both heads. The blood god cares not, and Grath began. The blood god cares not that you got your brass behind handed to you. Franklin interrupted. Convenient philosophy you've got there. Very flexible. The great game continues, Shalaxi attempted to sound mysterious. The great game of getting your ass kicked, maybe, Franklin retorted. You're all starring in it. Multiple seasons now. Really consistent performance. The chamber had become an inferno, reality breaking down under the combined pressure of divine power and absolutely savage burns. Franklin's transformed state seemed to feed on his mockery, the flames burning brighter with each devastating quip. We will have the final laugh, Scabiathrax rumbled. Final laugh? You haven't even won the first one. Franklin's response was immediate. Look at yourselves. 4 of the most powerful demons in existence, plus my roided out brother here, and what's your big plan? Gang up on me? Real original. Did you all get together and brainstorm that one, or did it just naturally occur to you that quantity might finally make up for quality? The absurdity of the situation, a transformed demigod roasting 4 greater demons and a chaos-empowered Primarch while in the middle of a universe-defining battle, was not lost on anyone. Yet Franklin's words carried power of their own, each mockery undermining the very confidence that gave chaos its strength. The greater demons launched themselves forward as one, their combined might enough to shatter continents. Franklin's wings spread wide, steel feathers blazing with divine fire. Form an orderly queue, please. I'll send you all back to your masters again, one at a time. Or all at once. Makes no difference to me. I've got all day, and my win-loss record is looking pretty good so far. Franklin's blade sang through reality itself as it bisected Scabiathrax, the greater daemon of Nurgle, exploding in a noxious cloud that seemed to hang in the air like a toxic constellation. Yet even as he moved to face his remaining opponents, Franklin felt something wrong, a creeping lethargy that had no place in his transformed state. Angrath's massive axe carved through space where Franklin had been a heartbeat before, while Shalaxi Hellbane's elegant blade sought gaps in his defense that shouldn't have existed. Kairos Fateweaver's twin heads spoke words that made reality curdle, each syllable a curse designed to unmake him. Franklin. The voice resonated within Franklin's mind as he kicked Shalaxi away with enough force to shatter void shields. It was Cain's voice, ancient and terrible, yet tinged with something almost like concern. You are infected. Franklin parried Angrath's follow-up strike and bisected one of the bloodthirster's legs in a move that should have been faster. Kind of busy here, he thought back, his internal voice maintaining its characteristic dry humor even as he dodge-rolled away from one of Kairos's reality-warping spells. The Plague Father's final jest, Cain's presence expanded in his mind, showing him the truth. The cloud from Scabiathrax's death hadn't been random at all, it had been precisely engineered to bypass every defense, every immunity Franklin possessed. It is, how would you say it? Space AIDS. Franklin actually laughed out loud at that, the sound echoing strangely through his avian skull of flame as he deflected another of Shalaxi's strikes. Did you, an ancient Ildari god of war, just make a joke? I have spent enough time in your mind to understand your peculiar humor, Cain replied, his tone grave despite the word choice. But this is no laughing matter. The disease spreads rapidly through your system. Even now it works to slow you, to weaken you. Given time, you could cleanse it, but time's not exactly something we have in abundance right now, Franklin thought back, punctuating the statement by launching a counterattack that forced all 3 remaining demons back. The metal of the deck beneath them had long since turned to vapor, leaving them fighting in a void held together by will and corruption. I can hold it back, Cain's voice carried the weight of divine certainty. But not without cost. I must slumber, and when I do, the disease will accelerate exponentially. If my calculations are correct, and they are, you have 5 minutes from the moment I begin. Franklin spun away from another of Kairos's spells, his movements already noticeably slower than before. 5 minutes to kill 3 greater demons and the War Master of Chaos? Cutting it a bit close there, aren't you? If I were whole, this would be simpler. For a moment, genuine regret colored the god's mental voice. But we could not locate all my fragments in time. This is the best I can offer, my champion. Right then, Franklin thought, gathering himself for what would have to be the fastest daemon-killing spree in history. Let's call this lovely parting gift heaven's wrought. Seems fitting, given where it came from. Your penchant for naming things in the midst of battle remains mysterious to me, Cain replied, and Franklin could feel the god's power shifting, preparing to engage with the disease. Are you ready? Franklin's burning gaze swept across his opponents and Grath, bleeding but still mighty, Shalaxi, beautiful and terrible in its deadly grace, Kairos, both heads already speaking new curses into existence, and beyond them all, Horus, watching with eyes that held galaxies of malice. 5 minutes to save the Imperium and kick my brother's ass. The smirk was audible even through his transformed state. Yeah, that'll do. Look upon your victory, War Master. See how the mighty eagle burns. You watch him burn through time itself, this brother who dares defy the inevitable. The corruption spreads within him like dark honey, sweet and inexorable, yet still he fights. Still he burns. 4 minutes and counting, each second marked by the dying echoes of gods. 3 minutes in, and Grath falls. The bloodthirster's essence unravels like crimson thread, scattered by wings of molten steel. You observe the efficiency of it, the brutality masked as necessity. How like him, to make even slaughter seem righteous. 3 minutes and 45 seconds, Kairos Fateweaver's twin heads speak their final paradox. The oracle of Tsianch, who sees all futures, somehow failed to foresee his own dismemberment. Both heads still prophesy as they fall, their words lost in the roar of divine flame. How amusing, that even fate itself bends before his determination. 4 minutes and 15 seconds, Shalaxi Hellbane's perfect form dissolves into echoes of pleasure and pain. The Keeper of Secrets takes with them the last vestiges of grace from this ravaged chamber, leaving only the raw arithmetic of violence. You see it then, the moment his divinity begins to flicker. The burning skull visage wavers like a candle in a hurricane. Those wings of steel, which carved reality itself, start to lose their luster. The corruption blooms within him like a garden of entropy, Grandfather Nurgle's parting gift making itself known at last. 4 minutes and 30 seconds. Feel the change in the air as Cain's power fades from him. The ancient god of war and murder slumbers now, leaving your brother defenseless against the corruption that courses through his transhuman form. Watch as the avian skull of flame that crowned him flickers and dies, revealing once more the face you remember from brighter days. That insufferable smirk remains, even now, even as his divine aspect crumbles away like ash in a furnace wind. The death sword still burns in his hands, but its fury is muted now, its edge dulled by the same corruption that claims its wielder. See how he struggles to raise it, his movements slowing, his perfect form faltering. The strongest of the Emperor's sons, they called him. The one who never lost a duel. Until now. Borrowed power, borrowed plans, even this isn't your victory. It's theirs, my poor deluded brother. You don't answer. Words are beneath gods, and in this moment, that is what you are. The power of 4 deities thrums through your veins, while he stands before you in failing armor, divinity burning out like a guttering candle. Worldbreaker rises, its mass distorting reality around it. 4 minutes and 45 seconds. His stance is perfect despite everything, the death sword raised in defiance. Even now, corrupted and failing, he maintains that insufferable dignity. That unshakable belief in concepts as ephemeral as liberty. The strike, when it comes, is poetry. Worldbreaker meets ceramite and transhuman flesh with the finality of colliding galaxies. You feel his skull give way, feel the crunch of bone and the splash of blood that runs too hot for even demons to touch. The mighty Franklin Valorian, self-proclaimed strongest of the Primarches, falls just as his angelic brother would have. His body lies there, a broken temple to failed ideals. Those who approach it burn, their demonic forms unable to withstand the lingering heat of his divine essence. Even in death, he denies chaos its trophies. How typical of him, this final act of defiance. You stand over him, victorious yet unsated. The corruption that felled him was masterfully crafted, a virus capable of infecting divinity itself. Heaven's wrought, he named it in his arrogance. As if anything of heaven could survive in this age of darkness. 5 minutes. Time runs its course, and with it, another piece falls into place. Soon Father will come, and this scene will play out again with different actors but the same ending. The galaxy burns, reality tears, and all paths lead to this moment of triumph. Yet something nags at the edges of your God-given perception. The body burns too hot, the blood flows too bright. Even the demons cannot approach it, cannot claim it as a trophy of war. In death, as in life, Franklin Valorian remains untouchable, unconquerable in some fundamental way. You turn away, leaving him where he fell. Let him be a message to those who would oppose the inevitable tide of your victory. Let his broken form show what becomes of those who cling to outdated notions of freedom and liberty. But deep within, in places even the gods cannot reach, something whispers, you killed him because you had to. Because given another 30 seconds, given even a moment more of his divine strength, the outcome might have been different. Because of all your brothers, he alone made the gods tremble. The whisper fades, lost in the chorus of divine power that flows through you. Victory is victory, after all. The means matter less than the end. Yet still his body burns, and none dare approach. Even in death, the eagle of liberty refuses to submit entirely to darkness. How perfectly, infuriatingly appropriate. Time resumes its normal flow. The stage is set for the final act. Soon Father will come, and all will be as the gods have foreseen. The lupercal court of the vengeful spirit became an arena where gods bled. Through the vast viewport, Terra burned like a sacrificial pyre, a testament to ambition's ultimate price. Horus stood triumphant over the broken form of an eagle. Poor Franklin, Horus's voice carried the weight of galaxies and the hollow echo of damnation. Bloodlight pulsed beneath his skin, each beat a percussion of power that had nothing to do with humanity. I offered him a position of power in the new order. He could have had a seat at the right hand of a god. The words dripped with a peculiar melancholy, as if some fragment of the man he once was mourned the necessity of fratricide. Alas, he chose to align himself with the losing side. The emperor stood transfixed, reality's fabric trembling around his magnificent form. Here was the architect of humanity's future, reduced to a father witnessing the culmination of his greatest failure. His voice, when it finally came, carried millennia of regret in a single word, why? Laughter erupted from Horus, a sound that had nothing to do with mirth and everything to do with the madness that lurked between stars. Why? You ask me why? Have all those millennia taught you nothing? Contempt carved new lines into his transformed features. Weak fool, your timidity prevented you from binding the forces of chaos. You shied away from the ultimate power. I have bound it to my will and will lead humanity into a new age. I, Horus, master of chaos. The emperor's response came quiet, measured, a father trying to reach the son lost in delusion's embrace. No man can master chaos. You have deluded yourself. You are the servant, not the master. The battle that followed transcended mere physical combat. Lightning arced between them as father and son clashed on every conceivable level of existence. The air itself seemed to scream as weapons meant to shape worlds met in devastating confluence. Each blow carried the weight of collapsed civilizations, each parry held the force of extinction-level events. Yet even as they fought, the emperor held back, unable to unleash his full might against his beloved son. Horus showed no such restraint. His lightning claw opened the emperor's throat with surgical precision, while another blow severed the tendons of his wrist. The sword of humanity fell from nerveless fingers as insane laughter echoed through the chamber. The systematic destruction of the master of mankind continued with almost playful cruelty. Ribs splintered under Horus's fist. Flesh melted from the emperor's face, an eyeball burst, hair ignited. Through it all, the emperor refused to give voice to his agony, even as darkness threatened to claim him. Then came the moment of ultimate degradation, lifted high and brought down across Horus's knee, the emperor's spine shattered. In the instant of blackness that followed, consciousness returned only to experience new heights of agony as Horus tore his arm from its socket. But fate, or perhaps liberty itself, had one final card to play. Then came movement behind the War Master Franklin Valorian, the liberator, one side of his head a ruined mass of tyrannimite and flesh. In his hands, the dormant death sword, his voice, when it came, carried that same insufferable confidence that had marked him among his brothers as drove a blade deep into his brother's back. I ain't hear no bell, Horus. The words, delivered with that characteristic smirk even through blood-filled lungs, carried all the defiance that had made Franklin legend. His remaining eye blazed with an intensity that denied death itself, his body moving purely on willpower as he created the opening his father needed. In that moment, the emperor saw with perfect clarity through his remaining eye, saw the madness that had consumed his finest son, saw the warrior's death denial in Franklin's face, saw the necessity of what must follow. Power gathered around the emperor, more concentrated than a laser, more destructive than a dying sun. Horus turned, horror replacing triumph as he sensed the gathering doom. The bolt of pure force struck him with the fury of humanity's collective grief, twisting his massive frame in apocalyptic agony. As the energies played over the War Master's form, the Emperor felt the powers of chaos withdraw from their chosen vessel. Sanity returned to Horus's eyes, bringing with it the crushing weight of recognition. Tears gleamed as understanding dawned, understanding of all he had done, all he had become. For a moment, father and son looked upon each other with clear eyes. The emperor saw his son return. Yet he also saw the risk, the possibility that chaos might reclaim its puppet once he was gone. His own life ebbing, he could not take that chance. The final blow carried no hatred, no anger, no emotion at all. The emperor had emptied himself of everything save necessity. Horus met his gaze with understanding, perhaps even gratitude, as oblivion claimed him. In the aftermath of godhood's death, Franklin Valorian stood motionless, a statue of defiance even in victory. The light that claimed him was brighter than Terra's sun, a final salute to liberty's champion. He died as he had lived, standing, unbroken despite his wounds, that perpetual smirk still ghosting across his shattered features. The price of liberty, it seemed, was paid in the coin of sacrifice. But in that sacrifice lay victory, and in that victory, hope for a future where angels might still fly. Terra still burned, but it burned with the light of dawn rather than dusk. The emperor, broken but victorious, looked upon the still form of Franklin Valorian and knew that some legends are written not in victory, but in the defiance that precedes it. The strongest Primarch had fought his last battle. He had won. The silence that followed was the sound of history being rewritten, of fate being defied, of liberty being bought with the currency of courage. In the end, it was not power that had won the day, but the simple refusal to accept defeat, encapsulated in 5 words that would echo through eternity. I ain't hear no bell. Chapter 122, Events. Reality reasserted itself like a wave breaking upon a shore, bringing Franklin Valorian back to the present moment. He found himself grinning at the vision of his alternate self's final stand. I ain't hear no bell, he repeated with evident satisfaction. Truly peak me performance. He applauded shamelessly, clearly impressed with himself. Really? Cain's voice resonated in his mind, thick with irony. Just earlier you called me shameless for applauding my wars hard when it gave you a proper challenge before you vanquished it. The pot calling the kettle black, I suppose. Franklin's smirk only widened at the god's observation. Around them, the battlefield was shifting, the Liberty Eagles are withdrawing with practiced precision. The god emperor's presence had faded, time restored to its proper flow. The emperor's gambit, Cain mused, his tone contemplative. Initiating the end times to isolate the golden timeline. Segeric would be absolutely delighted watching this particular performance unfold. When doesn't that clown love a good show? Franklin muttered. On the deck of Sweet Liberty, the Continental High Command had assembled. Captain Stephen Armstrong's massive frame dominated one corner, his augmented body humming with barely contained energy. Beside him, Captain Denzel Washington maintained his characteristic poise, even in full battle plate. Vladimir Mendeleev, the chief librarian, stood slightly apart, his psychic hood casting strange shadows across his features, and Captain John Ezra maintaining his vigilant watch as usual. Henry Cavill, the man out of time, watched them all with the careful attention of one who had studied these legends in history books. Quite the coordination during the Chaos God's attempt to seize our forces, Armstrong remarked at Henry, his voice carrying its usual aggressive edge. Denzel nodded, then made an observation that would spark an interesting discussion. You know, we're like the Maornival in some ways. Both inner circles to our respective Primarches, both comprising different character archetypes. Vladimir's scoff sliced through the air like a Siberian wind. Hardly worth mentioning. Armstrong's laugh was a rumble of thunder. The Maornival? Those advisors of Horus. His fingers sketched mocking quotation marks in the air. Nothing but a facade. Bah! Vladimir barked, his tone dripping with disdain. Massive ego, hiding like coward under all that charisma. He tapped his temple, his psychic senses sharpening his words like a whetstone. Horus surrounded himself with mirrors, not advisors. Fool admired his own reflection too much. Henry leaned forward slightly, drinking in every word. The future he came from knew of the rivalries between Astartes' legions, but this was premium tea, served scalding hot. Denzel's expression shifted as understanding dawned. I stand corrected, then. Although. A slight smile touched his lips. Being wrong now and then keeps us honest. The fundamental difference, he said, his tone a mix of dry humor and absolute conviction, is that we do not waste time trying to be little shadows of Comrade Primarch. The Maornival? Bah, they are like cheap mirrors, each one bending and distorting, trying to reflect some piece of Horus. But us. He gestured broadly, as if encompassing the entire legion in a single sweep. We are not copies. We are ourselves tools sharpened by his hand, not pale reflections of his greatness. Our purpose is to fight, to win, and to bring glorious ruin to our enemies, not to play dress up and pretend to be him. He paused, a sardonic smile curling at the edge of his lips. Let others waste time admiring themselves. We burn our enemies to ash and move on. Henry did look, seeing them with fresh eyes. Armstrong, the extremist who'd sooner solve problems with his fists than words. Denzel, the disciplined warrior who sought peace first but would wage war with terrible efficiency when necessary. Vladimir, neutral and rough-edged, letting his actions speak louder than words. Henry himself, committed to peace but practical about its limitations. John Ezra too walked the line of neutrality. Don't forget Jackson, Armstrong added with a grin. Man cusses like a Catachan devil hunter. Another extremist, Henry observed, though different from you, brother captain. You'll kick teeth in at the first opportunity. Jackson. Ah, Jackson, Vladimir interrupted, gesturing dramatically with his hands. He will mess with you in a way that makes you question life choices. Why? Because he knows exactly when to strike and where to hit. Is like scalpel. Precision versus brute force. Then, with a wry grin, he added, but, of course, sometimes brute force works too. Depends on mood, day. And most importantly, Denzel added, we actually influence our Primarch's decisions. Franklin shares his thoughts, listens to our input. Armstrong's grin widened. Though he does prefer his default approach. As one, they all quoted their Primarch's favorite tactical philosophy, anyway, I started blasting. Laughter echoed across the command deck, the kind of genuine mirth that could only exist between brothers who had fought and bled together. They all knew their father well, his strengths, his quirks, his unshakable determination. He'll listen, Denzel continued once the laughter subsided. He'll even change his approach if the situation demands it. But there will always be blasting, Vladimir interjected with dry humor. Always blasting. Is only question of how much and which poor bastard gets it first. Liberty, comrades, it is not just word for us. It is lifeblood, day. It flows through every part of what we do, from mighty strategies of generals to small, glorious victories of humble squad. Without liberty, we are nothing. With it, we are unstoppable. Freedom to disagree, Armstrong said. Freedom to adapt, added Henry. Freedom to be ourselves, Denzel concluded. The command deck fell silent for a moment as they watched their forces continue their disciplined withdrawal. Each of them knew that this was just another phase of the war, another step in the long dance of strategy and counter-strategy. But they also knew that they faced it together, not as sycophants or yes-men, but as brothers in the truest sense. Segmentum ultima. The emergency klaxons screamed through the underground complex, their piercing wails echoing off gunmetal walls slick with condensation. Damon Prytanese felt something he hadn't experienced in centuries, genuine fear. Not the calculated concern of a professional assassin, but the primal terror of prey that knows it's cornered. The CIA, hissed Gireth, the mass of eyes and tentacles, operative beside him, its tentacles writhing in agitation. Always the CIA. They're like a virus, spreading through every sector, every system. Shut up and move, Prytanese snapped, though his own heart hammered against his chest. The corridor ahead branched into three paths, and distant explosions sent tremors through the ferrocrete floor. The Liberty Guard were being thorough in their demolition work, no surprise there. The Independence sector's forces never did anything by half measures. Behind them, Kvax, their slog-thin infiltrator, oozed forward on its mass of writhing worm flesh. The Eastern Passage. My sensors detect fewer life signs. The creature's words cut off as another explosion rocked the facility, closer this time. Chunks of ceiling rained down, and emergency lumens flickered, casting strange shadows. The Cabal group, what remained of their once mighty cell, pressed forward in desperate flight. They'd lost 3 facilities in the Segmentum Obscurus last month alone. 2 more in Tempestus the month before that. The CIA's systematic purge had pushed them back and back, forcing them into ever smaller pockets of safety in Ultima Segmentum. And even here, in what should have been their most secure redoubt. Left. Prytanese ordered, taking point as they reached the junction. The others followed, Gireth, Kvax, they rounded the corner at full sprint. And stopped dead. The corridor ahead stretched 30 meters before ending in a T-junction. But that wasn't what froze them in place. Halfway down the passage, beneath the flickering emergency lights, sat a single throne so out of place. And on that throne Director Jackson, his massive frame, enhanced by the genetic modifications of a Primarch, filled the throne with an easy confidence that bordered on arrogance. Liberty Eagles. Astartes flanking him stood perfectly still, their exo-armor gleaming under the facility's harsh lighting. Well, Jackson drawled, his eyes fixing on Damon Primarch. If it ain't the most elusive piece of shit in human history. He remained seated, one leg crossed over the other, as casual as if he were at a social gathering rather than a high-stakes operation. Primarch and his group of Xenos conspirators had frozen in place, caught between the advancing Liberty Guard behind them and the CIA director ahead. The Perpetual's face twisted with barely contained rage, his ancient features contorting as centuries of carefully maintained composure began to crack. How? Primarch started, his voice hoarse. How did you find this place? Jackson smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. Motherfucker, I've been in this game longer than you think. Your cabal's got patterns, subtle ones, sure, but patterns nonetheless. You think you're the only ones who can play the long game. He uncrossed his legs and leaned forward. But let's talk about you, Damon. That ain't even your real name, is it? That got lost somewhere between the nuclear fire of Iwo Jima and wherever the hell you slithered off to afterward. Primarch felt his enhanced muscles tensing, combat stims flooding his system. You don't know anything, he growled, though the tremor in his voice betrayed his uncertainty. Oh, but I do. Jackson began walking forward, each step measured, unhurried. I know about the brother you killed in Los Angeles. About Holyard in the Glass Temple. About Mazer Hassan in the Spire Terrace, right before his word of the law speech, wasn't it? Real cute timing there. His smile was razor sharp. I know about Nardhan Dumay, the tyrant of the Pan-Pacific Empire. I know every life you've taken across millennia of betrayal. Damon's face hardened. You think listing my accomplishments frightens me? Every death served the greater good. The Cabal understands what's coming better than. The Cabal, Jackson spat the word, understands exactly jack shit. You think you're the only ones with foresight? With technology? With understanding? He gestured around them. Look where all your understanding has got you. Driven from 3 segmentum, your network's in shambles, your allies either dead or in hiding. One of the Xenos operatives, Jireth, spoke up. The Independence sector cannot hope to stand against the forces we seek to prevent. Your interference only hastens humanity's doom. Jackson's laugh was sharp and without humor. Listen to me very carefully, you Xenos scum. You've fundamentally misunderstood what the Independence sector is. We're not just another faction of the Imperium. We're not even just another human empire. We are humanity's insurance policy. Insurance policy? Damon scoffed. Against what? Everything. Jackson's voice dropped lower, taking on an almost conspiratorial tone. You want to know something funny? The only faction in this galaxy that could actually hold us in check right now is the Necrons. And those motherfuckers are taking the longest nap in the history of the galaxy. A flicker of uncertainty crossed Damon's face. You're bluffing. Am I? Jackson smiled, and it wasn't a pleasant expression. How do you think we found you? How do you think we've been systematically dismantling every Cabal operation across 3 segmentum? Your organization has existed for millennia, hiding from powers far greater than us, yet we've forced you into this corner in less than a year. Technology can't solve everything, Damon insisted, though there was a note of desperation in his voice now. The threats we face are known to us, Jackson finished for him. The difference is, we're actually doing something about them instead of playing shadow games and sacrificing good people for your twisted version of the greater good. Hell, chaos has yet to even win against our Primarch. As Damon's hand twitched toward a concealed weapon, Jackson's eyes narrowed, and his voice cut through the tension like a blade. Don't even think about it. If you try to teleport out of here, I assure you'll be taking a dip in the warp before you can blink. Impossible, Damon whispered, but the fear in his eyes suggested he felt the truth of it. The Independence sector made it possible, Jackson stated flatly. Just like we made it possible to track your kind across the galaxy. Just like we made it possible to identify Cabal operations through their quantum signatures. Just like we're making it possible to prepare humanity for what's coming without sacrificing our species' soul in the process. Jules, how many Cabal operations have we shut down this month? 17, sir, Navarro answered promptly. This makes 18. And how many of their predictions about catastrophic consequences came true? None, sir. Each elimination has actually resulted in improved stability in the targeted sectors. Jackson spread his hands. See? Your entire philosophy is based on a lie. You're not saving humanity, you're just making excuses for your own atrocities. Damon's composure finally cracked. You fool! You have no idea what forces you're playing with. The Cabal has seen. The Cabal has seen what it wanted to see, Jackson interrupted. And interpreted those visions in ways that justified its continued existence. But your time is over. He made a small gesture with his hand. Capture the Perpetual, gun down the rest. What followed was brief but violent. The Liberty Guard opened fire with surgical precision, their advanced weapons cutting down the Xenos operatives before they could even reach their hidden weapons. Damon, despite his millennia of experience, found himself overwhelmed by the sheer speed and coordination of the attack. His Perpetual's body, denied its usual advantages by overwhelming firepower, was eventually subdued. Kelbier Hal stood before the great crystal incogitator array in his sanctum within Olympus Mons, his mechadendrites twitching with barely contained rage as data streams cascaded before him. Each stream carried another message of betrayal, another former ally turning their back on him. The Forge Master's metallic fingers clenched, servos whining in protest. Impossible, he whispered, his Vox-enhanced voice crackling with static. This cannot be happening. The messages continued their relentless scroll. From Forge World Metallica, your duplicity has been exposed, Hal. Our trading partnership is terminated. From Ryza, did you think we wouldn't discover your deception? The same unique plasma technology offered to 3 other worlds. From Graia, your credibility is destroyed. We stand with Archmagos Call. His inner circle gathered in the shadowed chamber. Lucas Chrome, stance rigid with tension, Urtzi Malevolis, whose augmetic eyes whirred constantly as they processed the disaster unfolding before them, and Melgator, whose usual calculated calm seemed strained to breaking point. How? Lucas Chrome's question cut through the humming silence. How did they coordinate this? The timing is too perfect, too precise. Melgator stepped forward, his crimson robes rustling. The radical faction has been more organized than we anticipated. They've been building to this moment, accumulating leverage, waiting to strike. But this call, Hal spat the name like a corrupted data packet, where did he come from? His rise has been meteoric, his influence spreading like a virus through our networks. He turned to face his conspirators. And now he dares to make a play for Olympus Mons itself. Urtzi Malevolis raised a mechadendrite in warning. The Parliament session approaches, and our support base erodes by the hour. Each Forge world that abandons us strengthens his position. The chamber's atmosphere grew heavier as a new data burst illuminated the cogitator array. Kelbier Hal's optical sensors widened as he processed the information. SDCs, he whispered. Complete, functional SDCs. Not fragments, not corrupted data scraps, but complete templates. His voice rose to a screech. He promises them SDCs. The inner circle fell silent, processing the implications. Complete SDCs were the holy grail of the Mechanicum, lost treasures of humanity's golden age. Their very existence was enough to shake the foundations of Martian politics. Melgator's cognitive engines whirred as he calculated possibilities. This is impossible. No one simply discovers multiple complete SDCs. The statistical probability. He stopped mid-calculation, his augmetic eyes flickering. Unless. The Independence sector, Kelbier Hal finished, his voice hollow. The 11th in his domain. His mechadendrites coiled like angry serpents. That upstart princeling and his pet Forge worlds, thinking they can challenge Mars itself. Lucas Chrome's augmetic jaw clenched. The sector's technological capabilities have always been concerning. But this level of coordination, this precision of timing. We've been outmaneuvered, Melgator stated flatly. Call is their agent, he must be. The radical faction, the Independence sector, all moving as one against us. Kelbier Hal turned back to the cogitator array, watching as more messages of denouncement poured in. Forge worlds he had cultivated for decades, alliances built on centuries of careful manipulation, all crumbling before him. The false Omniscia's sun moves against us, he growled. Through this puppet call, he seeks to control Mars itself. The parliament session, Urtzi Malevalis interjected. We still have some support. If we can delay the vote, gather evidence of outside interference. Evidence. Hal's laugh was bitter, metallic. While we search for proof, Call offers them SDCs. Do you understand what this means? He's not just promising power or influence, he's offering them their deepest desires, their most sacred aspirations. The chamber's shadows seemed to deepen as Hal's words sank in. Each member of the inner circle ran their own calculations, their own projections, and each reached the same devastating conclusion. Our position is untenable, Melgater finally stated. The momentum has shifted. Even those Forge worlds still nominally loyal to us will be tempted by the SDCs. The parliamentary vote will see Call installed as Forge Master of Olympus Mons, Hal finished. And from there, his ascension to Fabricator General becomes almost certain. His optical sensors blazed with hatred. The 11th's influence will reach into the very heart of Mars. Lucas Chrome stepped forward. Then we must take more direct action. Before the Parliament convenes. The radical faction may have their SDCs, but we have our own weapons, our own secrets. Yes, Hal whispered, his mechadendrites writhing with newfound purpose. If they wish to change the rules of this game, then so shall we. The false Omnissiah and his son think they can control Mars through their puppet? Let them learn the true price of such presumption. The inner circle drew closer, their shadows merging in the dim light of the sanctum. Above them, the cogitator array continued its relentless display of betrayal and shifting allegiances, but they no longer paid it any attention. Their focus had turned to darker calculations, to plans within plans. The Parliament will not convene, Calbeer Hal declared. Not as they expect. Let Call and his radical allies come. Let them think their victory is assured. We shall show them that the true servants of the machine god are not so easily displaced. As his conspirators nodded in agreement, Hal's optical sensors fixed on a particular data stream a message from the Independence sector's border. His hatred crystallized into cold purpose. The 11th's interference would not go unanswered. Mars would remain true to the pure faith of the machine god, whatever the cost. In the secured depths of Magma City, Coriel Zeth's sanctum hummed with active void shields and data stream scramblers. The air crackled with electromagnetic interference designed to thwart any attempt at surveillance. Belisarius Call's towering form stood before a hololithic projection of Mars, his numerous mechadendrites weaving complex patterns as they interfaced with multiple data streams simultaneously. The numbers are clear, Call stated, his modulated voice carrying a note of satisfaction. Olympus Mons is effectively secured. Hal's support structure is crumbling faster than even our most optimistic projections suggested. Coriel Zeth studied the scrolling data with her augmented vision. Your sudden appearance and meteoric rise has certainly caused the desired disruption, Call. Though I admit, even with foreknowledge, the speed of Hal's support structure collapse exceeds initial projections. Indeed. Call's mechanical chuckle reverberated through the chamber. The human element remains delightfully unpredictable, even with advanced computational models. Hal's reaction to the exposed trade deals was 32.7% more volatile than anticipated. A fascinating deviation. His mechadendrites reconfigured the hololithic display, showing a web of Forge world allegiances. Red lines of support for Hal's faction dissolved and reformed as green connections to their coalition. The promise of complete SDCs was a masterful touch, Zeth observed. Though dangerous. Many will demand proof eventually. By which time the integration will be irreversible, Call replied, his optical sensors brightening with what might have been amusement. The Liberator's calculations were quite precise on this point. We don't need to maintain the fiction indefinitely, merely long enough to achieve our objectives. And besides, one of his mechadendrites produced a data crystal that pulsed with authentic archaeotech signatures. Who says we're being entirely fictional? Zeth's augmetic eyes whirred as they focused on the crystal. The Independence sector actually provided enough SDCs, but in the Liberator's words, these are outdated ones. Enough to validate our claims, carefully curated to advance the integration process without disrupting the broader technological equilibrium. The Liberator understands the importance of maintaining certain limitations. Call's head tilted slightly. For now. Moving to a secondary cogitation array, Zeth brought up the Phase 3 projections. The traditionalists remain the key variable. Your analysis shows two primary branches. Correct. The divergence centers on Calbeer Hal's psychological breaking point. Call's mechadendrites danced through the data, highlighting critical decision nodes. If he chooses self-preservation, he'll attempt to go into hiding with his inner circle. A 43.2% probability. This would be optimal, allowing us to consolidate power while maintaining the appearance of legitimate transition. And the alternative? Call's optical sensors dimmed slightly. A 56.8% probability that he chooses aggressive resistance. The models suggest he could maintain loyalty from approximately 23.8% of Mars' military assets, primarily drawing support from the more orthodox traditionalist elements. Enough to trigger a significant armed conflict. The schism scenario, Zeth nodded. The Liberator anticipated this with remarkable precision. In fact, Call interfaced directly with the cogitation array, bringing up a new set of projections. He provided detailed response protocols for both scenarios. Note the positioning of Mechanicum assets already sympathetic to our cause. They've been systematically moved into strategic positions over the past solar months, under the guise of routine reassignments. Zeth studied the deployment patterns with growing appreciation. A web of containment, ready to be activated. And the Emperor permits this maneuvering. The Liberator has convinced him that some degree of internal conflict is an acceptable cost for Mars' eventual full integration. Call's voice carried a note of genuine respect. A fascinating example of human political calculus. The Emperor gains a more compliant Mechanicum, while maintaining plausible deniability regarding the process. And we gain the freedom to modernize the Mechanicum's philosophy, Zeth added. Though I suspect your future knowledge gives you additional motivation. Call. The future is mutable, Coriel Zeth. Each calculation, each probability, shapes new potential outcomes. Call's mechadendrites gestured at the surrounding data streams. What matters is that we understand the optimal path forward. The Mechanicum must evolve, must integrate, must innovate, or it will stagnate and decay. This is not theoretical. It is mathematical certainty. And Kelbier Hal will make his choice soon. The probability engines suggest we'll know within 37 hours which branch we're following. Call's optical sensors brightened again. I've already prepared response protocols for both scenarios. The beauty of the Liberator's strategy is that either path leads to our desired outcome. The only variable is the level of mechanical trauma required to achieve it. Zeth allowed herself a rare moment of humor. You almost sound like you prefer the schism scenario, Belisarius. From a purely scientific perspective, it would provide fascinating data on mechanized civil conflict resolution. Call's voice carried that clinical amusement again. But efficiency metrics favor the peaceful transition. We shall see which probability manifests. And afterward, we begin the real work. The integration of Mars with the broader Imperium, the synthesis of machine doctrine with human innovation. The future I've seen, Archmagos Coriel Zeth. Call's mechadendrites weaved complex patterns in the air. It can be improved upon. The variables can be optimized. The Liberator understands this. The Emperor permits it. We need only execute the calculations with appropriate precision. The hololithic display shifted one final time, showing Mars transformed, a future where the Red Planet's technology and humanity's ambition had achieved a new synthesis. Whether that transformation would come through peaceful evolution or mechanized conflict remained to be calculated. Comment. 21 Comment. Vote. 1 left. Chapter 123, The Schism of Mars. The crimson dust of Mars swirled around the spires of Olympus Mons as the Parliament session approached. Within the vast chamber of the Forge Temple, thousands of mechadendrites swayed like metallic kelp in a digital ocean, their owners, the Archmagos representatives of countless 4G worlds, exchanging data bursts and binaric whispers. The air was thick with incense from countless censers, their holy smoke designed to appease machine spirits and purify the recycled atmosphere. Archmagos Coriel Zeth stood beside Belisarius Call, their augmented forms casting long shadows in the ruddy light filtering through the crystalline dome above. Their internal chronometers counted down to the moment that would change the face of Mars forever. The probability matrices favor us, Zeth transmitted via encrypted vox, her voice a carefully modulated whisper of static and code. 64.2% of the neutral 4G worlds are represented here today, and our preliminary calculations suggest 40% are already aligned with our cause. Call's optical sensors whirred as they adjusted, focusing on the ancient throne of the Fabricator General, empty now, but not for long. Numbers are but one variable in this equation, Coriel. The human element remains unpredictable. The Parliament chamber itself was a testament to the Mechanicum's grandeur, a perfect hemisphere carved from the living rock of Olympus Mons, with concentric rings of seats descending like the circles of an inverted crater. Each seat was a masterwork of engineering, featuring direct neural interfaces and hollow-cast projectors that allowed the occupant to participate in the proceedings with maximum efficiency. Honored representatives of the Omniscia's domains, Call began, his mechadendrites moving in precise, measured patterns that matched his words. We stand at a crossroads. Before us lies a choice between stagnation and progression, between isolation and unity, between fear and understanding. The assembled tech priests processed his words through countless cognitive engines, analyzing every nuance. Many had already made their decisions, their votes secured through careful negotiation and the promise of lost knowledge. But ceremony demanded their attention, and Call's presence commanded it. My achievements speak not of personal glory, but of potential realized, he continued. The recovered STC patterns I have shared demonstrate but a fraction of what we might achieve together. Each Forge world that has received these gifts has already begun to see increased production efficiency by an average of 47.3%. A ripple of binary cant flowed through the chamber as tech priests communicated their approval. The STCs had been carefully chosen, each one valuable enough to secure loyalty, but not so powerful as to upset the balance of power between Forge worlds. But this is merely the beginning, Call's voice grew stronger. As Forge Master of Olympus Mons, I propose a new era of cooperation between our domains. No more shall we hide knowledge from each other, no more shall we play politics with the advancement of technology. The Omniscia's gifts are meant for all who serve him faithfully. From her position among the senior archmagos, Corielzeth watched the proceedings with careful attention. Their preparations had been meticulous, every detail calculated. The voting protocols were already being initialized, streams of data flowing through the ancient systems of the amphitheatrum. The voting began with the closest Forge worlds to Mars. One by one, representatives signaled their choices through the noosphere, each vote recorded in unbreakable encryption. The pattern became clear almost immediately. Call's support was overwhelming. Approve 71.3%. Reject, 12.4%. Abstain, 16.3%. Victory was assured. The radicals had won, and with them, the future of Mars would. The final tallies were still being processed when the grand doors of the chamber burst open. Kelbier Hal strode in, his crimson robes billowing, surrounded by his inner circle. His mechanical voice crackled with barely contained rage. Heresy! This gathering is a mockery of our traditions. Belisarius Call is a puppet of outside forces, seeking to corrupt the pure doctrine of the machine god. The chamber erupted in binary cant and mechanically enhanced voices. Call remained motionless at the podium, his optical sensors fixed on Hal. Curious, Call's voice cut through the chaos, that you speak of heresy, Archmagos Hal. His mechadendrites activated a new hololithic display. Perhaps we should examine the meaning of that word. The projection filled the chamber, a recording of Hal in his private sanctum, surrounded by his inner circle. His voice, unmistakable, rang out, the false Omniscia and his lies. We shall show the Imperium that Mars bows to no one, least of all a fraudulent deity. Silence fell, broken only by the soft whirring of cooling fans and servomotors. Hal's optical sensors flared with rage and disbelief. Impossible, he whispered. How did you? The Omniscia's sight reaches far, Call replied calmly. Your true beliefs are now known to all. Interesting words, Archmagos Hal, Call's voice cut through the silence. Perhaps you'd care to explain to this assembly why you refer to our Emperor, the living vessel of the Omniscia's will, as false. Hal's mechadendrites writhed in fury as he realized the depth of his predicament. His support base was crumbling, his credibility destroyed, and now he stood exposed as a heretic before the entire parliament. In that moment, Kelbier Hal made his choice. A choice that would write itself in fire across the face of Mars. Initiate Protocol Omega, he transmitted on an encrypted frequency. His Skitarii raised their weapons, and reality itself seemed to bend as teleportation fields enveloped them. For 3 seconds, the chamber remained silent. Then all hell broke loose. Emergency alerts screamed through Mars's noosphere. Orbital defense platforms suddenly turned their weapons planetward. Forge temples sealed their blast doors. Ancient weapons, long dormant, hummed to life in hidden chambers. In the Parliament chamber, Call's voice cut through the chaos. All loyal forces, implement Protocol Omega. This is not an exercise. Across Mars, prepared loyalist forces moved to secure critical infrastructure. But Hal had prepared as well. Sleeper agents activated, weapon caches were unsealed, and hidden armies of battle automata emerged from secret forges. In orbit, Kelbier Hal's battle fleet moved into blocking positions, their ancient weapons arrays powering up. Hal's forces had effectively quarantined the solar system, but carefully avoided any provocative moves toward Terra. This was to be a purely Martian civil war. The command sanctum's air was thick with incense and binary cant, ancient cogitators humming their eternal hymns to the Omnissiah. Zagruz Kane's augmented form cast long shadows across monitoring stations displaying the escalating civil war. His mechadendrites coiled and uncoiled like serpents of brass and steel, betraying an agitation that his carefully modulated voice did not. Blood flows in the forges, Kane's voice resonated through augmetic enhancement, each word falling like a hammer strike. Mars burns while her children wage war in her sacred halls. Explain yourselves, Archmagos Call, Archmagos Zeth. Belisarius Call's towering frame stood unmoved, his own mechadendrites weaving patterns of calculated precision through the air. The explanation, Fabricator Locum, echoed through the parliamentarium mere hours ago. Or did your cognitive engines fail to process Kelbier Hal's heresy? You were there, Kane, Coriel Zeth added, her tone modulated for perfect diplomatic resonance. You witnessed his declaration of the Emperor as the false Omnissiah. Such thoughts are cancer in the Mechanicum's body. Kane's optical sensors flared. I witnessed a carefully orchestrated performance. A political masterstroke that has plunged Mars into civil war. Do not pretend this is mere happenstance, Call. Your rise has been unprecedented. As was Hal's fall, Call countered smoothly. His ambitions for the position of Fabricator General were well known. That he would resort to violence when thwarted should surprise none who knew him. The mathematics of his character were always clear. Mathematics, Kane's laugh was harsh, mechanical. You speak of calculations while forge temples burn. While brother turns against brother in halls consecrated to the Omnissiah's wisdom. And now you stand here, master of Olympus Mons itself, positioned for the very role Hal coveted. Zeth stepped forward, her own augmetics humming with barely contained energy. Would you prefer Hal's vision, Fabricator Locum? A Mechanicum turned against the Imperium. Against the Omnissiah is chosen. I prefer Mars whole, Kane's voice dropped to a dangerous whisper. This conflict must remain internal. Terra must not be drawn in. A&D. He paused, optical sensors fixing on both of them with laser intensity, neither must other, interested parties. The unspoken hung in the air between them like a sword, the Independence sector's shadow over all these events. Call and Zeth exchanged microsecond bursts of data, acknowledging the warning's weight. The Radicals' connections are well known, Kane continued. But this is Martian soil. Martian politics. Outside forces have no place here, regardless of their technological gifts. Our focus is survival, Call responded carefully. Hal's forces control the orbitals. Communications are cut. Even if we wished external intervention, it is currently impossible. Kane's mechadendrites writhed with something approaching satisfaction. Good. The Parliament will assist in defense, of course. Hal's madness leaves us little choice. But remember, Archmagos Call, your position at Olympus Mons, while impressive, is not yet Fabricator General. Of course, Fabricator Locum, Call bowed slightly, the gesture precise to the millisecond of appropriate deference. Your authority in this crisis is unquestioned. We seek only to preserve Mars's future. As do we all, Kane's tone carried infinite layers of meaning. I congratulate you on your appointment to Olympus Mons, Call. May your service honor its traditions. But know that until a new Fabricator General is chosen, my influence remains significant. Logic dictates acknowledgement of hierarchical authority, Zeth interjected smoothly. The Mechanicum structure must be preserved, especially in times of crisis. Indeed, Kane's massive form turned toward the chamber's exit. Remember that wisdom. Mars will survive this conflict, but its scars will run deep. Ensure your actions do not deepen them unnecessarily. As the Fabricator Locum's footsteps echoed away, Call and Zeth stood in momentary silence, their cogitators processing the layers of threat and promise contained in the exchange. He knows more than he reveals, Zeth observed quietly. As do we all, Call responded, his mechadendrites resuming their fluid motion. But his warning is logical. This conflict must maintain its proper form, even as its music changes. The gears of revolution turn best when properly aligned with tradition's teeth. In the distance, the sounds of battle echoed through Mars's ancient halls, while above, Hal's blockade maintained its stranglehold on the red planet. The game continued, its players moving with precision across a board marked in blood and binary. The future of Mars hung in the balance, watched over by eyes both mechanical and divine. From the master of mankind's private sanctum in the Imperial Palace, Terra's sister planet burned like a second sun. The Emperor stood before a window that spanned the height of the chamber, his superhuman eyes discerning the microscopic flashes of weapon batteries and the precise geometries of ships locked in orbital combat. His presence filled the room with an almost tangible weight, golden light pooling around his feet like liquid divinity. So it begins. Malkador the sigil light approached, his ancient staff tapping a steady rhythm on the marble floor, a counterpoint to the silent symphony of destruction above Mars. Beside the Emperor's radiance, the First Lord of Terra appeared as a shadow, his cowled form absorbing the ambient light. Another of Franklin's initiatives. Malkador's tone carried a mixture of exasperation and grudging admiration. Your son seems to have inherited your taste for grand designs, though his methods are uniquely his own. Franklin has been positioning his pieces for some time now. The Emperor's voice, deep and resonant, seemed to reverberate through the air itself. This is not mere spectacle. It is transformation violence as the catalyst for inevitability. I had envisioned a more gradual approach, the Emperor continued, golden eyes reflecting the light of distant carnage. Centuries of careful integration, subtle manipulation, binding Mars to Terra through threads of logic and loyalty. Franklin. He paused, and for the briefest moment, a smile touched his perfect features. Franklin has seen fit to accelerate the process. Where I would weave, he forges. Malkador leaned slightly on his staff, the faint crackle of energy betraying the boundless power within. And yet you permit this? Such escalation risks destabilizing the very foundations of our alliance with the Mechanicum. The Emperor's expression remained impassive. The Mechanicum's independence was always a convenient fiction, one I allowed for a time. But fiction cannot be the foundation of empire. My son sees what must be done, as do I. Half measures would only prolong the inevitable. Mars must be reforged, or it will fracture beyond repair. Call, Malkador said, his tone thoughtful. The instrument of your son's vision. A fascinating paradox of future's hand reshaping its own past. A weapon of knowledge, the Emperor said, his gaze never wavering from the hololithic displays now shimmering into existence. Tactical overlays illuminated the civil war raging across Mars. Call provides clarity where time obscures. Franklin wields him as deftly as a master swordsman wields his blade. Every move calculated, every outcome anticipated. The silence deepened, broken only by the faint hum of distant machinery and the occasional tremor of unseen energies. Through their heightened senses, they could almost hear the prayers of the tech priests, the binary screams of ancient machines as Martian forges became battlegrounds. And what future does he craft? Malkador's question hung in the air, rhetorical yet expectant. A Mars inseparably bound to Terra, the Emperor replied. Not through conquest or coercion, but through necessity and transformation. The Mechanicum will emerge from this crucible as something greater, its fractures healed, its potential fully realized. And the cost? Acceptable. The Emperor's tone hardened, a stark declaration. The alternatives lead to ruin. I have seen the futures where Mars remains divided, Adeptus Mechanicus and the Dark Mechanicum. Those paths lead to collapse, to wars that bleed the Imperium dry. This. He gestured to the chaos above Mars. This is precision. This is inevitability. Malkador inclined his head slightly, his ancient mind processing the layers of strategy at play. Shall we intervene, then? Or do we continue to let Franklin's plan play itself out? We watch. The Emperor's voice carried absolute certainty. We let the operation proceed as planned. Franklin has positioned every piece with perfect precision. Battlefleet Solar holds the line, preventing outside interference while appearing to maintain Imperial authority. Call and his allies fight for survival, their desperation masking the true nature of their transformation. And Kelbier Hal. A trace of dark amusement colored his words. Hal plays his part perfectly, burning away the old order so the new may rise from its ashes. A masterstroke, Malkador mused, to orchestrate chaos itself. A dangerous game, even for one so adept. Not chaos, the Emperor corrected, his tone measured and unyielding. It is a grand design, one where each player follows the path dictated by their own nature, yet all converge toward a singular purpose. That is Franklin's true genius. He does not command with overt force or impose rigid control, instead, he aligns outcomes through subtle influence, shaping the natural inclinations of others to serve his vision. He understands that the most enduring results arise not from domination, but from enabling inevitability to unfold according to his design. Quite the puppeteer indeed, Malkador noted dryly, for one who preaches liberty above all. The greatest freedom is the freedom to choose one's own chains, the emperor replied. They stood in contemplative silence, watching as the gears of revolution turned exactly as planned. Somewhere in the void, Franklin's forces waited, ready to intervene at the perfect moment, not too soon to rob Mars of its agency, not too late to risk true catastrophe. The stratagem aboard the Sweet Liberty was a cathedral to warfare's art, its vast dome pierced by hololithic projections that transformed the chamber into a miniature galaxy. At its heart stood Franklin Valorian, the Liberator, his massive form casting long shadows across tactical displays showing Mars burning in the void. The red planet's suffering reflected in his eyes as he studied the spreading conflagration, watching forged cities ignite like funeral pyres across its ancient surface. Above them, the vessel's quantum cogitators hummed with crystalline precision, processing battle data from 1,000 sources. The Sweet Liberty's 10,000-kilometer bulk hung in the void at the doorstep of the solar system. Franklin's gaze swept across his gathered sons, each a legend in their own right, each carrying a piece of his vision for humanity's future. The perpetual daemon prytanes in their holding cells below screamed secrets into the void, while Dr. Chen's laboratories echoed with the sound of progress. Was there another way? Franklin's voice filled the chamber, not with volume but with weight. Could we have achieved our aims without setting the forges of Mars ablaze? First Captain Denzel Washington stepped forward. His voice carried the measured tones of centuries of diplomatic experience. My lord, revolution need not always wear the face of violence. Yet Mars's transformation was inevitable, the only choice was whether to guide it or let it occur naturally, potentially with far greater bloodshed. We've chosen the surgeon's knife over the executioner's axe. Second Captain Stephen Armstrong's augmetic fist crashed against his chest plate, his face twisted in a fierce grin. Guide it? We're purging the rot, Lord. Every drop of blood shed today prevents oceans of it tomorrow. Kelbier Hal and his tech heretics would have eventually turned Mars against the Imperium. Better to lance the boil now, under controlled conditions, than wait for it to burst. The chamber's temperature seemed to drop as Third Captain Henry Cavill spoke, his eyes carrying the weight of futures yet to come. I've seen the alternatives, Father. I've walked the timeline where we didn't act. If the Dropsite massacre was Horus's opening move, the schism of Mars is Kelbier Hal's. Billions die. Entire forge worlds fall to chaos. What we do today? He paused, choosing his words carefully. This is mercy, compared to what could be. John Ezra, his Secret Service regalia stark against his power armor, analyzed the tactical displays with professional detachment. The numbers support our action, Lord. Calculated risks, measured responses. We've contained the conflict to manageable parameters while achieving our strategic objectives. The human cost is, regrettable, but within acceptable margins. Vladimir Mendelev's psychic hood crackled with restrained energy, arcs of blue lightning playing around its edges as the chief librarian stroked his beard thoughtfully. The warp, she is fickle mistress, he said, his voice deep and heavily accented, each word carrying a weight of ancient wisdom and vodka-soaked pragmatism. I see currents of destiny, shifting, turning like great river under ice. What we do today, this sends ripples through time, making futures twist and bend. But... He paused, his eyes narrowing, staring into a void only he could see. The alternatives? Is worse. Much worse. Like winter storm with no end. Director Samuel L. Jackson's scarred face twisted into a predatory smile, his eyes glowing with fierce intensity. With respect, Lord, you're asking the wrong question. It's not about whether this was right, it's about whether we're willing to go far enough. The Cabal's Perpetual gave us invaluable intelligence, but there are still threats out there. Mars is just the beginning. We need to be ready to do what's necessary, when it's necessary, without hesitation. Franklin stood silent for a moment, the weight of their words settling over him like a mantle of iron. His gaze swept across his gathered sons, each one embodying the ideals he had cultivated in them. The glow of the hololithic displays painted his face in shifting shades of red and gold, a reflection of Mars burning in the void. When he finally spoke, his voice carried the gravity of a leader who bore the weight of an entire galaxy on his shoulders. Your words reflect the wisdom I hope to see in you. Each of you holds a piece of the truth, and together, you've shaped the answer I sought. He gestured to the projections of Mars, the forges burning, the fractured lines of the mechanicum splitting apart. This was always going to happen. Whether by our hand or by theirs, the old order was doomed. Kelbierhal and his ilk could not abide a future where humanity held the reins of its destiny. Their gods are chains, their traditions a cage. We didn't create this conflict, we revealed it. We made it inevitable. And in doing so, we took control of it, and now we need only wait for the conclusion. Chapter 124, The First Look. The gilded halls of the imperial palace stretched like arteries of gold and marble, their vaulted ceilings disappearing into shadows where ancient mechanisms clicked and whirred with patient vigilance. Through these halls strode two figures whose very presence seemed to bend reality. One, a giant in ceremonial exo-armor bearing the heraldry of the Liberty Eagles, his easy grin at odds with the gravity of his station; the other, an ancient being whose staff clicked against the floor with each measured step, his hood drawn close as if to contain the raw psychic might that radiated from his form. Malkador the Sigil Light, First Lord of Terra, deftly sidestepped what would have been a bone-crushing embrace from the Primarch Franklin Valorian. The movement was graceful, practiced, suggesting this was not the first time he had avoided such displays of fraternal affection. His eyes, ancient and sharp as obsidian shards, studied the towering demigod before him with careful scrutiny. Your machinations on Mars, Malkador began, his voice carrying the weight of millennia, they walk a dangerous path, Lord Valorian. The formal address was deliberate, a reminder of station and responsibility. Should Kelbierhal break through to the Martian Parliament? Franklin's response was a smile that seemed to carry echoes of ancient Terra's long-lost horizons. Careful, Mal. Your skepticism is showing. The giant's armor's baroque surfaces reflecting the warm light of phosphor strips that lined the corridor. Though I'll grant you've earned every ounce of it. If Kelbierhal breaks through the defenses of the Martian Parliament, the Treaty of Olympus binds even the Emperor's hands in matters of Martian internal affairs. We would be forced to watch as he purges the opposition. A knowing smirk played across Franklin's features. Your skepticism has merit, Mal, he acknowledged, using the diminutive that never failed to make the regent's eye twitch. But Belisarius Call and the radicals will not lose. This, I guarantee. Malkador's eyes narrowed, decades of political intrigue condensed into a single, penetrating gaze. Why? Franklin's chuckle echoed through the corridor, a sound that seemed to make the very crystals in the illumination panels vibrate in sympathy. Because Call is one of my eggheads, he revealed, gesturing expansively. Brilliant mind, ego the size of a Gloriana-class battleship, but then again, which of my scientists doesn't have that particular quirk? They're all masters of their craft. The connection, Franklin, Malkador pressed, patience wearing thin. Let's just say, Franklin's voice dropped to a conspiratorial whisper that still managed to fill the entire hallway, that Call has been given state-of-the-art equipment and support. He emphasized the last word with another chuckle. Yet, let's call the new ones support. The mysterious emphasis on support caused Malkador's psychic senses to prickle, but he recognized the futility of pressing further. Franklin Valorian, for all his apparent openness, could be as inscrutable as the Emperor when he chose to be. Besides, the Primarch had never acted against the greater imperial design, his methods unorthodox but his loyalty unquestionable. The Sigil Light fell silent for a moment, weighing his next words carefully. Franklin had proven himself trustworthy thus far, never truly jeopardizing the Emperor's grand design. Perhaps it was time to test the waters regarding the future, a future that, by design, would have no place for Primarches at its helm. Tell me, Franklin, Malkador began, his voice carefully neutral, what are your plans after the Great Crusade? What are your thoughts on allowing common citizens to rule themselves? The answer that came shook the foundations of Malkador's carefully constructed understanding of the Primarch's nature. Franklin laughed, the sound bouncing off the ancient stones like a challenge to fate itself. Farming, he declared with a grin that could have lit the depths of the palace. Or maybe I'll push the borders out a bit further. Either way, you'll find me in the background, Mal, with a Liberton beer in one hand and tending to the galaxy's finest barbecue with the other. His eyes took on a distant look, as if seeing through the palace walls to some future only he could envision. Just as the Founding Fathers intended. Just as Washington did. The reference to ancient Terra's leaders might have seemed presumptuous from any other, but from Franklin, it carried the weight of genuine conviction. Malkador stopped dead in his tracks, his ancient eyes widening with disbelief. In all his centuries of existence, in all his careful studies of power and those who wielded it, he had never encountered this a demigod who genuinely desired to step aside. Seeing Malkador's stunned expression, Franklin laughed heartily. Look, Mal, I've got talent for ruling, we both know that. But I don't particularly enjoy it. If this galaxy needs the Liberator, I'll wear that mantle until they don't need one anymore. His voice took on a more contemplative tone. The galaxy's vast, and we've barely scratched its surface. I might push those borders out just for the fun of it, but I won't be taking any leadership roles unless absolutely necessary. He gestured expansively. The Liberty Eagles, the Independence Sector, my industrial heart, the military arm, sure, they're mine. But even those will be ruled by mortals. I'll keep the megacorporations and the 11th Legion for border expansion and conquest when needed, but we won't meddle in imperial affairs unless absolutely necessary. His grin returned. I've got 99 problems, but being a king isn't one of them. Let the Imperium be ruled by whoever and whatever works best. Standing there in the ancient corridor, Malkador the Sigil Light, First Lord of Terra, greatest of the Emperor's servants, found himself re-evaluating everything he thought he knew about the nature of power and those destined to wield it. Before him stood a Primarch who viewed immortality not as an endless burden of rule, but as an opportunity for endless discovery. Who saw power not as a right to be claimed, but as a responsibility to be set aside when no longer needed. The echoes of their conversation faded into the depths of the palace, but the impact of Franklin's words would resonate through the corridors of power for millennia to come. In the end, perhaps the greatest victory was not in the eternal grip of power, but in the strength to open one's hand and let it go. In the heart of the Imperial Palace, before the towering edifice of the Golden Throne, Franklin Valorian stood in contemplative silence. The chamber thrummed with power both seen and unseen, each pulse of energy from the Astronomicon sending ripples through reality itself. The Emperor sat motionless upon his ancient seat, his physical form a mere anchor while his consciousness soared through the infinite depths of the Empyrean. The radiance emanating from the Akashic Reader cast strange shadows across the vast chamber, its light interweaving with the golden luminescence of the Astronomicon in an ethereal dance. Franklin observed the phenomenon with the eyes of both a warrior and a son, understanding that each shimmer represented untold depths of knowledge and power being sifted through by humanity's master. As he waited, Franklin's consciousness began to drift through the layers of memory that clung to this sacred space like cosmic cobwebs. The recollection of his first encounter with the God Emperor surfaced unbidden, not the being who now sat before him, but the entity of power that would exist 10 millennia hence. The revelation still sent shivers through his transhuman frame. His father, as he existed now, already possessed the full might of that future self, a power so vast it could shake the foundations of reality. The strategic brilliance of it all dawned on him anew. The Emperor had orchestrated events to force chaos hand, to make them initiate their end times. It was a gambit of such magnificent scope that even attempting to comprehend its full implications made Franklin's enhanced mind reel. As his thoughts probed deeper into these memories, they encountered an unyielding barrier, a psychic lock crafted by the God Emperor himself. Franklin could sense the immense power sealed behind it, knowledge meant for eyes that had weathered 10,000 years of grim dark future. The lock was not impenetrable. With his abilities, he could potentially force his way through. But wisdom stayed his hand. Some doors were meant to remain closed, some knowledge meant to remain veiled until its appointed time. Besides, he had already witnessed enough to understand why his father could accomplish feats that defied comprehension. The memory of the Emperor facing down the tyrannid hive mind in the Helican Sector crusade flashed through his mind, a confrontation that had ended with the vast alien consciousness reeling in defeat. It explained why Cain, the shattered god of war, believed that only Franklin and the Emperor could truly stand against Akruk, those terrifying ancient weapons of the old ones. The sudden silence snapped Franklin back to the present moment. The Akashic Reader's hum diminished to a whisper, then ceased entirely. The change in the chamber's atmosphere was palpable, like the quiet before a thunderstorm. The Emperor's consciousness was returning to his mortal form, reality reshaping itself around his presence. Franklin straightened, his massive frame casting long shadows in the golden light. The weight of future knowledge pressed against his thoughts, but he pushed it aside. The present moment demanded his full attention, for few beings in the galaxy could claim to stand before the master of mankind and truly know the depths of power they witnessed. The chamber held its breath, waiting for the Emperor to open his eyes and address his son. In that suspended moment, Franklin couldn't help but marvel at the intricate web of time and circumstance that had brought him here. He was one of the few beings in existence who knew both versions of his father, the Emperor of the present and the God Emperor of the future, and understood that they were one and the same, merely separated by the veil of time. The Emperor's return to corporeal awareness rippled through the chamber like a tide of molten gold, each wave of consciousness bringing with it fragments of infinite knowledge gleaned from the Empyrean's depths. The ancient being's eyes focused on his son's massive form, noting the familiar irreverent grin that played across Franklin's features despite the crushing weight of power that filled the chamber. Franklin snapped a crisp salute, though he couldn't resist adding, "Hey there, Pops. How was surfing the Empyrean web?" The words should have been blasphemous in their casualness, yet they carried an underlying warmth that few beings in the galaxy could dare express toward the master of mankind. "What requires my immediate attention?" The Emperor's voice resonated with undertones that could shake worlds or whisper secrets to dying stars. Yet there was patience there, an acknowledgement of his son's unique position among his gene-forged champions. Franklin's grin widened, though a shadow of cosmic understanding darkened his eyes. "Read my mind, Father. There's something you need to see about your future self." A pause, heavy with the weight of temporal paradox. Spoiler alert, you become the God Emperor and the Golden Throne becomes a fancy golden toilet. The attempt at humor masked the gravity of the moment as the Emperor's consciousness reached out, an act as natural as breathing yet containing power enough to unmake reality. He delved into Franklin's memories with surgical precision, excavating knowledge of futures yet unlived, of destinies yet unwoven. The revelation struck like a thunderbolt from beyond time itself. The Emperor saw himself as he would be, as he already was, a being of such transcendent power that galaxy trembled in his wake. The perfect loop of causality revealed itself. He had not merely been born powerful, he had been born with the accumulated might of 10 millennia of worship, sacrifice, and struggle. His future self had reached across the vast epochs of time, seeding his own beginning with the power of his end. Contemplation fell over the Emperor like a mantle of stars. The gambit he had played would play stretched across timelines like a web of crystalline perfection. The power he had claimed from the four at Molech was merely another thread in this tapestry, along with the knowledge of the Primarch's creation. The Webway project, that grand dream of human advancement, was but the first step on a path he had already walked. "The loop closes," the Emperor spoke, his words carrying the weight of ages. "What I am now is what I will become, and what I will become has shaped what I am." His gaze fell upon Franklin, seeing his son with new understanding. "You carry this knowledge well, bearing its weight without breaking under its truth." "Well, when you've got a sense of humor as good as mine, cosmic revelations are just another Tuesday," Franklin replied, though his levity couldn't entirely mask the profound respect in his eyes. "Though I've got to say, the whole future you empowering past you thing? That's some next-level planning, even for you, Father." The ancient Martian winds howled across the scarred battlefield, carrying with them the acrid stench of burning promethium and molten adamantium. Princeps Darius stood at the helm of his Acastus Knight Porphyrion, its massive frame trembling with barely contained power as his mind merged with the war machine's spirit through the throne mechanicum. Around him, the pantheon of his knightly household moved with practiced precision, their footfalls sending tremors through the rust-red earth. The explosions that rocked the front lines painted the crimson sky with artificial auroras, the screech of god machines dying echoing across the plains like the death throes of ancient dragons. Through his neural link, Darius could taste the metallic tang of war in the air, his augmented senses processing battlefield data with cold efficiency. 30 kills, he broadcast across the squadron's voxnet, pride suffusing his augmented voice. "The true Omnissiah blesses our crusade against these here techs." The words carried the weight of conviction, even as his enhanced eyes scanned the suspiciously poorly defended sector before them. Sir Meridius, piloting one of the Sarastu's knights, voiced what they all felt through their shared batlenet. "Lord Princeps, this approach to the shield generators, it's too easy. Where are the defense batteries? The Skitarii battalions? Many of our allies had lost contact here as well, even a Titan." Darius acknowledged the concern with a burst of binary cant, but pressed forward nonetheless. Their mission was clear: disable the generators protecting the Martian Parliament, where Belisarius Cawl and his heretic dogs clung to their false interpretations of the Omniscia as well, and investigate the disappearance of their allies. The first line of defensive turrets fell easily beneath their coordinated assault. Too easily. Warning runes flickered across Darius's consciousness, his machine spirit growling with unease. Something was wrong. The patterns were off, like a corrupted data sequence that refused to resolve properly. Then came the first report, cutting through the cacophony of battle. "Lord Princeps. Contact at bearing 330. The voice belonged to Sir Cassius, one of their most experienced pilots. Single Knight class signature, configuration unknown. Colors red and black. It's just, standing there. Through shared visual feeds, Darius observed the stranger. The unknown knight was sleeker than any pattern he had encountered in his centuries of service. Its armor bore none of the traditional markings of Mars knight houses. Instead, its surfaces were smooth, almost predatory in their simplicity. "Hold position," Darius commanded, suppressing the surge of unease that rippled through his neural links. "Maintain targeting solutions. Wait for a full lance assembly." The minutes it took for their full complement to assemble felt like hours, each moment weighted with mounting dread. The strange knight remained motionless, its presence an implicit challenge that made their previous victories feel hollow. "Weapons lock established," Cassius reported, his voice carrying an edge of uncertainty that Darius had never heard before. "Configuration matches no known knight or titan pattern. Moderate scale but readings suggest extreme power density." Darius opened his mouth to give the order to fire, to unleash the combined fury of their squadron upon this lone adversary. But before he could speak, data began flooding across his command screens. Binary code cascaded through his neural interface, resolving into a single message that burned itself into his augmented retinas. "Target verified. Commencing hostilities." What happened next defied everything Darius knew about night warfare. The unknown machine moved with lightning speed, its energy blade describing an arc of pure light through the air. Before anyone could react, 2 of his squadron's knights were bisected, their reactor cores barely having time to begin their death sequences before their upper halves slid free from their legs. "By the machine god!" someone screamed across the Vox. "It's not possible!" A volley of grenades streaked through the air. Sir Meridius raised his ion shields, the defensive barrier flaring bright enough to overwhelm optical sensors. But in that microsecond of blindness, the red and black knight simply appeared on their flank. Darius had fought in hundreds of battles. He had faced down Titan-class enemies and emerged victorious. But nothing in his extensive combat logarithms could account for what he was witnessing. The unknown knight moved like liquid mercury, weaving through weapons fire with ease, each motion precise yet utterly alien. It wasn't fighting like a knight should, it was fighting like something else entirely, something that had merely adopted a knight's form. "Break formation!" he ordered, bringing his own weapons to bear. "Spread out and..." 3 more knights fell in the time it took him to give the command, their destruction so swift and precise it seemed almost merciful. Darius fired, his knights' massive weapons lighting up the battlefield with enough firepower to level a hab block. The stranger's machine simply wasn't there when the shots landed. For a brief moment, Darius thought he saw something emblazoned on its carapace, a number that seemed to burn itself into his mind. 9. The last thing Princeps Darius saw was a flash of energy moving faster than his augmented eyes could track. His final thought, before his consciousness was severed from his knight's dying machine spirit, was a prayer to the machine god not for salvation, but for understanding of what they had faced. The Martian wind continued its eternal passage across the battlefield, gradually revealing what lay beneath the disturbed red sands, dozens of knights and even titans, their mighty frames torn apart with surgical precision, all bearing the same marks of destruction. The shield generators remained protected, and deep within the Martian parliament, Belisarius Cawl allowed himself a rare moment of satisfaction. The support is performing exactly as expected, though even he had not expected quite such devastating efficiency. In his most heavily encrypted data logs, he made a note: "Armored core, 9 ball, exceeds all projected parameters." Chapter 125, A New Mars. Archmagos Kelbier Hal's mechadendrites writhed in fury as he processed the cascade of battlefield data flooding his augmented consciousness. Red warning runes flashed across his optical sensors, each one a fresh wound to his pride. The position of Fabricator General, his rightful destiny, slipped further from his grasp with each passing moment. Through his command pavilion's cogitator arrays, he watched his forces' carefully orchestrated offensive crumble. The binary chant of death songs filled the noosphere as more of his loyal forces fell. A particularly urgent data burst cut through the chaos. Urtzi Malevalis, his trusted frontline commander, terminated by Thalax assault units. The loss of such a valuable strategic asset caused Hal's internal cooling systems to strain under the heat of his rage. The pavilion shook as another bombing run struck nearby. His augmetic fingers clenched, scoring deep grooves in the armrests of his command throne. The air wore another tactical failure that defied logic. His forces had systematically destroyed numerous airfields and bunkers housing Call's aerial assets. Yet somehow, the Loyalists maintained complete air superiority. His optical sensors tracked upward, focusing on the source of his aerial defeat. The massive shapes hung in the Martian thermosphere like artificial moons, the arsenal birds, as his intelligence assets had designated them. each one a mobile airbase that launched and recovered aircraft with mechanical precision. The finest anti-aircraft batteries in his arsenal barely scratched their void shields, and due to the height it's staying at. Abominable intelligence. The words burst from his voxcaster in a screech of binary static. Kelbier Hal knew these machines had to be guided by forbidden AI. Call's demonstration of a single servitor-controlled vessel was clearly a deception. No mere servitor could coordinate such complex operations with such efficiency. A fresh data burst, the Knight Squadron and Titan detachment sent to neutralize the Parliament's shield generators all lost. The final picked capture showed a strange night pattern he'd never encountered in any STC database. More Independence sector interference. His mechadendrites lashed out, destroying a nearby monitoring station in a shower of sparks. Heretic. He broadcast across all frequencies. Call and his supporters corrupt the pure machine with Xeno's tainted innovations. The reports continued their merciless cascade. Melgater, another irreplaceable advisor, confirmed destroyed along with his entire God Engine detachment. The battle had started so promisingly: 600 Titans including 20 Imperator-class engines against Call's mere 400 Titans and 10 Imperators. The arithmetic of victory had seemed absolute. Then, defying all logical calculation, 800 additional Titans had appeared on the battlefield. Kelbier Hal's cognitive engines nearly ceased trying to process the impossibility. Only one faction in the galaxy could manufacture Titans in such numbers while Mars was consumed by civil war, the cursed Independence sector. The data cannot be correct, he muttered, his voxcaster spitting static. The production timeline's impossible, unless... His processors worked furiously. Unless they had been building them in secret for years. Preparing. Waiting. Through his command links, he observed his blockade fleet engaging Call's forces in orbit. Another impossibility: ships appearing from nowhere, weapon systems that didn't match any known patterns. Every tactical advantage he'd carefully cultivated was being systematically neutralized by technology that shouldn't exist. Tech heresy. His scream of binary cant overloaded several nearby cogitators. The omniscia is pure knowledge corrupted by innovation. Mars defiled by progress. In that moment, as his carefully constructed plans collapsed around him, Kelbier Hal's sanity began to fragment like corrupted data. The pure, logical certainty that had driven him to this rebellion fractured under the weight of technologies he couldn't comprehend. His mechadendrites thrashed wildly, destroying equipment as his rational processes gave way to machine rage. Through mad eyes, he saw the truth: he wasn't fighting just Call and his loyalists. He was fighting the past itself. The Independence sector and their pet archmagos were introducing corrupted innovation into the pure machine cult. Each impossible weapon, each unknown design, was a dagger in the heart of tradition. Another explosion rocked the pavilion. Through the smoke, Kelbier Hal's augmented vision caught sight of one of the bombers passing overhead. "I am the true servant of the Omniscia," he broadcast, his words degrading into scattered binary. "These innovations, these heresies, they cannot be allowed to corrupt the pure machine." But even as he raged, his tactical cogitators delivered their merciless conclusion: his forces were being systematically destroyed. His time was running out. The position he had fought so hard to attain was fading away, carried on the wings of machines he could barely comprehend. In his madness, Kelbier Hal could no longer distinguish between innovation and heresy, progress and corruption. He saw only the death of everything he believed in, delivered by weapons that defied his understanding of what was possible. Kelbier Hal was not fighting against the present, but against humanity's past, a past that sought to cast him aside, and a future that he was determined to control, no matter the cost. The ancient halls of the Martian Parliament echoed with the heavy tread of Skitarii boots and the whirring of countless mechadendrites. The chamber, carved from Mars red stone and lined with holy circuits, bore the scars of recent conflict. Through shattered dome viewports, the rust-colored sky bore witness to the final act of the schism of Mars. Kelbier Hal, once the brightest luminary of the Mechanicum, now stood bound in restriction fields before his peers. His once pristine mechanical augmentations were battle-damaged, sparking occasionally with damaged circuits. The proud archmagos who had led the rebellion was reduced to a prisoner in the very chambers he had sought to control. Belisarius Call's towering form stood at the center of the triumvirate of judges, his ancient frame bearing fresh battle damage that somehow made him appear even more imposing. To his left stood Coriel Zeth, her mechadendrites moving in precise, measured patterns that betrayed no emotion. On his right, Fabricator Locum Zagrus Kane's augmented visage surveyed the chamber with calculating precision. Archmagos Kelbier Hal, Call's voxcaster resonated through the chamber, each word laden with binary cant undertones that spoke of both victory and sorrow. You stand accused of tech heresy, rebellion against the legitimate authority of Mars, and the murder of countless servants of the Omnissiah. Hal's response came as a burst of angry binary, his vocal synthesizers crackling with damage and fury. I name you all here techs. His mechadendrites strained against their bonds. You, who follow this agent of the independence sector. He fixed his crimson optical sensors on call. You parade him before us as a visionary, but he corrupts the pure machine with the ideals of the independence sector. The gathered magi stirred, their own mechadendrites writhing in response to the accusation. The noosphere around them crackled with tension and competing data bursts. The Parliament sees progress, Hal continued, his voice rising to a screech of binary static. But I see corruption. You embrace the tools of the independence sector, taint our traditions with their tech sorcery. And worst of all, you bow to a techno-barbarian, declaring him Omnissiah. Corielzeth stepped forward, her voice cutting through Hal's ravings with mechanical precision. The evidence stands against you, Kelbier Hal. 2 weeks of warfare have left Mars scarred. Your forces employed forbidden weaponry, violated sacred protocols, all in the name of preserving tradition through destruction. The arsenal birds. Hal's optical sensors flared. The impossible knights. The titans that appeared from nowhere. You speak of forbidden weaponry while embracing these abominations. Zagrus Kane raised his staff, sending a pulse through the chamber's noosphere that commanded silence. The Parliament will now vote on the fate of Archmagos Kelbier Hal. The options stand thus: imprisonment in the deepest data vaults, death by ritual decommission, or freedom under strictest surveillance protocols. The voting commenced in silence, data packets flowing through the noosphere like digital rain. Each Magos present registered their choice in the ancient tradition, their decisions written in strings of binary that would determine the fate of one who had once stood among their highest ranks. As the votes were tallied, teams of tech priests were already moving through Hal's conquered fortress pavilion, securing data cores and weapon schematics. The knowledge he had hoarded would be analyzed, catalogued, and judged for compliance with Mechanicum doctrine. The final tally resolved itself in the chamber's central hololithic projector. Death by ritual decommission held the majority, with the smaller faction advocating for permanent imprisonment. Not a single vote had been cast for freedom. Kelbier Hal's laughter echoed through the chamber, a sound of pure binary madness. You condemn me while you condemn yourselves. The pure machine cannot coexist with innovation. You will see the independence sector's influence will be our undoing. Call stepped forward, his massive frame casting a shadow over the condemned Archmagos. Your death will serve the Omnissiah, Kelbier Hal. Your components will be recycled, your knowledge preserved, but your consciousness will be deleted from the noosphere. This is the judgment of Mars. I die a true servant of the Omnissiah. Hal's final words rang out as the Skitarii moved to escort him to the ritual chambers. You all live as here techs. Kelbier Hal's final scream of binary cant was cut short as his systems were systematically shut down, his consciousness fragmented and dispersed into the void of digital oblivion. The ancient halls of Olympus Mons resonated with potential as Belisarius Call's mechadendrites caressed machinery that had slumbered for millennia. Each touch sent cascades of data through his enhanced consciousness. The machines spoke to him of their history, their capabilities, and most tantalizingly, their potential for improvement. Steam hissed through vents older than most civilizations, yet Call saw not decay but opportunity. Where others might have been overwhelmed by the sheer sanctity of this place, his mind raced with calculations, improvements, and innovations. The arsenal birds soaring above Mars were just the beginning, a proof of concept that melded the best of Martian tradition with independence sector ingenuity. His cognitive engines processed the memory of Franklin Valorian's gift, not just the mighty aerial fortresses, but the fresh titans that had turned the tide of civil war. The Primarch's casual explanation still caused small anomalies in Call's logic engines. The independence sector had taken sacred Martian titan templates and integrated them into their own production lines, treating these god machines as mere tools for sector security. Mass-produced titans, Call mused aloud, his voxcaster carrying undertones of both awe and amusement. The Collegia Titanica would have declared it tech heresy if they ever knew. Yet here they were, proof that innovation need not mean corruption. The Castigator Titans, reserved for the 11th Legion's use, represented an even more radical departure from tradition. These war engines incorporated technologies that pushed the boundaries of what the Mechanicum thought possible. In any other context, such deviation from standard templates would have been grounds for immediate censure. But results spoke louder than doctrine. The god machines performed beyond all theoretical limits. Call's mechadendrites interfaced with another ancient console, his consciousness expanding through the forge's systems. He noted, stay close to the 11th, the industrialist among the Emperor's sons. The independence sector represented a bridge between Mars's ancient knowledge and humanity's potential future. Steam clouds parted as Call moved deeper into the forge complex. The armored core STC data represented perhaps the most valuable gift of all, a perfect fusion of human pilot and machine that could challenge even the mighty knights of the K's Taurus families. Another piece of impossible technology that somehow worked, somehow expanded the boundaries of what was possible. The Golden Age, Call broadcast in binary cant, his excitement bleeding through the mechanical tones. Not just remembered, but surpassed. This was what the machine god truly demanded, not blind adherence to ancient forms, but understanding and improvement. Innovation in service of humanity's ascension. The evening sun cast long shadows across the imperial palace's western balcony, painting the restored greenery of Terra in hues of gold and amber. The planet's rehabilitation had been one of the Emperor's greatest achievements, second only to the creation of the Primarches themselves. Where once toxic wastes and sprawling hive cities had dominated the landscape, rolling hills and crystalline lakes now sparkled under a pristine blue sky. Franklin Valorian, Primarch of the Liberty Eagles, sat sprawled in a reinforced chair that creaked beneath his massive frame. Before him lay the remains of what had once been an elegant feast, now mostly decimated by his legendary appetite. His latest conquest, a pizza larger than a Land Raider's wheel, of which only 2 slices remained. In his hand, a specially fabricated cold fusion chilled can of cola looked absurdly small, like a thimble in the grip of a giant. The Emperor of Mankind sat across from his son, his perpetually shifting features currently settled into something resembling a distinguished man in his 50s, with deep golden eyes that held millennia of wisdom. Malkador the Sigil Light completed their trio, his ancient frame supported by his iconic staff, though he seemed more relaxed than usual in the family setting. The schism's resolution exceeded even my expectations, the Emperor stated, his voice carrying the weight of ages even as he reached for a glass of aged amasec. Belisarius Call's ascension to Fabricator General will ensure Mars remains firmly within humanity's grasp. The Mechanicum's transformation into a second suzerain state. He paused, golden eyes flickering with amusement toward Franklin, was an interesting parallel. Franklin, having successfully conquered his pizza slice, reached for his cola, a beverage he had insisted on recreating from ancient templates to the bemused horror of countless tech priests. Hey, if it works, it works. Better to have them as subjects than partners who might rebel. Kelbier Hal never understood that. Indeed, Malkador interjected, his ancient voice carrying the whispers of millennia. The former Fabricator General's corpse still smolders in the depths of Mars, yet the ruinous powers are nothing if not persistent. They seek new vectors of corruption, new souls to turn against the light of reason, particularly Horus. Hence why you're keeping him close, Franklin observed, reaching for another slice. Classic keep your friends close, enemies closer play. Though it feels weird calling Horus a potential enemy. The Emperor's expression darkened slightly. Every possible future must be considered, no matter how unpalatable. Horus's potential for both greatness and catastrophe is significant. Franklin nodded, then suddenly paused mid-bite, a thought striking him with all the subtlety of a titan's footfall. He looked at his father with an expression that caused Malkador to immediately reach for his amasec. Hey Dad, Franklin began, in that tone universal to children about to ask an awkward question, I know I'm vat-grown and all, but do I even have a mother? He gestured with his pizza slice, sending a few pepperoni slices flying. Like, it can't be just your DNA, right? Because you're a scientist too, one cannot make a child with only one DNA source. The balcony fell silent. A gentle breeze rustled through the restored trees below, carrying the faint sounds of the palace's daily activities. A servitor dropping a tray somewhere in the distance echoed like a thunderclap in the awkward quiet. Well, the Emperor began, with the careful measure of someone navigating a minefield, the process of creating the Primarches was complicated. Franklin leaned forward, pizza forgotten. Complicated how? I mean, there had to be some female genetic material involved, right? Unless... His eyes widened. Wait, did you use Xeno's DNA? Is that why you kept it secret? Am I part Ildari or something? That would explain the whole Cain connection. No. The Emperor said quickly, perhaps too quickly. No, Xeno's DNA was involved in your creation. The process was purely human, I assure you. Then where'd the other chromosomes come from? Franklin pressed, his tactical mind now fully engaged in this new mystery. Because basic genetics says you need both sets. Unless... He gasped dramatically. Did you clone yourself and modify the clone's DNA to be female and then... The sigil light cleared his throat with deliberate precision. I believe, Malkador said with careful dignity, this particular conversation falls somewhat outside my advisory purview. He lifted his staff slightly, as if preparing to make a strategic withdrawal. Perhaps I should. You will do no such thing, old friend, the Emperor commanded, though a hint of resignation colored his tone. After a moment's pause, during which the master of mankind seemed to wage an internal debate, he spoke again. Your mother's name is Erda. She is, a perpetual, like myself. One of the oldest. She followed me for centuries before leaving, the last to leave, actually. Franklin's eyes widened as pieces of a cosmic puzzle fell into place. The perpetuals, they were supposed to be what we became, weren't they? Before you decided to create the Primarches. The silence that followed was heavy with unspoken histories. In the distance, a flock of restored Terran birds wheeled against the sunset, their calls carrying across the renewed atmosphere of humanity's cradle world. If you wish to know more, the Emperor finally said, his voice carrying an uncharacteristic note of what might have been uncertainty, you will have to seek her out yourself. She walks her own path now, as she always has. Franklin nodded slowly, processing this revelation as he reached for another slice of pizza. The casual gesture belied the weight of the moment, a son learning of a mother he never knew, a father acknowledging a past he rarely spoke of, and an ancient advisor doing his very best to appear deeply fascinated by his own staff. The sun continued its descent behind the peaks of the palace, casting the scene in hues of gold and crimson. Below them, Terra continued its renaissance, its restored ecology a symbol of humanity's potential to rebuild and renew. The three continued their meal in a silence that was somehow both comfortable and charged with meaning, each lost in thoughts of paths taken and choices made. Finally, Franklin spoke again, his tone deliberately light. So, any chance she likes pizza too? The Emperor's response was lost to history, but some swear they heard Malkador the Sigil Light, one of the most powerful psychers in human history, snort into his wine glass. A/N, finally. I am done with this subplot of the Mechanicum, back to the Primarches. Chapter 126, Erda. Reality crystallized into stillness, the very atoms of existence holding their breath at the Emperor's command. The Stormbird's massive engines froze mid-ignition, their thermal wash captured in an eternal moment like amber preserving ancient insects. Even the dust motes hung motionless in the air, creating halos around the two titanic figures standing beneath the vessel's swept wings. Franklin Valorian turned from the boarding ramp, his massive frame moving with casual grace that belied his supernatural origins. A knowing smirk played across features that entire worlds would one day commemorate in statuary, though few would capture the irreverent gleam in his eyes. Let me guess, Franklin drawled, leaning casually against the frozen Stormbird's hull. You're about to tell me something so monumentally important that it merits stopping time itself just to have a chat? Must be end-of-the-world levels of dramatic. He paused, then added with a grin, or maybe you forgot to mention something during dinner last night. The Emperor, choosing to ignore his son's theatrical speculation, went straight to the point. It's about your mother, Erda. His voice carried the weight of ages, yet held an unusual note of hesitation. There's more you should know. She was the one who scattered the Primarches across the galaxy. Franklin's eyebrows shot up, but his smirk didn't waver. Well, that's one hell of a divorce settlement. He straightened slightly, his mind already connecting dots across millennia. Though I'm sensing there's a but coming. Let me guess, manipulation by outside forces. Yes, the Emperor confirmed, though the choice was still ultimately hers. Franklin nodded slowly, his expression growing more thoughtful. Question, Pops, did you ever plan to let her be part of our lives? As children, I mean. Did you make any promises about that? The Emperor's silence was answer enough, but he spoke anyway. No. Time was of the essence. The Great Crusade couldn't wait. And therein lies the problem, Franklin chuckled, though there was an edge to his laughter now. Father, let me ask you something, how many women have you been with across your, he waved his hand vaguely, incredibly long life? The Emperor's perfect features showed a flicker of pride. Countless. All flings? Or did you leave a trail of demigod children across history? The Emperor's eyes narrowed slightly. I believe, the old saying, that the pot is calling the kettle black. I've observed your own relationships, my son. They haven't exactly been models of commitment. Franklin raised his hands in mock surrender, still grinning. Point taken. But here's the crucial detail you're missing, Dad. Women, unlike us men, tend to be more emotionally invested. And when you prevent a mother from being part of her children's lives, especially after possibly promising her some role. He shrugged expressively. Well, women are gonna women. The Emperor stared at his son with an expression that suggested he was witnessing either profound wisdom or complete irreverence, possibly both. Look, Franklin continued, I'm not judging you. Well, maybe a little. But mostly I'm just pointing out that it's no wonder she went full psycho. Hell, regular custody battles get messy enough, throw in 20 demigod sons and immortality, and you're basically asking for galaxy-spanning drama. The Emperor remained silent, his golden eyes unreadable as he processed his son's surprisingly insightful analysis of the situation. Don't worry though, Franklin added cheerfully, I'll forgive her. Water under the bridge and all that. Though I might shoot her first, just on principle. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. I mean, being old as dirt is no excuse for that level of irrational behavior. Made our jobs way harder than they needed to be. You're taking this remarkably well, the Emperor observed, studying his son's face. What can I say? I've got your genes for dramatic flair and her genes for making questionable life choices. It's a winning combination. Franklin straightened up from his casual lean. Time resumed its normal flow as the Emperor left. The sector destroyer hung in Terra's stratosphere like a metal leviathan, its baroque architecture a testament to humanity's martial might. Within its labyrinthine depths, the vintage area stood as an anachronistic sanctuary, a chamber where ancient leather chairs and carved wooden panels defied the vessel's otherwise utilitarian aesthetic. Franklin sprawled in one such chair with deliberate casualness, a stark contradiction to his transhuman nature. The chair, reinforced to bear his mammoth frame, creaked slightly as he adjusted his position. Through the chamber's viewing port, the African continent spread below like a ancient tapestry, its restored ecology a patchwork of greens and golds. Somewhere in those vast expanses lay Jayalb, and with it, answers to questions millennia in the making. Denzel moved through the chamber. His dark features held the perpetual alertness of a warrior who had survived countless campaigns, yet his movements as he poured the amasec carried the familiarity of long friendship. The crystalline decanter caught the light as he filled two glasses, two Primarch-sized glasses. Your thoughts on meeting her? Denzel's voice carried the weight of centuries of shared battles and victories. He slid the larger glass across the marble-topped table between them. The real mother, I mean. Franklin's laugh echoed through the chamber, a sound that could inspire armies or terrify enemies. First order of business? Probably shoot her. He lifted the glass, studying the amber liquid within. Call it a courtesy tax for all the trouble. Having to patch up broken brothers isn't exactly how I plan to spend my centuries. The amasec caught the light as he swirled it, creating patterns that mimicked the stellar formations visible through the viewport. Though if we're being honest, she's more of a stepmother figure. Didn't exactly handle the day-to-day raising of any of us, did she? Denzel's features shifted into an expression that few outside this room would ever witness, the look of a man about to challenge a demigod. You know, Frank, one might say you're not entirely stable yourself. Crazy? Me? Franklin's eyebrows rose with theatrical incredulity. I'm perfectly normal. Normal. Denzel's rich laughter filled the chamber. Brother, in all our years of friendship, I've never once used that word to describe you. He leaned forward, his enhanced eyes reflecting the starlight. You're not psychopath crazy, I'll grant you that. But there's something different about you. A kind of Machiavellian intelligence mixed with something fundamentally unhinged. He took a measured sip of his amasec before continuing. And let's not forget that smile when you kill. Could be sadism, could be your hubris showing through. Either way, it's not exactly standard human behavior, but in any case we are no longer humans either. Franklin fell silent, an unusual occurrence that filled the chamber with a weight heavier than mere absence of sound. His fingers traced patterns on the glass as he considered his oldest friend's words. Maybe you're right, he finally admitted, his voice carrying undertones that could shake mountains. Maybe I am what you say. But then again, a familiar grin spread across his features, in times like these, who's to say what's really sane? Less philosophizing about my mental state, more focus on the task at hand. Denzel nodded, recognizing the deflection for what it was. This was his brother in arms, his Primarch, his friend, unhinged perhaps, but never without purpose. The first captain had witnessed Franklin's methods enough times to know that behind every seemingly erratic action lay calculations deeper than the void between stars. The African continent continued its slow rotation below them, each passing moment bringing them closer to their destination. In the distance, a flight of Eagle's gunships conducted patrol maneuvers, their contrails painting white lines across the restored azure sky. You know, Denzel mused, breaking the comfortable silence that had fallen between them, most sons meeting their long-lost mother wouldn't plan to shoot her as an opening move. Franklin's grin widened. Most sons weren't scattered across a galaxy by said mother. He drained his glass in one smooth motion. Besides, she's a perpetual. She'll walk it off. Speaking of your more explosive endeavors, Denzel began, his voice carrying the weight of recent intelligence reports, there's some interesting developments regarding our knife-eared victims. Franklin's eyes gleamed with amused interest. The Dark Eldar? Didn't I reduce their playground to ash? He chuckled, the sound carrying echoes of burning Comarock and screaming spires. Rather definitively, as I recall. That's actually the interesting part. Denzel leaned forward, his Primi-born enhancements allowing him to recall every detail with crystal clarity. They've been trying to demolish your statue. Repeatedly. And failing. My statue? Franklin's eyebrows rose with genuine surprise. The one I left standing in their burning paradise? Me flexing? How thoughtful of them to keep trying. His grin widened, becoming predatory. I assume they're having about as much success as they did defending their city. Denzel's expression carried the careful neutrality of a man delivering complex news. None whatsoever. But that's not the most interesting part. Your little bonfire seems to have had some unexpected consequences in their power structure. He placed his glass down with deliberate care. Asdrubal Vecht, you remember him, the one who was supposed to become their supreme overlord, eventually the one that was saved by Drazar, and you let him go. Well, his carefully laid plans for ascending to power have gone up in smoke, quite literally. Franklin's laughter echoed through the chamber, a sound that would have sent shivers down the spines of any Dark Eldar who heard it. Oh, do tell. I love a good story about ruined ambitions. According to our future data, he had this elaborate plan spanning millennia. By the 32nd millennium, he would have eliminated the noble houses through careful manipulation, paving his way to absolute power. Denzel's lips curved in a bitter smile. Until we crashed his party. Literally. Franklin's laughter boomed through the chamber. So we didn't just burn their city, we accidentally derailed their entire political timeline? Now that's what I call efficient. When we left the ashes of Comarock, we inadvertently rang the dinner bell for every ambitious knife-ear in the webway. What's left of Comarock, and its newer incarnation, has devolved into a feeding frenzy. Vecht and his cabal of the Black Heart are still in play, but they're just another shark in bloody waters now. The power vacuum we created has drawn out all the major players. Denzel's voice took on the measured tone of a military briefing. The Flayed Skull, who've turned void warfare into an art form. The Obsidian Rose, with their weapon craft that would make even Martian tech priests seem tame in comparison. The Last Hatred, driven by spite so pure it might as well be a warp entity. And the Poisoned Tongue, whose webs of intrigue somehow survived the flames. Ah, Franklin's eyes gleamed with recognition. Vex Future X. Lady Malice, wasn't it? The one who was supposed to become his consort when he finally claimed his throne. The very same. But now. Denzel spread his hands in a gesture of cosmic irony. She's just another player in the game. No predetermined path to power through Vex machinations. No carefully orchestrated rise to prominence. We gave them all a clean slate, Franklin mused, his voice carrying the weight of empires toppled and futures rewritten. A chance to rise or fall on their own merits. How democratically destructive of us. These are the same players, just younger and hungrier, Denzel confirmed. According to our intelligence, they're positioning themselves as the new hierarchy. Unstable, but persistent. Franklin's features settled into an expression that blended amusement with calculating interest. So instead of letting Vecht play his long game of carefully orchestrated elimination, we kicked over the board entirely, Denzel finished. Now, instead of one supreme predator emerging over millennia, we have multiple power centers tearing at each other's throats. Their raids against the Imperium will be less coordinated, more desperate. Almost sounds like we did them a favor, Franklin's voice carried a note of mock consideration. Gave them more opportunities for the violence and treachery they so love. Really, they should be thanking us. You know what's truly ironic? Franklin finally spoke, his voice carrying an edge of dark amusement. In trying to destroy my statues, they're probably doing more damage to themselves than they ever could to me. All that infighting, all that delicious chaos. He raised his glass in a mock toast. To unintended consequences. To the butterfly effect, Denzel responded, raising his own glass. Though in this case, the butterfly was more of a thermonuclear explosion. Details, details. Franklin waved his hand dismissively. The important thing is that we've given an entire race of sadistic immortals an object lesson in chaos theory. That has to count for something in the grand scheme of things. Their laughter echoed through the chamber once more, a sound that would have chilled the blood of any dark Eldar who heard it. Sometimes, Franklin mused, his voice carrying the weight of futures seen and altered, the best strategies are the ones we stumble into backwards while setting something else on fire. 839.30 m. Mauritania, Guelb. The sector destroyer hung in the African sky like a metal leviathan, its shadow falling across the ancient sands in a kilometers-long shroud. Below, an oasis defied the desert's dominion, a splash of verdant life amid the endless dunes. At its heart stood a mansion that seemed to exist in deliberate defiance of both time and logic, its architecture a blend of ages that spoke of someone who had witnessed the rise and fall of countless civilizations. Liberty Guard units moved with mechanical precision, their exo-armor shining under the sun as they established a perimeter. Their presence transformed the peaceful oasis into a militarized zone, though they executed their duties with a peculiar restraint. Servants moved between their ranks like fish navigating between the legs of waiting birds, neither party acknowledging the surreal nature of their coexistence. As the Stormbird's engines wound down, their roar diminishing to a whisper, sand settled around the craft like golden snow. Franklin descended the ramp with the casual grace of a predator, his massive frame making even the reinforced metal groan beneath his weight. Behind him Denzel. It was then that Franklin's enhanced senses detected another presence, a different kind of transhuman power, familiar yet distinct. Before them stood a space marine in Mark II Crusade armor, the designation LE2 etched below his breastplate in high Gothic script. The armor was pristine, a testament to both care and skill, but it was what lay beneath that caught Franklin's attention. The Primarch's lips curved into a knowing smile as genetic recognition sparked between them, a connection that spoke of shared heritage and divided destiny. Here stood living proof of the Emperor's experiments, a being crafted from the same genetics that had birthed the Primarches, yet shaped into something different. "Hello, my half-brother," the Primarch's voice carried notes of genuine warmth mixed with something darker. "Nice to meet you." He extended his hand, a gesture both welcoming and somehow threatening in its casualness. Leto took the offered hand with visible reluctance, his ceramite gauntlet engulfed by Franklin's massive palm. "Brother." The word emerged like a challenge. What kind of brother brings an army to visit? Franklin's laughter rolled across the oasis like distant thunder. "Me." He moved past Leto with deliberate nonchalance, leaving Denzel to block any potential pursuit. The tension between Prime-born and prototype Space Marine crackled like static before a storm, two transhuman warriors measuring each other with the precision of targeting augers. The mansion's entrance forced even mortal men to duck. For Franklin, it required an almost comedic degree of stooping. Yet as he crossed the threshold, the interior space opened up like a cathedral, its dimensions suggesting architectural principles that owed more to art than functionality. "May I come in?" His voice carried perfectly calibrated politeness, a warrior king playing at social niceties. "Come in." The response emerged from deeper within, a woman's voice that carried echoes of ages past and futures yet unrealized. Franklin moved through the mansion with measured steps, each one bringing him closer to a meeting millennia in the making. In a room that seemed to exist in multiple dimensions at once, he found her, a figure seated with the stillness of mountains, her face obscured behind a scarf that might have been woven from starlight. The Primarch's smile shifted into something sharp enough to cut worlds in half. "Hello, mother dearest," he said, the words falling like artillery shells in the quiet space. "Nice to finally meet face to face after you know." He made a scattering gesture with one massive hand. "Throwing us across the galaxy." The air within the mansion hung heavy with the weight of ages, each breath charged with potential like the moment before a thunderstorm. Desert light filtered through windows that seemed to exist in multiple dimensions at once, casting strange shadows across the face of a woman who had helped birth demigods. Erda's eyes, blue as the heart of glaciers, studied the transhuman colossus before her. Those ancient orbs had witnessed the rise and fall of civilizations, had gazed upon the face of humanity's master when he was yet mortal, had seen the first breath of 20 suns who would reshape the galaxy. Now they fixed upon one of those suns, perhaps the most dangerous of them all. You carry yourself like him, she said, her voice carrying echoes of lost ages. Always right, ruthless, and astoundingly arrogant. The words fell between them like artillery shells, each one a calculated strike against the fortress of Franklin's composure. Beneath that perpetual smirk of yours, what lies hidden, I wonder? The question hung in the air, a challenge wrapped in maternal curiosity. Sand whispered against the windows outside, nature's timekeeper marking the seconds between cosmic revelations. Among the 20, she continued, her gaze never wavering, each one represents an aspect of him. What aspect do you embody? Franklin Valorian, he interrupted, his voice carrying the weight of worlds conquered and futures rewritten. The 11th. I embody freedom, liberty, and autonomy. A laugh escaped her then, sharp as broken glass. You forgot too, arrogance and manifest destiny. I'm not arrogant. The words emerged from Franklin's lips with practiced ease. That's what all arrogant men say, Erda replied, millennia of observation lending weight to her words. Just like him. Franklin gestured toward the chair opposite her, a movement that somehow managed to be both courteous and threatening. May I? At her nod, he settled his massive frame into furniture that should have crumbled beneath his weight yet somehow held firm. They sat face to face now, mother and son, creator and creation, each carrying burdens heavy enough to crush worlds. Chapter 127, Resizing. I want to shoot you, he stated matter-of-factly, his hand resting near the ornate sidearm at his hip. The last word, a gift from his brother Fukin. I should shoot you. But first, I want to understand why. The confession hung in the air between them, heavy with the weight of 10,000 years of consequences. Erda's eyes grew distant, seeing past the walls of her humble dwelling to the laboratories where godlike beings were forged. The Primarches, she began, her voice taking on the tone of a professor delivering a crucial lecture. You and your brothers aren't true perpetuals, not in any biological sense. You are artificial equivalents, functionally immortal beings born from his blood and power and vigor. You were coded to accelerate his program, designed to live long enough to see his plan through to its conclusion. Her words carried the bitter taste of old wounds. You were meant to be indoctrinated from birth, to follow his word without question, unlike naturally occurring perpetuals. You were created to service his dream. He took what nature had wrought in the perpetuals and built his own pathologized version. Through you, through your genetic lines, he would forge the legions. He didn't achieve this alone, Franklin interjected, his voice carrying the weight of newfound knowledge gleaned from future archives. The desert air sighed outside, carrying with it the distant sounds of livestock bells. Erda's silence spoke volumes before she finally continued. No, she admitted. I was still with him then, one of the last few. Myself, my colleague Astarte, a handful of others. We all had our doubts, but he... She paused, searching for the right words. He was compelling. By then, his power had grown beyond measure. He needed a geneticist, and that was my art. He needed rare gene stock to mix with his own perpetual's blood. Yours, Franklin stated, the word heavy with understanding. Mine. Erda's confirmation carried the weight of millennia of regret. I was the other source. The genetic donor. He is the father of mankind. I was the surrogate mother, the clinician, the midwife. We created 20 magnificent sons. Her voice hardened. But he allowed me no influence. I was merely a biological instrument. It wasn't until after your births that I truly comprehended the future he had planned for you all. Her words came faster now, driven by ancient passion. The bitter destiny he had written. The aggressively rapid and unnaturally savage evolutionary leap he intended to force upon humanity. Nothing good comes from coercing nature, Franklin. Through his sons, he would force the human race into the future, bend it to his will, and defy the very warp itself to achieve it. The air in the room grew heavier as she continued. He had created artificial perpetual analogues and weaponized them, preparing to resist the unbending cosmos. He planned a crusade to reclaim the stars to seize back in a bloody century what humanity had lost over millennia. That was when I stepped away. Astarte remained to complete the Legion gene work, but I left. Heartbroken and bereft, but I left nonetheless. Franklin's hand tightened on the arm of his chair, the wood splintering beneath his grip. And then I tried to save my sons. The words emerged as barely a whisper. You scattered us. Franklin's voice carried no emotion, but the temperature in the room seemed to drop several degrees. Erda leaned forward, her hands covering her mouth, eyes fixed on the ground. I did. I took you from him. I cast you onto the tides to spare you from his terrible ambition. What was his response? Rage, for a time. I had already gone into hiding by then. I concealed myself for ages, always expecting his vengeance. He could be quite vindictive. But it never came. I found that odd. Eventually, I settled here, near my birthplace. I withdrew from the world, and he never sought me out. Franklin absorbed this information with the same analytical precision he applied to battlefield tactics. His smirk returned, though it held a sharp edge that hadn't been there before. Gee Mom, thanks for actually making my job harder than it should be, he drawled, but the levity couldn't mask the steel beneath. His casual tone was a weapon in itself, wielded with the same precision as the blade at his hip. The silence that followed was pregnant with unspoken accusations and justified fury. Here sat the woman who had cast him into the void, who had shaped his destiny with a single act of defiance against humanity's future. Yet she had also given him life, had sought to spare him from a fate she deemed worse than exile. Franklin's enhanced mind calculated 1,000 scenarios, ways this meeting could end. His hand still rested near the last word, but the weapon remained holstered. Violence would be easy, justified, even. But as he studied the ancient being before him, he saw not just the mother who had abandoned him, but a piece of a larger puzzle. The independence he so proudly championed, the liberty he fought to preserve, had her act of rebellion seeded these qualities within him? Would he have become the liberator if he had been raised under the Emperor's direct supervision? The irony was not lost on him. In the end, Franklin rose from his chair. His shadow fell across Erda, a physical reminder of what her son had become despite or perhaps because of her actions. As he turned to leave, the doorway barely containing his massive frame, he reached into a compartment of his war plate. The small pendant he withdrew seemed insignificant in his massive grip, yet it hummed with potential power. I won't thank you for what you did, he stated, not turning to face the woman who had cast him to the stars. But I won't execute you either. Consider it a son's mercy, or perhaps his own small rebellion against fate. The pendant arced through the air, catching the desert light as it flew toward Erda. She caught it with the practiced ease of one who had lived countless lifetimes, her ancient eyes studying its intricate workings. Erebus will come for you, Franklin continued, his tactical mind already plotting moves in a game spanning millennia. I don't know if he will do it in this timeline, but consider it a safeguard. A ghost of his characteristic smirk played across his features. I know you're a powerful psyker, Mom, however, you're not as strong as me or Pops, who could smack around greater demons with ease. Crush the pendant and help will come. He paused at the threshold, one final piece of advice or perhaps mischief to deliver. Visit the old man. With me around, my brothers will be saved one way or another. I will not fail a second time. His voice took on an almost playful tone, despite the weight of destiny in his words. He's been very busy with his own projects, surrounded by nothing but 9-foot-tall men, Malkador, and Sisters of Silence. Who knows? Maybe you could kindle the old man's passion again. His chuckle echoed through the dwelling as he ducked through the doorway, the sound carrying both warmth and warning. It spoke of a son who had found his own path, who stood ready to reshape the future with the same determination that had forged empires. As Franklin strode into the desert beyond, his massive form gradually swallowed by the shimmering heat haze, Erda held the pendant up to the light. Within its crystalline depths, she could almost see the shapes of possible futures her son had already witnessed and returned to prevent. In that moment, she understood that her act of rebellion had indeed borne unexpected fruit, a son who had learned to choose mercy, who fought not just for victory, but for liberation. The ancient perpetual closed her fingers around the pendant, feeling its latent power pulse in rhythm with her own immortal heartbeat. Perhaps, she thought, some failures truly were successes in disguise. The bells of distant livestock chimed in the desert wind, a mundane counterpoint to the cosmic drama that had just played out in her humble dwelling, a drama that would echo across the millennia to come. The desert air crackled with untold energies as Franklin strode forth from Erda's dwelling. Before him, a tableau of potential violence hung suspended in the dying light, Leto and Denzel locked in a standoff that could have ended in brotherhood or bloodshed. With a casual gesture, Franklin signaled the Liberty Guard to withdraw. Their exodus was silent and precise, each movement a testament to transhuman discipline. These were warriors who understood that sometimes the greatest victories came not from drawn weapons, but from weapons wisely sheathed. Franklin's trademark smirk played across features engineered for perfection as he approached the pair. Denzel's posture shifted almost imperceptibly. No shots had been fired, no blood had been spilled. This day would not see brother turn against half-brother, a small victory in the grand cosmic game Franklin played across time itself. A fruitful visit, my proud half-brother, Franklin declared, extending his hand toward Leto. The words carried layers of meaning, each syllable weighted with knowledge of futures yet to unfold and histories yet to be prevented. Hostility radiated from Leto like heat from a plasma core, his eyes darting between Franklin and the distant figure of Erda, who stood watching from her doorway. The tension in his frame spoke volumes. Here was a son who had expected to find his mother's corpse, not a peaceful parley between demigods. Franklin's enhanced eyes took in every detail of Leto's form, from the archaic lines of his second-generation power armor to the way he carried himself, a warrior of an earlier age, proud but technologically outmatched. The chuckle that escaped Franklin's lips carried no malice, only the knowing amusement of one who had seen the evolution of warfare across millennia. With practiced efficiency, Franklin's gauntlet hands accessed a compartment in his mech suit. The object he withdrew seemed to bend the light around it, its geometries suggesting realities that human minds were never meant to comprehend. The tesseract labyrinth caught the desert sun and reflected it in impossible angles, its ancient Necron technology a stark contrast to Leto's relatively primitive war gear. "What's this?" Leto's question carried equal parts suspicion and curiosity, his fingers hovering near the impossible object. "New equipment," Franklin replied with deliberate casualness, "to protect dear old mom better." The words were simple, but they carried the weight of futures witnessed and horrors prevented. In that small cube of impossible mathematics lay the power to imprison entities that most mortals couldn't even comprehend, and new equipment for his half-brother. As Franklin turned to leave, he left behind a baffled Leto, a warrior of the present confronted with technology from humanity's far future, given by a brother who walked through time as easily as others walked through doorways. The gift was more than a weapon, it was a promise of protection, a bridge between brothers who shared a mother's blood but walked very different paths. In the depths of the sweet liberty, within a training cage forged from technologies that spanned millennia, divinity and transhuman might engaged in deadly dance. The chamber's walls thrummed with power containment fields designed to withstand the fury of demigods at play. Franklin moved through the final sequences of combat. Before him, the image of Eldinesh, legendary hero of the Ildari's golden age, wielded blade and sorcery with the skill that had once challenged gods themselves. No psychic buffs enhanced Franklin's movements, no divine blessings strengthened his strikes. This was pure skill against legend, transhuman might against mythic prowess. The final exchange came with devastating swiftness. Franklin's blade traced impossible geometries through the air, each movement a calculation of angles that defied conventional physics. Eldinesh's image, proud and terrible in its ancient majesty, met the assault with equal skill. But where countless others had failed across the millennia, Franklin's blade found its mark. As the phantom of the greatest Ildari hero faded like morning mist, so too did Franklin's wounds seal themselves, the training protocols releasing their hold on reality. Blood that had painted the cage's floor in abstract patterns of violence disappeared, leaving only memory and achievement in its wake. Within the vast cathedral of Franklin's enhanced mind, akin manifested. The bloody-handed god's presence was a forge fire of consciousness, burning with the heat of 1,000 battlefields. His approval radiated like waves of heat from a sun. "You have accomplished what few could claim, even among the warriors of old," akin's voice echoed through Franklin's thoughts. "To best Eldinesh without enhancement or blessing, this is no small feat." Franklin's characteristic smirk bloomed across features that bore ethereal beauty even by transhuman standards. "Of course I'm talented," he began, preening like some magnificent bird of war. "Do not let victory inflate your ego beyond reason," akin cut him off, divine amusement mixing with stern warning. "With the effort and lessons invested in your training, even a common auxilia might rival an Astartes in knowledge and lethality." Franklin's chuckle echoed through the chamber, a sound that contained both acknowledgement and challenge. "Speaking of lessons," he segued smoothly, "time for magic." The god's sigh resonated through Franklin's consciousness like the cooling of meteoric iron. "Not these shenanigans again." "Oh come now," Franklin pressed, his tone light despite addressing one of the most violent deities in known history. "Surely among all those spells you've taught me, there's something for size alteration? Being 15 feet tall isn't always practical, you know. Sometimes a demigod needs to blend in." "Among the myriad spells I have imparted," akin responded with divine dryness, "there are indeed several that might serve. Perhaps you should search for them yourself, since you so proudly proclaimed mastery of all Ildari rune magic. With another chuckle, Franklin delved into the vast repository of mystical knowledge burned into his enhanced memory. His eyes lit with triumph as he located what he sought: ancient formulae of transformation, crafted in an age when reality itself was more malleable. Power coursed through him as he shaped the spell, his massive frame shrinking and shifting. Where once stood a transhuman demigod, now stood a figure that could have stepped from the war in heaven itself, an Ildari warrior of the ancient epoch, bearing impossible grace and deadly beauty. "How do I look?" Franklin asked, examining his transformed self with evident satisfaction. "Like myself, minus the molten rage," Cain observed, a note of surprised approval in his psychic voice. Franklin's face, now bearing the ethereal features of ancient Ildari nobility, split in a triumphant grin. "Bravo to me then! I used you as a reference template. Though I must say, the lack of lava is probably an improvement." "And why?" Cain asked with growing suspicion, "would you choose this particular form?" "Well," Franklin drew out the word with theatrical consideration, "I was thinking it might be useful for flirting with farcers during their meditative states." "No." The god's voice thundered through Franklin's consciousness with the force of exploding stars. "You will not use my likeness for such frivolous pursuits." "Never." Franklin's borrowed features arranged themselves into an expression of pure innocence that fooled neither of them. With fluid grace that spoke of perfect muscle memory, he moved through forms that mimicked Eldenesh's own battle dance, each gesture a perfect recreation of ancient combat arts. "Remarkable," Cain admitted grudgingly. "Few could distinguish you from a true ancient, though you would seem alien even to modern Ildari. They have forgotten how their ancestors moved in the war in heaven, the raw power, the absolute certainty, masters of the immaterium, unlike now cowering against a god of their own making. Though perhaps that works against you, you move too much like them, too ancient. You would seem alien to them. Isn't that ironic?" Franklin mused, admiring the efficiency of movement in his new form. A son of Terra appearing too ancient for the eldest race in the galaxy. Though I suppose that's what happens when you have both the Emperor's genecraft and the God of War's tutelage. "You take remarkable joy in defying expectations," Cain noted, the words carrying a complex mixture of approval and concern. "It's a gift," Franklin replied, already planning how to use these new capabilities. "Besides, what's the point of being a demigod if you can't occasionally mess with people's perceptions? Speaking of which, how do you think the old man would react to seeing his son playing dress-up as an ancient Xenos?" Finally, with another surge of runic power, Franklin returned to his own form, though not his full size. The spell of reduction brought him down to a mere 8 feet in height, his massive power condensed into a more manageable frame. Strength and speed, rather than being diminished, seemed to coil more tightly within him, like a star compressed to terrible density. "Perfect," he declared, testing his reduced form with experimental movements. "All the power, half the doorway problems." "You take such gifts lightly," Cain observed, though there was something like fondness in the god's mental tone. "These are arts that once shaped reality itself. And now they help me avoid hitting my head on low ceilings," Franklin agreed cheerfully. "Isn't that what progress is all about? Finding new uses for old tools." The training cage fell silent save for the subtle hum of containment fields and the whisper of ancient magics. In that moment, God and champion shared an understanding that transcended their usual banter acknowledgement of how far they had come together, of futures yet to be forged. "Your irreverence masks wisdom," Cain finally admitted. "Though if I find you using my likeness to seduce seers." "No guarantees." "Franklin." The god's groan echoed through Franklin's mind as the Primarch began testing his compressed form with combat maneuvers. In the confined space of the training cage, divine power and transhuman might danced together, weaving a tale of transformation that would have been impossible in any other age. Here was proof that even gods could learn new tricks, that ancient powers could find fresh purpose in the hands of those willing to reinvent them. As Franklin moved through combat forms with his newly condensed frame, each perfect motion was both tribute to ancient teachings and promise of innovations yet to come. Chapter 128, Solutions. In the depths of the Sweet Liberty's sanctum, reality bent and twisted as Franklin Valorian, engaged in perhaps his most audacious experiment yet. The air crackled with ancient power as he assumed his Ildari form, his presence radiating with the terrible majesty of Cain himself, albeit with a distinctly more rakish charm. "This is beneath the dignity of a god of war," Cain's voice resonated through Franklin's consciousness, carrying the heat of 1,000 forges and the weight of endless battles. "Consider it a tactical deployment," Franklin replied, his new form's features arranging themselves into an expression that somehow managed to combine divine gravitas with roguish appeal. Think about it, worship is worship, regardless of what inspires it. And let's be honest, you could use a PR boost among the younger generations. I am Kala Mencha Kain, the god's response thundered through the chamber, Lord of Murder and Flame, not some divine matchmaker. We already have an entity specializing in excessive devotion. The temperature in the room spiked momentarily. Perhaps you've heard of Slaanesh. Franklin's laugh echoed with both human humor and eldritch resonance. Watch and learn, old friend. Sometimes the most effective conquest requires no bloodshed at all. With that, he reached out through the infinite paths of the Wraithbone, seeking the dreaming mind of a young farser. The connection formed like crystal growing in real time, beautiful and dangerous in equal measure. In the farser's meditation chamber aboard a craft world sailing through the void, reality shifted. Where once there was only the infinite paths of possibility, now stood a figure of legend, Kain himself, yet somehow different. His presence carried all the expected martial power, but tempered with an unexpected warmth. My lord. The farser whispered, her voice carrying equal parts reverence and confusion. Her spirit stone pulsed with increased frequency as she beheld what appeared to be her people's god of war, manifesting in a form that spoke of both battle prowess and something else entirely. The paths of fate take unexpected turns, young one, Franklin delivered the line with perfect gravitas, though in his mind he could feel Kain's growing exasperation. Sometimes even gods must walk new roads. The farser's confusion began to give way to something else as Franklin moved closer, each step carrying the fluid grace of ancient Ildari warriors. Her breath caught as he reached out, fingers barely brushing her cheek in a gesture that somehow combined divine blessing with unmistakable attraction. This is absolutely not what my form was intended for, Kain's protest carried notes of both horror and reluctant fascination. The farser's composure, maintained through centuries of rigid training, began to crack like ice in spring. My lord, this is most unexpected. Her eyes, ancient and young at once, couldn't seem to leave Franklin's borrowed face. The unexpected is merely fate showing us new possibilities, Franklin replied smoothly, letting just a hint of mortal warmth seep through the divine facade. Even gods can learn new dances. The farser's mental defenses, honed by centuries of craft world tradition, began to melt like snow before a forge. Her spirit stones pulsing took on an almost frantic rhythm as Franklin closed the distance between them, each movement a perfect blend of martial prowess and seductive grace. I cannot believe this is actually working, Kain's commentary carried tones of scandalized amazement. The moment hung suspended between heartbeats, between breaths, between the infinite possibilities of fate. Then Franklin smiled, not the terrible rictus of a war god, but something far more dangerous, the smile of a being who had mastered both divine power and mortal charm. The farser's years of training crumbled like sand castles before a tide. In that eternal moment, she saw not just the god of war, but something new, divinity touched with desire, strength tempered with passion. Their lips met in a kiss that threatened to rewrite several chapters of Ildari mythology. Then, like all dreams, the moment shattered. The farser snapped back to full awareness, her fingers touching her lips where the phantom kiss still burned. Why would Kala Mencha Kain? She whispered to her empty meditation chamber, her worldview thoroughly shaken. The heat in the chamber spiked. I will not repeat this experiment. Seduction is not a weapon in my arsenal. Bummer, Franklin sighed dramatically. The old guy's really out of touch. Though I suppose that's what happens when you spend millennia being worshipped through blood and violence instead of dinner and dancing. You are impossible, Kain declared, though there was a hint of resigned amusement in his tone. A Primarch of humanity using my form to seduce Ildari farsers, what next? Will you teach Kiernate berserkers interpretive dance? Now there's an idea. Somewhere in the galaxy, a farser was questioning everything she thought she knew about the worship of Kain, while the god himself grappled with the realization that his chosen champion had found entirely new ways of worship, even if some of those ways involved worship more commonly associated with romance novels than battlefield reports. 840.30 M. Prospero. Franklin Valorian stood at the edge of one of Prospero's crystal spires, watching his father and brother embrace below. The sight of the Emperor and Magnus reuniting like long-lost friends brought a smile to his face, though his attention was drawn to the fascinating civilization around him. The air practically hummed with psychic energy. Impressive, isn't it? Kain's voice resonated in his mind, carrying its usual mix of ancient wisdom and barely contained violence. For humans, at least. There's always a qualifier with you, Franklin chuckled mentally. Can't just give a compliment without adding 4 humans at the end, can you? When you've lived as long as I have, you develop standards, Cain replied, his presence manifesting as a shimmer of heat in the air beside Franklin. Though I must admit, this comes close to early Eldari achievements. If you squint and tilt your head, and perhaps drink several barrels of mjad first. Now you're just being difficult, Franklin rolled his eyes. Look at what they've accomplished. No disease, perfect harmony between. He paused as Cain's laughter interrupted him. Perfect harmony? Oh, my sweet summer Primarch, Cain's tone dripped with sardonic amusement. Look closer at your enlightened psychers. Franklin followed Cain's mental nudge, his enhanced vision focusing on the various practitioners going about their daily routines. Each was accompanied by a shifting, ethereal form, their tutelaries. Ah, Franklin said, understanding dawning. The demons. The bound demons, Cain corrected with disgust. Because apparently, your species sees a creature of pure malevolence and thinks, yes, this would make an excellent butler. Says the god who's literally bound to me. Franklin couldn't resist the jab. The temperature around them spiked suddenly, and Franklin felt Cain's indignation flare like a solar storm. I am not bound to you, you insufferable man-child. I chose to align myself with you. There's a difference. Sure, Franklin grinned. Whatever helps you sleep at night, O mighty god of murder and war. I don't sleep, Cain grumbled. And the proper title is God of War and Murder, thank you very much. The murder part is just a hobby. One of the nearby tutelaries turned to look in their direction, its ethereal form rippling with curiosity. Before Franklin could react, the creature burst into divine flames, its death cry echoing in the warp but unheard by most mortals around them. Was that really necessary? Franklin asked, watching the shocked expression of the psyker who'd just lost their companion. Absolutely, Cain replied with satisfaction. I'm doing them a favor, really. These pets of theirs would have turned on them eventually. I've seen your data slate. Still, Franklin watched as another tutelary combusted. You could be more subtle about it. I am being subtle, Cain protested. If I wasn't, half this spire would be molten glass right now. Besides, none of them can even sense me. I'm basically providing a free pest control service. Franklin watched as a third tutelary noticed them and began to approach. Don't you dare! The daemon exploded in a shower of warp fire. Oops, Cain said, not sounding sorry at all. My hand slipped. You don't have hands right now, Franklin pointed out. You're literally just a presence in my mind at the moment. Fine, my metaphysical hand slipped. Happy. You know, Franklin mused, watching another tutelary desperately try to hide behind its master. For someone who claims to be above these creatures, you sure seem to enjoy toying with them. I do not toy with them, Cain's voice carried the weight of offended dignity. I efficiently eliminate them. There's a difference. Like there's a difference between being bound to me and choosing to align with me. The temperature dropped this time, ice crystals briefly forming in the air. I will end you, Valorian. No, you won't, Franklin smiled. You like me too much. Besides, who else would appreciate your unique brand of pest control? I could find another champion, Cain threatened half-heartedly. There are plenty of warriors in the galaxy. But none as handsome. You do realize I'm a god of war, not aesthetics. Doesn't mean you can't appreciate fine art when you see it, Franklin struck a pose, drawing confused looks from passing Prosperan citizens. Sometimes I wonder if the Emperor mixed in peacock DNA when creating you, Cain sighed. Look, another one of those abominations is actually helping with construction. Should I? No, Franklin said firmly. Let the useful ones be. Even you have to admit efficiency when you see it. Fine, Cain grumbled. But only because they're being productive. The moment they slack off, whoosh. Did you just say whoosh out loud? I was providing sound effects for dramatic emphasis. You're literally a god of war, and you're making explosion noises like a child. I contain multitudes, Valorian. Besides, you're one to talk about maturity, Mr. Watch Me Flex for these civilians. Their banter was interrupted by the approach of a particularly bold tutelary, which seemed to be studying them with unusual intensity. Franklin felt Cain's presence coil like a spring. Don't he started. Whoosh. That one was asking for it, Cain said smugly. Did you see how it was looking at us? It was looking because you're setting all its friends on fire. Friends? They're demons, Franklin. They don't have friends, they have future victims and current victims. Speaking from experience. I will rain such devastation upon you. No, you won't. No, I won't, Cain admitted. But I might accidentally set fire to your cape again. That was you. Franklin exclaimed. You told me it was a random warp discharge. I lied. Gods can do that, you know. Especially when certain Primarches are being insufferable. Below them, Magnus and the Emperor were deep in conversation, their powerful psychic auras visible to Franklin's enhanced senses. We should probably join them soon. Probably, Cain agreed. Franklin shook his head, smiling despite himself. Come on, you pyromaniac deity. Let's go be diplomatic. Fine, Cain sighed. But if I see one more tutelary trying to act cute. I know. Fwoosh. Now who's being childish? Their laughter, one heard and one felt only in the warp, echoed across the crystal spires of Prospero as they made their way down to join the Emperor and Magnus. Behind them, a few more tutelaries spontaneously combusted, just for good measure. I didn't do those last ones, Cain said quickly. Sure you didn't, Franklin replied. Sure you didn't. Good to see you once again, brother, Franklin's voice carried the weight of genuine warmth. We meet at last in the flesh, though I suppose our little sojourn in the warp doesn't count. Magnus' laugh echoed with both physical and psychic resonance. Well met indeed, brother. I must say, your approach to combat in the Immaterium was fascinating. The Crimson Giant's eyes gleamed with scholarly interest. That form you took, I've never seen anything quite like it. The way you manifested. Oh, here we go, Cain's voice whispered in Franklin's mind. The Scholar King wants to dissect your powers. How predictable. Franklin suppressed a smile as Magnus continued, the energy patterns were unlike anything in the ancient texts. Would you be willing to trade secret? I'm afraid, Franklin winked, earning an annoyed huff from his scholarly brother. Speaking of secrets, how goes the preparation for the Great Crusade? Are the Thousand Sons ready to bring enlightenment to the galaxy? Magnus' expression darkened, his massive frame seeming to deflate slightly. Not exactly. We face certain genetic challenges that must be overcome first. The flesh change, Franklin said, his tone growing serious. Yes. Magnus practically vibrated with intensity. It's maddening. One moment my sons are perfect examples of transhuman engineering, the next they're sprouting tentacles and extra extra eyes. Do you know how hard it is to fit a helmet on a head with 17 eyes? Very hard, brother. The requisition forms alone are a nightmare. He's exactly as dramatic as your data slate suggested, Cain commented dryly. Franklin's mind raced, accessing the knowledge contained within his future-sourced data slate. The timeline aligned perfectly, it would be another 60 years before the Thousand Sons would march in full force. 60 years of desperate searching for a cure that would ultimately. Franklin's mind raced through the arcane knowledge Cain had imparted, searching for something, anything, that might help his brother. The runes of the Ildari scrolled through his thoughts, death, destruction, binding, sealing. While Magnus continued his impassioned rant about the logistics of non-standard helmet manufacturing, Franklin delved into his vast repository of Ildari runic knowledge. Countless war runes and death hexes flickered through his mind, each more destructively impressive than the last. Looking for something specific? Cain asked, a hint of amusement in his divine voice. You wouldn't happen to have any healing runes tucked away in that murderous repertoire of yours, would you? I am the god of war, Valorian. My runes are designed to make things stop living, not help them live better. Though I suppose you could seal the mutation, if you want your brother's sons to explode spectacularly when the seal inevitably fails. You're just full of helpful suggestions today, aren't you? Franklin thought sarcastically. I try my best. Though if you want actual magical knowledge, you'd need the Black Library. The what now? Imagine the largest collection of knowledge in the galaxy, hidden in a pocket dimension, created by the most irritating god in our pantheon. That's the Black Library. Sounds promising. How do we get in? We don't. Only those who have mastered chaos's temptations can enter. Your brother here. Cain's presence flickered toward Magnus, who was now explaining his theories about using psychic energy to create self-adjusting helmet sizes, would probably explode if he got within a few miles of it. Franklin watched his brother with growing concern. The data slate from the future painted a grim picture, Magnus' desperate search for a cure leading to increasingly dangerous compromises, like trading one eye, and making a deal with Titsnich, culminating in the catastrophic destruction of the Emperor's Webway project. Franklin processed this information, mentally overlaying it with the reports he'd received from Dr. Chen and Vladimir regarding the flesh change. Their analysis had been thorough, but perhaps incomplete without the context of ancient Ildari wisdom. Actually, brother, Franklin cut in smoothly, I've been working with some of my researchers on the flesh change issue. Dr. Chen and Vladimir have made some interesting observations. Perhaps we could focus our combined intellectual might on that problem first. Magnus paused, his enthusiasm redirecting like a laser being reflected. Your researchers? Tell me everything. Do they have proper documentation? Peer-reviewed studies? PowerPoint presentations? Scholar King indeed, Cain commented dryly. Tell him about Ahriman's future folly, why don't you? Oh wait, you can't without revealing your knowledge of the future. How inconvenient. Franklin smiled as he watched Magnus frantically sketching theories in the air with psychic fire. His brother's brilliant mind would need careful guidance, but with the knowledge of the future and perhaps a few visits to a certain hidden library, they might just avoid the grim dark future that awaited in another timeline. Just remember, Cain added, if all else fails, we can always set everything on fire. That's your solution to everything. Name one problem that can't be solved with sufficient application of divine flame. The flesh change. I hate it when you're right. The two brothers continued their discussion late into the Prosperan night, while an ancient god of war provided increasingly unhelpful commentary about the flammability of various genetic conditions. And possibly to prevent Magnus from doing something wrong. Comment. 14 comment. Vote. 1 left. Chapter 129, Two Sides of a Coin. From the crystalline spires of Nova Libertas, Marcus Valorian gazed across the sprawling metropolis that stretched beyond the curve of the horizon. Streams of aerial traffic wove between towering hab blocks and manufactorums, their movements as precise as the clockwork of destiny itself. The coming twilight painted the sky in hues of ember and crimson, reflecting off the adamantine surfaces of countless structures, a daily reminder of the empire of technology and prosperity his son had forged. In his private sanctum, surrounded by hololithic displays showing real-time data feeds from across the Independence sector, Marcus allowed himself a moment of contemplative silence. The FBI operative who had delivered the latest intelligence stood at parade rest, cybernetic augments humming softly beneath their formal attire. The report's implications hung heavy in the air like storm clouds gathering before a tempest. The elites gather once more, Marcus mused, his weathered features creasing into a knowing smile. Like moths to a plasma flame, they never learn the lesson of history. He reached for a data slate, its surface displaying the detailed financial records of 3 prominent noble houses. Their transgressions were laid bare in columns of numbers and transaction logs, a symphony of greed composed in the language of accounting. The IRS, that ancient instrument of authority that had survived from Terra's distant past, would be his first warning shot. In the grim darkness of the far future, death was not the only certainty. Marcus had always appreciated the poetic justice of using bureaucracy as a weapon against those who thought themselves above the law. His mind drifted to the early days, when Franklin had emerged victorious from the civil war that had threatened to tear the sector apart. His son, towering and resplendent in his power armor, had not simply conquered, he had transformed. The managed democracy he instituted was a masterwork of political engineering, as precise and powerful as any weapon in the Liberty Eagle's arsenal. Marcus traced his fingers along the edge of his desk, remembering the day Franklin had explained his vision. A system, he had said, where corruption is more expensive than honesty. The solution had been elegantly brutal in its simplicity: pay the servants of the people so well that betrayal became economically irrational. Senators whose coffers filled with billions through legitimate means had little incentive to risk everything for mere millions in bribes. But it was more than mere financial calculus. Franklin had understood something fundamental about human nature: the need for stability, for prosperity, for the dignity of self-sufficiency. Under the Valorian regime, even the poorest citizens could support a nuclear family. It was a baseline of human dignity that was non-negotiable, written not just in law but in the very economic structure of the sector. The Valorian Giga Corporation stood as the linchpin of this grand design. Marcus remembered the corporate wars, the hostile takeovers and mergers that had consolidated power into a single entity. Some had called it monopolistic, but they failed to understand it was about control, about ensuring that the economic engine of the sector served the people rather than feeding off them. A soft chime drew his attention to another hololithic display, this one showing election results from the past decade. Landslide after landslide, victory after victory. The numbers told a story of overwhelming popular support, but Marcus knew the truth was more complex. It was a covenant between rulers and ruled prosperity and stability in exchange for political continuity. When was the last time someone else held this office? He wondered aloud, though he knew the answer precisely. The FBI operative remained silent, understanding the rhetorical nature of the question. The position of vice president had become synonymous with the name Valorian, not through force of arms but through force of results. Marcus stood, walking to the armored viewport. Below, citizens were returning home from their shifts, so too did the automatons and AI returning to their maintenance stations, their paths lit by the warm glow of plasma lamps. Each one of them represented the true power base of the Valorian regime, the common people who had been elevated from mere survival to genuine prosperity. The elite's current restlessness was predictable. Franklin's choice to support the common worker over the traditional power structures had earned them powerful enemies. But what these nobles failed to grasp was that their opposition only served to strengthen the regime. Every attempt to wrestle control from the Valorian grip only demonstrated why that control was necessary. Send in the auditors, Marcus finally commanded, his voice carrying the weight of authority earned through decades of service. Remind our ambitious friends that the price of liberty is eternal vigilance and accurate bookkeeping. The private chamber deep within the spires of Nova Libertas's upper hive should have been secure. It should have been an impenetrable sanctum, a place where the elite could discuss matters far from prying eyes. The finest counter-surveillance technology had been deployed, vast networks of cloaking algorithms and encrypted communications designed to keep them undetectable. The gathered magnates, each a titan in their own right, had thought themselves invulnerable. But now, as they exchanged uneasy glances, a chilling realization settled over them: they were not safe. Adam Lockheed, the seasoned industrial magnate who had once ruled the hyper-advanced forges of Forky World Prime, was the first to notice the change in the air. It wasn't the hum of the hive, nor the strange flickering of the ambient lighting. It was something deeper. An unnatural stillness had crept into the room, a whisper of tension that made his skin crawl. He set down his glass of amasec, the liquid untouched, and rose slowly. His movements were deliberate, too calm, too controlled for someone merely inconvenienced. Lockheed had seen signs like this before: tiny, unnoticed shifts in the environment that betrayed the presence of something far more sinister. Ladies and gentlemen, he said, his voice steady but cold, I believe we've all taken enough of each other's time. Production quotas wait for no one, not even us. His smile was tight, the expression of a man who had already decided that the risk was no longer worth the rewards. His eyes, calculating and sharp, flicked to each of the other elites as he moved toward the door, never showing fear, but the others felt it now, like a weight pressing down on them. Helena Vu-Baptiste, her past as the CEO of the Vu-Baptiste Shipping Consortium now a bitter memory of lost power, sneered. Leaving so soon, Lockheed? Afraid your precious master might notice your absence. Lockheed's smile remained unchanged. Better a well-paid servant than a powerless master, he retorted smoothly. The eagle's shadow is long, and I prefer to remain beneath its protection rather than out from under it. His words carried weight, the same chilling implication they all felt but dared not acknowledge. I suggest you all consider your positions carefully. Some storms are best weathered from inside shelter than out in the open. As Lockheed exited, the tension in the room crackled like static in the air. Xavier Rothschild Volzix, furious, slammed his fist on the table, the centuries-old wood splintering under the force. Coward! He barked. The Lockheeds were once proud. Now they grovel in Valorian's shadow like everyone else. And what exactly has your family's resistance earned them, Xavier? Troy Constantine's voice cut through the air, dripping with condescension. His cybernetic monocle whirred as it adjusted focus. Besides a 90% wealth tax and quarterly random audits? At least the Lockheeds still have their factories. Before Rothschild could retort, a strange sound echoed through the chamber, a low, mechanical hum that set their teeth on edge. The main doors opened, not to servants or aides, but to 5 figures clad in matte black power armor, silent, terrifying, and bearing the unmistakable insignia of the Independence Sector's Internal Revenue Service. The air itself seemed to thicken with the weight of their presence. Their leader, face obscured by a featureless mask, spoke, his voice smooth yet carrying a chilling finality. Good evening, citizens. We are conducting a standard financial compliance review. Helena Vu Baptiste, Xavier Rothschild III, and Dominic Crane please accompany us for detailed documentation verification. A deep silence followed, broken only by the collective intake of breath from the gathered elites. The color drained from their faces as the words settled in their minds. They weren't simply being audited. They were being watched, their every move scrutinized, their every secret laid bare. Helena Vu Baptiste, once a formidable power in her own right, now looked as if she had seen a ghost. Xavier Rothschild's knuckles were white as he clenched his fists, his voice trembling as he reached for his communicator. The IRS agent closest to him simply shook his head once. It wasn't a warning. It was a death sentence. Resistance would make them disappear, just like the others before them. As the three were escorted out, fear began to settle like a cold fog in the room. Julian Mercator, his aristocratic features twisted with fury, was the first to break the silence, but his words came with the desperation of a man on the brink. They knew. They knew exactly when and where we'd meet, Mercator hissed, eyes wide. Which means? His voice trailed off, the unspoken horror hanging in the air like a shadow. We have a leak, Anastasia Drake whispered, her voice trembling despite the cold fury that burned in her eyes. Or worse, they've had us under surveillance from the beginning. Mercator laughed bitterly, the sound like a knife scraping against stone. Does it matter? He spat. Look at us. The greatest families in the sector, reduced to meeting in the shadows like criminals. All because one lucky bastard found a demigod in a pod and decided to play hero of the common man. Careful, Julian, Marcus Constantine warned, his cybernetic eye gleaming in the dim light. The walls have ears. Sedition charges aren't dismissed with the wave of a hand. And that's exactly the problem. Mercator exploded, his voice cracking with raw emotion. My family ruled 50 systems before the Valorians came. We built the trade routes, we conquered worlds. And now? We're supposed to be grateful for these pitiful advisory positions while worker councils decide how our businesses will run. Former businesses, Drake interjected bitterly, her voice low and cold. Everything's Valorian now. One company, one system, one family in control, one Primarch. The remaining elites stared at one another, each one wondering whether this meeting was the beginning of the end. It was clear now that the walls weren't just listening, they were waiting, watching, and any one of them could be next. In this room, power had been a game, a competition. But now? It was a trap. And they were all caught in it. They call it managed democracy, Mercator whispered, his voice thick with venom. But it's nothing but tyranny with a smile. The common people adore them because they've never had it so good. Free education, guaranteed employment, housing paid for with our wealth, our power, our birthright. And what would you suggest we do about it? Constantine's cybernetic eye flicked to Mercator, glowing ominously in the dim light. The Liberty Eagles garrison every major world. The FBI monitor the noosphere. The CIA monitors everything outside the sector, the IRS is everywhere. The Greater Imperium is a shithole worse than the Valorian regime, you can't escape, Julian. No one can. Mercator's shoulders slumped, and for the first time in years, he felt the crushing weight of powerlessness. They were trapped. They had no allies, no escape, and no hope. Senator Victoria Rothschild adjusted her ceremonial robes as she strode through the halls of the Nova Libertas Senate, her great-great-grandfather's portrait glaring down at her from among the gallery of historical figures. Unlike her cousin Xavier, she had seen the wisdom in Franklin's reforms during the Civil War. Now, as chair of the Economic Development Committee, her family's reduced fortune had paradoxically yielded greater influence than they'd ever wielded as corporate oligarchs. Thinking about the family drama again, Vic called out Governor Marcus Drake Constantine, his augmetic leg whirring softly as he caught up to her. The merger of the Drake and Constantine families after the Civil War had created one of the strongest supporters of the Valorian regime. Just appreciating irony, Marcus, she smiled. Remember when our families thought losing 75% of our wealth would destroy us? Now look, my education initiatives are transforming entire generations, your infrastructure projects are reaching completion decades ahead of schedule, and we're actually doing something meaningful instead of hoarding wealth like dragons. They paused at a viewport overlooking one of Nova Libertas's prestigious education districts. Below, children in neat uniforms streamed into the Valorian Institute of Elementary Education. Inside one of the classrooms, a heated debate about calculus was taking place among a group of 9-year-olds. But Miss Armitage, argued young Timothy, his augmented learning assistant hovering nearby. If we apply the chain rule here, wouldn't the derivative simplify more elegantly? That's a valid approach, his classmate Sarah countered, her own AI companion projecting a holographic graph, but consider the computational efficiency when we're dealing with quantum variables. Their teacher, Miss Armitage, hid a smile. Sometimes she forgot these were children, not doctoral candidates. The educational reforms had transformed the sector's youth into intellectual powerhouses. Across the city at the University of Nova Libertas, a different kind of debate was unfolding in the political science department's main auditorium. The evidence clearly suggests authoritarian tendencies, declared Professor Clarkson, his academic robes billowing as he gestured dramatically. Franklin Valorian has held the presidency for decades. By popular demand and constitutional process, countered Professor Day, rolling her eyes. Unless you're suggesting the 99% approval rating is somehow fraudulent. A student raised her hand. Professor Clarkson, have you considered comparing living standards between the independence sector and the broader Imperium? My family in the greater Imperium. Yes, yes, Clarkson waved dismissively. The paradise argument. But principles of democratic rotation. Principles don't feed families, interrupted another student. My grandfather fought against the Valorians in the Civil War. You know what changed his mind? When his workers' children could suddenly afford education and healthcare. When his own profits increased despite paying higher wages. When he realized that a tyranny of prosperity was better than a democracy of poverty. Meanwhile, in the university's Robotics Institute, a very different scene was unfolding. A group of engineering students clustered around their pride and joy a prototype mech that bore a suspicious resemblance to designs from ancient Terran entertainment. I still say we should call it the Gundam, muttered Amuro Ray, making minute adjustments to the neural interface. It's still more of an armored core design philosophy, argued Sayla Mass, her mechadendrites weaving through the machine's internals. Besides, the combat optimization algorithms. Their AI supervisor, Aria 29, interrupted with an electronic sigh. Students, I feel compelled to remind you that this is meant to be an industrial excavation platform, not a war machine. But Aria, they chorused, it's for science. That's what you said about the plasma cannon last week, the AI replied drily. I'm still filing paperwork for that incident. Amuro glanced up with a thoughtful expression. You know, theoretically, if we wanted to build a Gundam, we could, right? The engineering would be tricky, but it could be done. Problem is, Gundams have all these intricate systems with zero modularity. They're like super machines with custom-made parts, designed more for individual combat than large-scale production. Our armored cores, on the other hand, are built to be modular, easy to replicate, upgrade, and modify. The Gundam would require too much time and resources for a bunch of university students to pull off. Sayla nodded, brushing a strand of hair from her face. Yeah, I get it. We need versatility. But still, imagine the possibilities if we could somehow mesh the Gundam's power with an armored core's modularity. That'd be something. Their AI supervisor sighed again. And that, my dear students, would likely result in more paperwork, more incidents, and a greater likelihood of sending the entire campus into lockdown. Please, for the sake of all our sanity, focus on the excavation platform. Amuro gave a sheepish grin. Right, Arya. Excavation platform. But a guy can dream, can't he? Across campus in the chemistry department, another group of students was pushing the boundaries of both science and safety protocols. Are you absolutely certain about mixing those compounds? Asked Thoth 3, their AI lab supervisor, with growing concern. Relax, Thoth, said Amanda Lockhart, carefully measuring a fluorescent liquid. We've calculated all the potential reactions. That's what your father said before he accidentally created that self-replicating polymer in 825, Thoth replied. I'm alerting emergency services as a precaution. Again. Oh come on, protested her lab partner, Julian Locke. We're being perfectly safe. See, I'm even wearing 2 pairs of gloves. Human intelligence truly does not equate to wisdom, Thoth muttered, already composing the incident report. Might I remind you of the Great Pink Foam incident last semester? Back in the Senate, Victoria Rothschild and Marcus Drake Constantine made their way to the Economic Council chamber. Hollow projections displayed the sector's latest productivity figures, yet another record quarter. Marcus studied the data, a thoughtful expression on his face. The numbers are impressive, but it's the bigger picture that really stands out. Walking through the lower hive, seeing families dining out, hearing children argue over advanced mathematics instead of worrying about where their next meal will come from. It's that kind of progress that makes it all worthwhile. Victoria nodded, her gaze drifting to the busy cityscape outside. Our families used to gauge success by the wealth we hoarded. Now we measure it by how many lives we can elevate. She let out a soft laugh. Although, I never thought I'd see 9-year-olds arguing over quantum calculus. Marcus grinned, clearly amused by the thought. And speaking of surprises, I hear the Robotics Institute is up to something big again. Apparently, they're working on. Before he could finish, an alarm klaxon cut him off, followed by an automated announcement, warning, chemical anomaly detected in Science Block 7. Containment protocols engaged. This is not a drill. All pink foam-related incidents must be reported to the Department of Experimental Oversight. They exchanged a wry look. Students? Marcus asked. Students, Victoria confirmed, a smirk tugging at her lips. I'd bet it's the same ones who nearly flooded the labs last semester. As emergency response teams rushed past their window, lights flashing, Victoria couldn't help but smile. This too was a sign of their prosperity, the freedom to innovate, to make mistakes, and to grow without fear of destitution or death. In the Robotics Institute, the students watched the commotion through their windows. 10 Thrones says it's Amanda's group again, Amuro wagered. No bet, Sayla replied, turning back to their mech. Now, about these targeting systems. Excavation systems, Arya 29 corrected firmly. Right, excavation systems, Sayla agreed with a wink. Purely for mining operations. The AI's processing core's word in what might have been a sigh. I'm adding this conversation to my daily report. Again. As the day continued, life in the independence sector flourished in all its chaotic, prosperous glory. In the Senate, policies were debated and refined. In schools, children pushed the boundaries of their enhanced education. In universities, students balanced brilliance with recklessness while their AI minders struggled to keep up. Though perhaps, given the frequency of student-related incidents, some might argue that grim darkness was being replaced by controlled chaos, at least in the chemistry department. Warning, announced Thoth-3's voice over the campus network. The pink foam appears to be expressing limited sentience. Again. The Experimental Oversight Committee would like to remind all students that creating artificial life forms requires at least 300 forms of pre-approval. Just another day in paradise. A/N, no chapter tomorrow, I'll get groceries for Christmas, Sanguinilla I mean. A/N, so I'm starting to consider placing a face on Franklin beyond descriptions, but I can't choose amongst the images, so let's just settle this democratically. I'll post the photos here and let's comment on how we like him to look. Chapter 130, Lessons. As the remembrancer of Franklin Valorian, I have witnessed events that defy simple chronicle or analysis. To document the life of a Primarch is to confront the intersection of myth and reality, and few figures blur that boundary as seamlessly as Franklin. Even now, as I pen these words aboard the Sweet Liberty, I can still feel the echo of the 6 years of darkness, a scar on the collective psyche of our people and a testament to Franklin's vision. I am Priscilla Nocturne, the President's remembrancer, and I have been at his side since my appointment during the Liberation War. My task was to preserve truth amid the chaos of propaganda and half-truths. But as years passed, I became more than a chronicler, I became a witness to the character of a demigod whose decisions would shape quintillions. The story of his unwavering 99% approval rating is not simply the result of charisma or policy. It is the culmination of lessons learned during our darkest era, a time I remember vividly, as though it were yesterday. Few periods in the annals of the independence sector weigh as heavily on the collective memory as the 6 years of darkness. It was a time when humanity's greatest weakness, the capacity for self-deception, led the people to undermine their greatest triumph since the dark age of technology. It was also the period that solidified Franklin Valorian's near-universal approval, the scars of which etched an unbreakable bond between leader and citizen. When I think back to that era, the crystalline hive spires of Nova Libertas come to mind, gleaming in 820.m30 like beacons of prosperity under the distant starlight. Yet beneath that pristine facade, doubt had begun to fester. The curse of paradise is that those born into it cannot comprehend the hell from which it was forged. I see it now, clearer than I did then, how the seeds of arrogance and complacency sprouted in the fertile soil of comfort. I remember Marcus Valorian standing in his office on the eve of the fateful election. Hololithic displays illuminated his features, each percentage point sliding toward the erudite party's victory, a harbinger of disaster. The erudites spoke of liberty, autonomy, and reform. Their candidate, Lucian Augustus, was the perfect mask for corporate ambition, polished, eloquent, and steeped in aristocratic breeding. Let them choose, Franklin's voice came through the vox from his distant seat of governance. The clarity of his tone betrayed the weight of the moment. He had already anticipated what was to come. They don't understand what they're choosing, Marcus retorted, his augmetic hand crushing the armrest of his chair. Then they must learn. Sometimes, the only path to wisdom leads through pain. The election was won, and Lucian Augustus's speech from the Senate steps was one for the history books. Today, we cast off the chains of authoritarianism. He proclaimed, a golden idol standing before an adoring crowd. No longer will one family dictate the course of our destiny. How they cheered, blind to the chains they would forge for themselves. It began subtly. Administrative restructuring of healthcare resulted in bureaucratic mazes where once there had been none. Children who had never known illness were suddenly without rejuvenate treatments. Education, once the pride of the sector, was optimized for efficiency. AI tutors vanished, replaced by privatized modules few could afford. Advanced programs disappeared, and children's brilliance dulled into mediocrity. Worker protections, the backbone of prosperity, were reformed for competitiveness. Shifts lengthened, safety measures were discarded, and the first industrial disaster claimed hundreds of lives. The trend only accelerated. In the universities, the hum of innovation ceased as corporate interests turned laboratories into profit centers. In 6 short years, a generation's dreams were sold to the highest bidder. Through it all, Franklin's voice was absent. Let them learn, he had commanded, and the Valorian party maintained their silence. It was not the quiet of impotence but the stillness of a storm held at bay. By the 2nd year, rebellion simmered. In hive prosperity, whispers of uprising began to stir. Jonas Michael, a firebrand whose lineage had once opposed Franklin, spoke of resistance. But it was Maria Scher, a stalwart supporter of the Valorian era, who silenced him. This is our lesson, she declared bitterly. The rebellion died before it began, not through force of arms but through bitter wisdom. They had chosen this path. They would walk it to its end. And so they did. Families accustomed to abundance faced the cruelty of impossible choices. Corporate landlords seized public housing. Parks and gardens were sold to elites. The people endured the lesson Franklin knew they had to learn, that prosperity is fragile, and freedom without responsibility is ruin. The erudite party worked tirelessly to ensure their victory would be permanent. They spoke of freedom while forging chains, of prosperity while engineering poverty, of democracy while dismantling its foundations. See how the Valorians held you back. They proclaimed from their high towers. See how much more efficient the private sector can be. Below, in the choking darkness of the underhive, the people saw. They saw with eyes opened by pain, understood with minds sharpened by suffering. They remembered the paradise they had carelessly discarded. When the 6th year dawned, hope kindled anew. The election loomed, and with it, a chance for redemption. The erudite party's propaganda machine churned, desperate to rewrite history. But the people had lived both realities. They had experienced the tyranny of the Valorian era and the actual tyranny of corporate rule. They had learned. The election results were biblical in their magnitude. 98% for the Valorian party. Lucian Augustus and his ilk were not merely defeated, they were obliterated. Every seat, every office, every corner of governance returned to Valorian hands. It was a revolution by ballot, not bullet. I remember the day Franklin addressed the sector, his voice carried across worlds by hololithic projection. Standing before the Senate building, he looked out over the gathered masses, his presence commanding yet humble. He wore no armor, no trappings of power, only simple robes, a symbol of his belief in the people before him. My fellow citizens, he began, his voice carrying the warmth they had almost forgotten. Today, you have exercised the greatest power any human can possess, the power to choose. 6 years ago, you chose change. Today, you have chosen again. The crowd was utterly silent, drinking in every word. Some have called me a tyrant for allowing what has transpired. Some have begged me to intervene, to use my authority to prevent the suffering you have endured. But to do so would have been the true tyranny, to deny you the consequences of your democratic choice, to treat you as children rather than citizens. He paused, his eyes scanning the crowd with genuine compassion. Democracy is not merely the right to vote, it is the responsibility to live with the consequences of our votes. The prosperity we built together was not a gift from the Valorians to you, it was something we created together, through wisdom and work. And when that prosperity was dismantled, it was not destroyed by the erudite party alone, but by every citizen who chose to believe that freedom meant freedom from responsibility to one another. Tears flowed freely in the crowd now, understanding mixing with relief and shame. But today, you have shown that you understand. You have demonstrated that true democracy requires wisdom, not just choice. You have proven that the people of the independence sector know the value of what we built together and are willing to fight to restore it. He stepped back from the podium, and for a moment, his features softened into something like pride. The work of rebuilding begins tomorrow. The universities will reopen to all. The medical centers will return to public service. The worker councils will be restored. But this time, every citizen will understand that these things are not gifts to be taken for granted, but achievements to be maintained through vigilance and wisdom. Priscilla's data slate had been left open. I couldn't resist. Since she's too busy, I've decided to contribute a little note to her chronicles. Maybe, just maybe, she'll find it interesting. It's Franklin here, by the way. Yeah, I know. Shocking that I'd be the one hijacking this, but I thought it would be fun. So, here we go, a little addendum to Priscilla's thoughts. As much as the people learned during those 6 years of darkness, so did I. And before you get any ideas about me being all high and mighty, let me just say I was never really blind to the flaws in my managed democracy. I knew it was a delicate balance, a bit like walking a tightrope. What I failed to see was just how tightly the leash had to be pulled around the elites. I had grown a bit complacent, thinking they'd learned their place. But boy, did they miss their chance to pull me into the light and make me the evil dictator they dreamed of slandering me as. You see, the people voted, and the people always prevail in a democracy no matter how much you try to pull the strings. But there was one thing I learned during that time: as long as my managed democracy gave the people the power to make their choice, regardless of propaganda or false promises, I couldn't afford to let the elites play their games. They had one chance, just one. If they'd seized the opportunity, ignited another civil war, then, sure, I'd have been forced to suppress them. The image of a tyrant would have been a certainty, and I would have been forced to respond with force. But they didn't. No, they missed that opportunity. They didn't realize that pushing too far would have shown me as the brutal dictator they thought I was. Instead, they sat there, idly, waiting for me to make the first move to lead the rebellion against them. And guess what? They missed their moment. That's when the 75% seizure of their wealth happened. That's when I sent the IRS to audit their lavish lifestyles with the full brunt of tax reforms. And by the time they realized what was happening, they were too weak to fight back. It was the greatest mistake they could have made, failing to challenge me when they had the chance. They thought they could play the long game and hope I'd grow complacent enough to let them recover. But now, there's no turning back. The elites, they're thoroughly tamed. There's no hope for them to rise again, not as long as I'm around. And who knows, maybe even after I'm gone. Ha! Anyway, thanks for reading. Maybe Priscilla will get a laugh out of this when she finally gets her data slate back. She's busy, after all. But hey, I'm just making sure the record is complete. With all my power, Franklin Valorian, signing off, and adding my own flair to the archives, because, well, I can. 8:40:30 m. The vast theatre aboard the Sweet Liberty fell into darkness, save for the ethereal lights that traced the movements of the Harlequins. Franklin sat in contemplative silence as he watched their performance unfold. The massive chamber, capable of seating millions, now held just him and his unusual companions, the ghostly presence of Cain and the enigmatic dancers of the Laughing God. Always with the interpretive dance, Franklin mused, his massive frame relaxed in a specially reinforced seat. Segeric could just send a text message, but no, it's got to be an entire production. The spectral presence of Cain manifested beside him, a shimmer of barely contained violence and ancient power. That stupid clown always had liked to be cryptic and dramatic, otherwise he wouldn't be a clown. Though I must admit, his methods of communication are entertaining. On the stage, a harlequin wearing a mask bearing Franklin's likeness moved through a complex sequence of movements, their blade flashing as they struck down representations of demons. The dance culminated in a powerful gesture, the Franklin masked dancer sealing an enormous doorway with a burst of psychic energy. So, Franklin leaned forward, brown eyes narrowing. Segeric is offering me a library card? That's Unexpectedly bureaucratic of him. Cain's presence rippled with what might have been amusement. The Black Library is not some corner bookshop, Valorian. This is a significant offer, though naturally, it comes with conditions. The webway breaches, Franklin nodded, watching as another sequence of the dance began. But that doesn't make sense. The Emperor has the reality engine for that sort of work. Why would Seguruk need my help? A sound like distant thunder accompanied Cain's response, his version of laughter. Ah, my young friend, you misunderstand the nature of the reality engine. It's a tool of creation and reorganization, yes, capable of repairing breaches, but that's not its primary purpose. Franklin raised an eyebrow. Do enlighten me, O Shattered One. Mind your tone, Cain rumbled, though there was no real anger in it. Think, Primarch. How has the webway survived this long with the powers of chaos constantly assailing it? Do you believe it's merely the reality engine keeping the darkness at bay? I'm assuming this is a rhetorical question leading to an illuminating answer. The gods of the Ildari have played their part in maintaining the webway's integrity. Seguruk, in particular, has been sealing breaches since the fall. But there are places he cannot go. Franklin's expression grew serious. Because of Slaanesh. Indeed. Some breaches lie too close to the Chaos realms. If Seguruk were to attempt to seal them himself, it would draw her attention immediately. His white seers lack the resistance necessary for such work. But a Primarch. Franklin stroked his chin thoughtfully. Specifically, a Primarch with both significant psychic ability and an innate resistance to chaos corruption. Plus, devastatingly handsome. Your capacity for maintaining levity in serious moments continues to baffle me, Cain observed. It's a gift, Franklin grinned, then grew serious again. Though I notice the laughing god's timing is impeccable. He knows why I want access to the Black Library, doesn't he? Seguruk knows many things. Your concern for your brother Magnus and his sons has not gone unnoticed. The Harlequins completed their final dance sequence, conveying their last message about the White Seers who would guide them. As the dancers vanished into the shadows, Franklin stood, his massive frame casting a long shadow in the dimmed theater. Things I do for family, he sighed, activating his command vox. Battlefleet Liberty, prepare for webway transit. Full combat readiness, but weapons cold unless I give the word. We're about to have some very jumpy cosmic elves guiding us around, and I'd rather not start an incident. You truly believe you can find a cure for the Thousand Sons? I've seen my fair share of mutations, but the Thousand Sons' flesh change is directly correlated to their Primarch's gene seed. It's hereditary. Magnus' gift for the Empyrean is passed down to his sons, but unlike a Primarch who could stay stable when conducting the warp, mortals regardless of transhumans cannot, especially so with Magnus' high rate of mutation in his gene seed. Cain's presence shifted, curious. Franklin's expression hardened with determination. What I believe is that Magnus is going to do something catastrophically stupid if someone doesn't help him soon. He's brilliant, but he's also desperate. That's a dangerous combination. Speaking from experience. I prefer to think of my own occasional catastrophically stupid decisions as calculated risks with style, Franklin replied, heading for the theater's exit. Besides, someone needs to be the responsible brother occasionally, and Gilliman's got his hands full with his whole 500 Worlds project. Your definition of responsible continues to concern me, Cain commented, his presence following Franklin through the corridors of the Sweet Liberty. Says the god who basically handed me his sword and said do a crime, Franklin countered. Speaking of which, how do you feel about possibly having to fight your way through some chaos-corrupted sections of the webway? The god's presence flared with anticipation. I find the prospect satisfying. Thought you might, Franklin grinned. Nothing like a little father-son, god-friend bonding over daemon slaying, right? I am not your father nor your god-friend. I am Cain. Technically, you're more like my sword teacher/god tutor. I regret every decision that has led to this moment, Cain declared, though there was a distinct undertone of amusement in his otherworldly voice. Franklin laughed as they reached the bridge. No, you don't. You haven't had this much fun in millennia. Now, let's go seal some breaches and get that library card. I've got a brother to save from himself. All this just for the Scholar King. That's what family does, we try, even when it seems impossible. Besides, his grin returned, impossible just means no one's thrown enough firepower at the problem yet. Your solution to everything cannot be more firepower, Cain admonished. Watch me, Franklin replied, then addressed his bridge crew. All hands, prepare for webway transit. Let's go make some cosmic history. The massive form of the Sweet Liberty, followed by its escort fleet, moved with surprising grace toward the shimmering webway portal. As they approached, Franklin couldn't help but add one final comment. Just think, if this works out, I'll be the first Primarch with an interdimensional library card. Beat that, Gilliman. The strategic command center of Sweet Liberty hummed with activity as Franklin Valorian stood before his assembled Prim-E-born captains. The massive hololithic display dominated the center of the room, projecting detailed schematics of the mighty vessel in crystalline clarity. Gentlemen, Franklin began, his imposing figure cast in the blue glow of the hololiths, welcome back to the webway. I trust you all remember our last excursion. He gestured to a particular section of the map, where the coordinates of their previous campaign glowed softly. Our knife-eared friends are still missing a city, as I recall. Best damn urban renewal project we ever conducted, Armstrong interjected, his power fists clenching with remembered satisfaction. Denzel stepped forward, his twin hyperphase swords humming softly at his hips. The Dark Eldar won't have forgotten that lesson, my lord. They'll be looking for revenge. Precisely, Franklin nodded, manipulating the display to show their planned fleet configuration. Which brings us to our current situation. While I'm off playing handyman in the webway with Vladimir, Sweet Liberty will be a stationary target. And we all know how our spiky friends love their boarding actions. Let them come, Samuel L. Jackson declared, as he studied the tactical overlay. The CIA's intelligence network indicates at least 3 minor cabals are operating in this sector. They're still rebuilding from our last visit. Henry Cavill stepped closer to the display. According to future records, there was an intense war between cabals in this section. Though the specifics are unclear. He frowned, the timeline's shifting. We've changed too much for perfect accuracy. Good, Franklin replied. I hate spoilers anyway. Now, let's talk defense assignments. He expanded the ship's internal schematic. Sweet Liberty isn't just a ship, she's the equivalent of a Necron tomb world with engines and a lot more reality warping tech than any of the ships in the galaxy. Any boarding action is going to be a one-way trip for our would-be guests. The question isn't if they'll board, but how many ships they're willing to sacrifice getting close enough to try. John Ezra, head of the Secret Service, pulled up his own tactical overlay. My agents are already preparing kill zones at every potential breach point. We've upgraded our internal defense systems since Kymarak. Excellent, Franklin nodded. Now, for specific assignments. Denzel, I want first company on bridge defense. No one gets within a kilometer of command and control. Denzel bowed slightly, his dark features set with determination. The bridge will hold, my lord. The first company remembers Kymarak. Armstrong, Franklin continued, you've got engine security. Keep our power flowing, and feel free to give any visitors your usual warm welcome. Going to show them these hands were made for war, sir, Armstrong grinned, his nanomachine-enhanced physiology rippled. John, you'll be coordinating Secret Service operations on the ground with Vladimir and me. I need your people keeping our backs clear while we're dealing with these breaches. John Ezra nodded sharply. We'll have surveillance and rapid response teams ready. Nothing moves without us knowing about it. Henry, you've got fleet coordination. Use that future knowledge of yours to keep our ships one step ahead of their raids. Understanding their tactical doctrine from future encounters should give us an edge, Henry confirmed. I'll have the fleet ready for anything. And Jackson, Franklin turned to his CIA director, you're our field marshal. Keep our troops coordinated and our intelligence flowing. Ain't no Dark Eldar raid getting past my network, Jackson declared. We've got ears in places they don't even know exist. Vladimir, who had been silently observing, finally spoke in a deep, deliberate tone, his accent thick and unmistakable. My technoseers have reported increased warp disturbances in target zones. The breaches we aim to seal, they have drawn unwanted attention, DA. Which is exactly why Segeric can't handle this personally, Franklin nodded, his tone resolute. Speaking of our colorful friend, Vladimir, you'll be with me on the ground. We'll need your expertise with both the technical and psychic aspects of this operation. The FBI is ready, my lord, Vladimir replied, gripping his auger staff as it hummed with contained power. Our anti-warp protocols have been improved since last time. No breach will escape us this, I swear. Franklin surveyed his assembled commanders, pride evident in his expression, Gentlemen, this isn't just about getting me a library card. Magnus needs what we might find in the Black Library, and I'm not about to let my brother down. But more than that, this is about showing the galaxy that the Liberty Eagles don't just take cities, we can seal reality itself when needed. An effect shows up? Denzel asked, hand resting on Kusanagi-no-Tsurugi's hilt. Franklin's grin turned predatory. Then we'll give him another history lesson about why picking fights with Primarches is bad for business. Any other questions? Armstrong raised a hand. Permission to use the new gravity weapons in the engine section, sir. Granted, but try not to turn too many decks inside out this time. Repair crews are still complaining about the last remodel you did. No promises, sir. As the meeting concluded, Franklin did one final review of the tactical displays. Remember, gentlemen, we're not just defending a ship. We're defending humanity's best chance at preventing a catastrophe none of you want to see. Keep Sweet Liberty safe, keep each other alive, and if any Dark Eldar want to test their luck. He paused, his expression hardening, kick their teeth in. The Primi-born captains saluted as one, each moving to their assigned stations with practiced efficiency. As they departed, Franklin turned to Vladimir. Ready to make some cosmic history, Vova? Vladimir's augur staff pulsed with psychic energy. Always ready, my lord. Though I must say, you call these missions making history, but they feel more like making disaster. Would you prefer aggressive temporal remodeling? Franklin smirked. I would prefer mission that does not involve ripping hole in reality, just once, Vladimir grumbled, his accent thick and words dripping with exasperation. You make sound like fun, but fun is when vodka is involved, not paradoxes. Where's the fun in that? Franklin laughed, already heading for his personal armory. They had breaches to seal, a library card to earn, and, if they were lucky, some Dark Eldar to teach about the dangers of holding grudges against Primarches. Just another day in the Liberty Eagles.
Thanks for listening.